Chapter 3844. As a God Emperor level sect, the value of Greater One Sect's contribution points was comparable to that of the Tianlong clan. 200,000 contribution points in the Tianlong clan, even the Black Dragon Elder, not everyone had the ability to take out so much, let alone others. And the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan was already a high-level God Emperor. From this, it could be seen how generous it was for Greater One Sect to take out 200,000 contribution points as a reward for killing Duanling Tian. At this moment, even many of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples were somewhat tempted. If we kill Duanling Tian, will Greater One Sect be willing to give us treasures equivalent to 200,000 contribution points? 200,000 contribution points. Greater One Sect, what a generous offer. They are determined to kill Duanling Tian. Speaking of which, Duanling Tian was a little too arrogant. He declared that he would not come out until he killed 100 Greater One Sect's God King disciples. Isn't this the same as poking a hornet's nest? It would be strange if the Greater One Sect did not respond to this. Duanling Tian is most likely regretting it this time. I think so too. A group of Tianlong clan's God King disciples, while discussing spiritedly, shook their heads, eyes full of pity. They felt that if Duanling Tian dared to enter the God King battlefield, it would not bode well for him. Clan Master wants us to form a team and enter. If the strength of the team is not enough to contend with Duanling Tian, then we should not rashly enter the God King battlefield. Why does it sound like he wants us to deal with Duanling Tian? You think too much. How could Clan Master want us to deal with a fellow disciple? He wants us to help Duanling Tian too late. The reason why Clan Master used Duanling Tian to measure the strength of the team is that he is worried that we are not strong enough and will be surrounded by the Greater One Sect's God King team after entering the God King battlefield. Although the Greater One Sect's God King team is going to kill Duanling Tian, if they see us Tianlong clan's disciples, do you think they will let us go? That's true. The group of God King disciples from the Tianlong clan, who had been preparing to enter the battlefield, stopped in their tracks. Some of the God King's disciples who originally wanted to join forces with Duanling Tian also gave up on the idea. Duanling Tian, you're really? When Ding Yen heard the news, he couldn't help but sigh. Humph! Not far away from him, Sikong Yu grunted coldly. What are you sighing for? Are you still a man? Isn't that Duanling Tian your friend? At this time, shouldn't you have faith in him? Could it be that you also think that he will die in the hands of the Supreme One Sect's Divine Kings? Although Sikong Yu didn't intend to enter the Emperor Battleplane's battlefield with Ding Yen, before entering, Ding Yen had gone to see her father. Then, her father had allowed her to enter the Emperor Battleplane with Ding Yen. Of course, he didn't force her to follow Ding Yen. However, now that they had just entered the Emperor Battleplane and heard the various rumors about Duanling Tian and Supreme One Sect, Sikong Yu couldn't stand seeing Ding Yen sigh and pity the fate of mankind. Who said that I don't have faith in Duanling Tian? When Ding Yen heard this, he raised his head and coldly swept a glance at Sikong Yu. Since you're not, why are you sighing? Ridiculous. Sikong Yu sneered. Ding Yen was silent. After a while, Sikong Yu looked at Ding Yen and said indifferently, Ding Yen, transmit a message to Duanling Tian and ask him if he's interested in forming a team with me. Tell him that on my side, including me, there are 4 High God Kings whose strength isn't inferior to Hua Tiandu's. Sikong Yu already had her own team in the Emperor Battleplane. Of her 3 teammates, 2 were disciples of the Azure Dragon Sect. Although the other one wasn't a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect, he had the strength of a disciple of the Azure Dragon Sect. You want to join forces with Duanling Tian? It had to be said that Sikong Yu's words frightened Ding Yen. Are you speaking the truth? When Ding Yen found out about Duanling Tian's current situation, he was worried for Duanling Tian. At the same time, his heart was filled with bitterness. He felt that his strength was too low and that he couldn't help Duanling Tian. If he had enough strength, he could definitely form a team with Duanling Tian to deal with the threat from the Greater One Sect's God King disciples. But now, Sikong Yu said that she wanted to join forces with Duanling Tian. Could be said that it frightened him, because in his opinion, joining forces with Duanling Tian was definitely a dangerous thing. Hearing the words of the God King disciples, many people originally had the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. But after learning about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Greater One sect, they dispelled the idea of joining forces with Duan Lingtian. Do you think I'm lying to you? Sikong sneered. Quickly contact him. This is like sending charcoal in snowy weather to him. It's impossible for him to refuse. Why? Ding Yan asked. You, Sikong, aren't someone who would sacrifice yourself for others. Why are you suddenly helping Duan Lingtian? Do you have something you want? As he finished speaking, Ding Yan had a vigilant expression. He had a certain understanding of Sikong. Sikong was extremely proud, to the extent that she looked down on many people. But now, she was willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian when Duan Lingtian was facing danger? He really couldn't figure out why Sikong would make such a decision. Hearing Ding Yan's words and noticing Ding Yan's gaze, Sikong was first stunned. Then she frowned slightly. Why do you care what I want? I told you to contact him. So hurry up and contact him. I had to talk to the three of them for a while before they were willing to join forces with Duan Lingtian. The current Duan Lingtian isn't someone who's brave enough to work with. Sikong said. Ding Yan was stunned when he heard Sikong. Earlier, he was still wondering if someone in Sikong group wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. But based on the current situation, it didn't seem to be the case. Those three people were persuaded by Sikong to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as he glanced deeply at Sikong. Sikong, don't tell me that you've fallen for Duan Lingtian. As soon as Ding Yan finished speaking, Sikong's expression went grim. What nonsense are you talking about? Ding Yan sighed in his heart when he saw Sikong's reaction, and he knew that he'd guessed correctly. This extremely proud young woman who'd always looked down on him had fallen for his friend. Even though he'd long since given up all thoughts of Sikong, he couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed when he found out that Sikong had fallen for Duan Lingtian. After all, Sikong didn't like him but took a fancy to his friend. Of course, he knew in his heart that Duan Lingtian was so outstanding that it was normal for Sikong to take a fancy to him. There was nothing wrong with that. This world was so realistic. If Duan Lingtian's current achievements were only on par with his, Sikong would definitely not take a fancy to him. A proud woman like Sikong would generally only take a fancy to a man who was more outstanding than her and could conquer her in all aspects. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was such a man. Tell her that I appreciate her good intentions. But I, Duan Lingtian, don't need anyone's help. At the same time, Ding Yan received a message from Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Ding Yan hurriedly sent a message. Don't try to be brave. I know you're very strong, but it's basically impossible for the people of Greater One sect to travel alone. Those who are weak will form groups, and those who are strong will form groups of 3 to 5. If you form a group with Sikong and the others, it's almost impossible for the people of Greater One sect to kill you. Ding Yan advised. As a friend of Duan Lingtian, he naturally hoped that Duan Lingtian would be safe and sound. For example, when he was still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, when he was a 10-star student, he knew that several Divine King-level clans in Wind City were targeting Duan Lingtian. He did not hesitate to borrow the power of the Tianlong clan to make the death warriors of those Divine King-level clans retreat. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian had rejected his good intentions. Ding Yan, don't forget that when we were still in Wind City's Hidden Mist Academy, you also felt that I was in danger during the training trip and insisted on helping me. But I was fine at that time, wasn't I? Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian won't joke about my life. When he sent the message to Ding Yan, Duan Lingtian was still strolling around Peace City. The inner sect elder of the Tianlong clan, Fang Yu, who was originally by his side, had already left. He was preparing to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings with the group he had found. Before he left, he advised Duan Lingtian not to enter the battlefield of Divine Kings for the time being. Although he had been with Duan Lingtian all this time, Fang Yu had received many messages and learned about the situation at the scene. In the Emperor battle plane, apart from the 3 major battlefields, messages could be sent to and from Peace City, Sky Dragon City, and Greater One City. Moreover, messages could be sent directly to and from the 3 cities. In the end, Ding Yen was unable to persuade Duan Lingtian. Ding Yen could only smile bitterly and sigh. Then, he looked at Sikong Yu and said, Duan Lingtian asked me to tell you that he thanks you for your good intentions, but he doesn't plan to cooperate with anyone. You're his friend. Can't you persuade him? Sikong Yu frowned. This time, she wanted to join forces with Duan Lingtian. Although she did not like Duan Lingtian as Ding Yen had said, she had no ill feelings toward Duan Lingtian. In fact, she was interested in him. This man who came from a Devata realm was younger than her, but he was more outstanding than her. Moreover, his attainments in the divine Pill Dao were even more shocking. This was the first time she had met a man who surpassed her in every aspect. Moreover, this man had never even looked at her. Previously, when Duan Lingtian was refining pills in public, she and Ding Yen were standing together. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Ding Yen a few times. From the beginning until the end, he had only glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. This made her feel resentful and she hated Duan Lingtian. However, as time passed, she became more and more curious about this man. She wanted to get close to him and let him know that she, Sikong Yu, was the pride of the younger generation in the Tianlong clan. There were many inner sect disciples who pursued her, and there were even a few Azure Dragon disciples who kept pestering her. Initially, she thought she would have a chance to get close to Duan Lingtian since the Supreme E-Sect was against Duan Lingtian in the God King battlefield. She even convinced her 3 companions. However, she did not expect Duan Lingtian would reject her. Chapter 38:45. I tried, but it's useless. Facing Sikong Yu's questioning, Ding Yen did not show any emotion. He gently shook his head and said, If possible, I also hope that he can work with you. That way, his safety will be more guaranteed. However, I know his character. Once he has decided on something, no one can change his mind. No matter what you're thinking, you should take care of yourself first. The current God King battlefield is not peaceful. Duan Lingtian won't join your small team. As such, your small team won't be able to grow any stronger. After Ding Yen finished speaking, he left. He had already contacted the team he was looking for. Now, under the expansion of his teammates, that team had cooperated with a few other small teams. Currently, there were more than 20 people. In his opinion, even if a team of this scale was far from enough to sweep the God King battlefield, they should be able to protect themselves to a certain extent. Of course, it might not be safe. However, in this world, if one wanted to become a true powerhouse, one had to experience trials and tribulations. For example, those who stood at the peak of this world, which one of them did not crawl out from a pile of corpses? If one was too timid to even enter the God King battlefield, one's life would probably be the same. After Ding Yen left, Sikong Yu's expression changed. She also left the Emperor battle plane. The exit of the Heavenly Dragon City was actually the place where the Heavenly Dragon Sect's encampment appeared. It was a vast area. Many people in the surroundings were looking at her. However, when they saw Sikong Yu's unsightly expression, the group of people moved aside in succession and watched Sikong Yu leave from afar. Sikong Yu seems to be in a bad mood. Could it be that revered Elder Sikong taught her a lesson again? Speaking of which, who is revered Elder Sikong? Although he's an elder of the Tianlong clan, it's said that even the clan master has to be respectful to him. That's a treatment that ordinary elders of the Black Dragon clan don't have. In our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid only the old clan master and a few elders of the Golden Dragon clan have such treatment. I don't know about that. I only know that revered Elder Sikong came back with the clan master back then. He should be an expert that the clan master invited from outside. The one beside Sikong Yu earlier seemed to be called Ding Yen. In the past, he followed consecrated Sikong to the Tianlong clan. It was only right before the start of the last Hidden Dragon competition that he officially entered our Tianlong clan. Yes, he even fought his way into the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's one of the 2 youngest people in the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. He's the same as Duan Lingtian, not even 3,000 years old. not even 3,000 years old, yet he managed to enter the top 30 of the Hidden Dragon competition. His future is boundless. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, there was no way he wouldn't have made a name for himself after the Hidden Dragon Grand competition. Speaking of limitless prospects, Sikong Yu, who just left, is only around 3,000 years old, and is already an Azure Dragon disciple of our Tianlong clan. After Ding Yan and Sikong Yu left, many people started to talk about them. Although they attracted a lot of attention when they were around, not many people dared to talk about them in front of them. Now that they were gone, everyone had nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Peace City, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the city gates. In a flash, he returned to Sky Dragon City. It seems like after the start of the Emperor battle, under the supervision of several Peak God Emperor forces in Tungling Province, both the sects and the Greater One sect really took out their trump cards. Especially the Greater One sect, they have many medicinal herbs that I need. Moreover, the sect also has some things that I need. Although the Tianlong clan had promised to give him a certain amount of precious medicinal herbs that corresponded to a certain amount of contribution points when he refined the Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill in front of everyone, those medicinal herbs could only be considered second tier in terms of value. Among the medicinal herbs that he needed, the Tianlong clan did not give him the main medicinal herbs that could be considered first tier. However, when the Emperor battle started this time, the Tianlong clan took out several extremely precious medicinal herbs that he currently needed. These medicinal herbs were priceless in the Tianlong clan, and their value was extraordinary. Moreover, they were the main medicinal herbs that he needed to refine some Emperor-grade divine pills. Without these medicinal herbs, he would not be able to refine those Emperor-grade divine pills. As for the Greater One sect, they took out more things that he was interested in. In addition to medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian also took a fancy to some other things. Among them, there was no lack of floating image pearls that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space, as well as various other things that were helpful to the profoundness of the law of space. It was not only limited to the law of space. These things were also the trump cards of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Usually, the two sects would only take them out for special grand occasions and reward the disciples with the most outstanding performance. But for the War of Emperors this time around, they had all taken out those items. The things that I need will require almost 20,000 battle merits. It's not realistic to obtain so many battle merits by killing a god king. After returning to Sky Dragon City, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, after all, killing a higher god king of the Greater One sect will only give me 25 battle merits. 100 higher god kings will only give me 2,500 battle merits. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Before going to Peace City, he was still thinking that if there were things that he wanted, he could enter the battlefield of god kings and obtain battle merits to exchange for them. However, after going to Peace City, he found that there were too many things that he wanted. If he only killed god kings, it would not be enough for him to obtain enough battle merits. It seems that I can only obtain battle merits in the battlefield of god kings, while tempering my strength in battle. My current cultivation is not far from the God Emperor realm. Perhaps, it won't be long before I break through and become a God Emperor. Then, I can enter the battlefield of God Emperors and kill the Greater One sect's God Emperors. Even if it's just a lower God Emperor, killing one of them is enough to obtain 200 battle merits. Killing a middle God Emperor is worth 2,000 battle merits. As for a higher God Emperor, 20,000 battle merits. Thinking of how many battle merits he could obtain from killing a middle God Emperor, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Breaking through to the God Emperor realm was imminent. There's still a long way to go before breaking through to the God Emperor realm. I'll enter the battlefield of God Kings first and properly temper my current strength so that when I break through to the God Emperor realm in the future, I'll have a stronger foundation for my cultivation. Ever since breaking through to the higher God King realm, I haven't fought with anyone. The battlefield of God Kings will become my whetstone when I break through to the higher God Emperor realm. Perhaps it will be my only whetstone. The Greater One sect is offering a bounty of 200,000 battle merits to kill me. It's a good opportunity to see the methods of the greater one-sex God-King disciples. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brighter and brighter. Waves of battle intent rose in his eyes, as if he couldn't wait to rush into the battlefield of God-Kings and fight with the greater one-sex people. But, how do I get to the battlefield of God-Kings? Suddenly, Duan Lingtian realized that he didn't know how to get to the battlefield of God-Kings. Glancing around, Duan Lingtian's figure blurred and stopped an old man with an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. "Elder, do you know how to get to the battlefield of God-Kings?" The old man frowned slightly at being stopped. Then, he raised his hand unhappily and pointed to the left. "Over there. You didn't do your homework and rushed into the battlefield of God-Kings. Boy, I advise you to join a team and enter the battlefield of God-Kings together." Now, the battlefield of God-Kings has become extremely dangerous because of you inner sect disciples, Duan Lingtian. If you go in alone, there's an 80 to 90% chance that you'll be killed by the greater one-sex God-King disciples. The old man deliberately warned as he reached the end of his sentence. "Thank you for the reminder, Elder." Duan Lingtian thanked the old man and turned to walk in the direction the old man had pointed. Boys these days are really arrogant, but I've advised him, so I've done my duty. Seeing Duan Lingtian enter the battlefield of God-Kings alone, the old man frowned slightly and snorted. "I hope he's not stupid enough to enter the battlefield of God-Kings alone." At the entrance of the battlefield of God-Kings, there should be many teams formed by disciples of God-Kings recruiting people. If he's smart, he'll choose one to join. Just as the old man finished speaking and was about to walk forward, a middle-aged man smiled at the old man. "Elder Hong, you don't know him?" This middle-aged man also had an inner sect elder token hanging from his waist. As he greeted the old man, he looked at the back of the purple figure that was gradually walking away. "I don't know him." The old man shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man suspiciously. "Elder Huang, you know him?" "Of course I know him." The middle-aged man nodded. "Back then, when he refined the Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill, I was there to join in the fun." Ultimate Limit Meridian Recovery Divine Pill. The old man's eyes widened in shock. "You mean he's Duan Lingtian?" The old man smiled wryly when he saw the middle-aged man nodding again. "I really didn't expect him to be Duan Lingtian. I just told him that the battlefield of the God-Kings has become extremely dangerous because of him. But he's planning to enter the battlefield of God-Kings alone? Isn't that too risky?" When Duan Lingtian arrived near the entrance of the battlefield of God-Kings, he successfully attracted the attention of the disciples of the Tianlong clan who had already gathered here. Within the Tianlong clan, there were many high-ranking inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. However, there were very few people below the inner sect elders who did not recognize Duan Lingtian. Just like now, when Duan Lingtian appeared, many people cried out in surprise. "It's Duan Lingtian. Is he preparing to enter the battlefield of God-Kings? He's alone. Is he not planning to find someone to enter with him?" "Find someone? Are you kidding? Now, who dares to enter with him? Isn't that courting death?" While the crowd was whispering, a beautiful figure stepped out from the crowd. Behind her, there were 3 other people, 1 woman and 2 men. "It's Si Kong Yu. She's going for Duan Lingtian. Look at her aggressive manner. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has offended her?" The eyes of many disciples of the God-Kings brightened as they watched the show. Chapter 3846. Duan Lingtian. Si Kong Yu directly stopped Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, he looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You are? Do I know you?" Although he felt that he seemed to have glanced at the woman before him from somewhere, he didn't have a deep impression of her and was unable to recall for a while. "You?" When Si Kong Yu heard this, the expression on her pretty face sunk slightly. At this time, a blue-robed young man from the group of 1 woman and 2 men behind her said indifferently, "Little Yu, is this the person you want to help? He already said that he doesn't know you, yet you still persuaded us to join hands with him?" As he finished speaking, the blue-robed young man shook his head in a timely manner, seeming to be somewhat unable to understand. Duan Lingtian, aren't you being a bit ungrateful? At this moment, another young woman with a pretty face and a delicate appearance who wore a light green dress followed behind Sikongyu. She slightly frowned and said, "After knowing that you were targeted by the Supreme Sect, who in the Tianlong clan was willing to join hands with you to enter the God King battlefield? But Sikongyu persuaded the three of us to let you join our small team. This, to you, is no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather. It's one thing for you to refuse, but now you actually say that you don't know her." As the woman finished speaking, her tone was filled with anger. "You're Sikongyu?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally reacted, and looked at Sikongyu with an embarrassed smile. "I'm sorry, I really didn't recognize you. After all, I've never seen you before. Ding Yen told me of your good intentions, but what I wanted to say, I presume Ding Yen has already told you. I don't intend to join hands with anyone. I'll enter the God King battlefield alone. As for you all, the Supreme Sect is currently targeting me, so it's very rare for a lone God King disciple to appear in the God King battlefield. So, I advise you all to find a few more teammates so as to avoid suffering a great loss." Although he didn't accept Sikongyu's good intentions, Duan Lingtian was still grateful. Therefore, before entering the God King battlefield, he reminded Sikongyu. Then, he walked to the entrance of the battlefield and received his own battlefield token, which was also his identity badge in the Emperor battle plane. He engraved his name on it. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also revealed his current cultivation base in front of a group of people. "High Deity King, Duan Lingtian actually broke through and became a High God King? Oh my God, isn't this too fast?" Duan Lingtian had already broken through to become a High God King. This was a fact that not many people knew. Now that Duan Lingtian had appeared, it was no surprise that many people were shocked. Before this, although everyone was paying attention to Duan Lingtian, they were more concerned about the conflict between Duan Lingtian and the Supreme Sect. Even if they knew that Duan Lingtian was a High God King, and although they knew that Duan Lingtian's current strength was definitely stronger than what he had displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, they didn't think that Duan Lingtian could contend against a large number of God King disciples of the Supreme Sect. Duan Lingtian broke through to the High God King realm. Judging from the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon competition, coupled with his High God King cultivation base, in our Tianlong clan, I'm afraid that no one below the God King realm is his match. If the Supreme Sect doesn't have a hidden God King, there shouldn't be anyone who can defeat Duan Lingtian in a one-on-one battle. I really didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already broken through to the High God Emperor realm. It seems that it won't be that easy for the Supreme Sect's God Kings to kill him. A High God King who is proficient in the laws of space, and he is so strong. Even if he is not a match for him and wants to escape, unless the Supreme Sect's God Kings work together and plan ahead, it will be difficult to stop Duan Lingtian. Oh! While everyone was shocked, Duan Lingtian had already entered the God King battlefield in a flash. He broke through to the High God King realm. Sikongyu also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had already broken through. Now that she had personally witnessed Duan Lingtian displaying the cultivation of a High God King, even she herself didn't know why, but she actually heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he was so arrogant. So he broke through to the High God King realm. The woman behind Sikongyu walked to her side and said with a slight frown, "With the strength he displayed in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, after breaking through to the High God King realm, his strength will rise to another level. If there was anyone below the God Emperor realm in our Tianlong clan who could contend against him before, I'm afraid that there is no one left now. He really doesn't need to cooperate with us." The last person in Sikongyu's small team, a middle-aged man with a medium build wearing a dark red robe, spoke up. "With his current strength, even if the four of us join forces, I'm afraid that we won't be his match. It's meaningless for him to join forces with us. In fact, it's meaningless for him to join forces with anyone in our Tianlong clan. This time, the Supreme Sect is probably out of luck. No wonder he dared to say in front of the Supreme Sect that he wouldn't come out until he killed 100 Supreme Sect disciples. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to do so. Of course, that's if the Supreme Sect isn't prepared. Now that the Supreme Sect is prepared and God Kings are in groups, it won't be easy for him to kill 100 Supreme Sect disciples. I'm afraid that the Supreme Sect will soon know that he's a High God King. At that time, they'll definitely come up with a plan to deal with him. The middle-aged man wearing a dark red robe wasn't an inner disciple of the Tianlong clan, nor was he an Azure Dragon disciple. He was an outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan's outer sect. However, although he was an outer sect deacon and was slightly older, his strength was publicly recognized as strong below the God Emperor realm of the Tianlong clan. Otherwise, Sikong Yu and the other 2 Azure Dragon disciples wouldn't have sought him out. His strength wasn't weaker than most of the Azure Dragon disciples. It was also because he had lived for so long that he saw many things more clearly than others. At this time, Sikong Yu didn't say anything. He quietly looked in the direction that Duan Lingtian left in. After a long time, he withdrew his gaze and there was an inexplicable light in the depths of his eyes. Near the entrance of the Sky Dragon City's God King battlefield, after Duan Lingtian displayed his High God King cultivation, many people began to send messages to their friends, fellow disciples, and elders to inform them that Duan Lingtian had already become a High God King. Not long after, this news also spread to the Greater One Sect through the spies that the Supreme Sect had planted in the Tianlong clan. Immediately, there was also a response from the Greater One Sect. Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a High God King. His strength is already the strongest person below the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. Don't underestimate him, God King disciples. Following the order of the Greater One Sect Master, a group of Greater One Sect elders immediately reminded the God King disciples of the Greater One Sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield. At this time, many God King disciples of the Greater One Sect had already entered the God King battlefield. After you enter, if you encounter a group that has entered before you, do your best to cooperate with them. At the same time, tell them that Duan Lingtian's strength is no longer the same as before, so remember to be careful. After you enter, use your brains more. If you can outsmart him, do so. At the same time, if you want to kill Duan Lingtian, after discovering his whereabouts, don't be in a hurry to act. Set up a trap to kill him so that he has no chance of escaping. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he is still only a God King. No matter how strong a God King is, he is still inferior to a God Emperor. You have the advantage of numbers, so you have a chance of killing him. After you enter, tell the others that the Sect Master has previously issued a reward of 200,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. Now, the Sect Master has issued a reward of 300,000 contribution points for killing Duan Lingtian. The group of God King disciples of the Greater One Sect who were preparing to enter the God King battlefield had their ears filled with the messages of their elders before they entered, almost without pause. Just as the group of God King disciples of the Greater One Sect was about to enter the God King battlefield. In a quiet valley somewhere in the Greater One Sect's encampment, an old figure flashed out and stood in the air in front of a small wooden house with his hands clasped behind his back. A moment later, the door of the small wooden house opened and a tall figure walked out. It was a young man with a determined and handsome face. He was tall, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Dressed in a snow-white robe, he stood there like a javelin, but also like a sword. His sword chi soared into the sky, straight into the clouds. Master. The white-robed young man bowed to the old man in the air in front of him. The old man was dressed in a gray robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. He had a benevolent countenance. However, when the white-robed young man bowed to him, his pair of soul-pearl eyes instantly became sharp. This time, when you enter the God King battlefield, if you can kill Duan Lingtian, after you break through to the God Emperor realm, your path to the God Emperor realm will be much easier. The old man said unhurriedly, originally you disdained to enter the God King battlefield and slaughter the God King disciples of the Tianlong clan, because you thought that none of them were your match. But now there is a Duan Lingtian who is invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Tianlong clan. He is worthy of being your opponent. Hearing this, the white-robed young man raised his eyebrows and his eyes were as sharp as a sword. I originally had no intention of entering the God King battlefield. But this time I entered for him. I hope he will not disappoint me." Hearing this, the old man took a deep look at him. "If you can't beat him, then retreat and preserve your useful body. Even if the Greater One sect cannot produce a God Emperor expert in this God King battle, you should cultivate well. In the future, even without the baptism of the God King battle with your talent, it should be easy for you to become a God Emperor. In the Tongling province, there is no one under the God Emperor realm who can kill me, Shimin Longxiang." As soon as the white-robed young man's voice fell, he turned into a ray of sword light, paused in the air, and in the next moment, appeared in an extremely distant place. The figure that remained where he was also dissipated. Shimin Longxiang, the number 1 person of the younger generation in the Greater One sect, was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect. However, because he had not appeared in front of others after defeating all the powerful upper God Kings under the God Emperor realm in the Greater One sect, it had been more than 1,000 years since then, so many people in the Greater One sect thought that he had left the Greater One sect and gone to the top God Emperor realm forces in the Tongling province. In addition, no one explained, so the speculation was taken as true. Chapter 38-47. A young man in a snow-white robe appeared in the palace of the Greater One sect's encampment. Wherever he passed, he attracted the attention of everyone. "This is Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang? It's Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. Didn't they say that Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang left the sect 10,000 years ago and went to one of the top God Emperor forces in Tongling province? Back then, he received an invitation from one of those top God Emperor forces, and the people who came weren't ordinary people. I didn't expect Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang to still be in our Greater One sect. This is shocking news. Senior Brother Shimin, are you here to enter the Emperor battle plane? It's obvious. 1,000 years ago, Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang relied on his Middle God King cultivation to defeat many of our Greater One sect's strongest God Kings below the God Emperor level. Now that 1,000 years have passed with his talent, he should at least be a higher God King, right? Inside the palace, a group of people looked at Shimin Longxiang from afar, their eyes shining brightly. Shimin Longxiang was the pride of the Greater One sect, the most talented genius in history. He was recognized as the person who had the most hope of becoming a God Emperor in the future. 1,000 years ago, Shimin Longxiang had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the Greater One sect thought he had left, but they didn't expect him to still be in the sect. Senior Brother Shimin. At this time, a Greater One sect disciple who was slowly walking forward asked Shimin Longxiang with some apprehension, "You're planning to enter the Emperor battle plane?" "Yes." Shimin Longxiang didn't slow down and replied indifferently, "I'm going to the Emperor battle plane to kill Duan Lingtian." As soon as he finished speaking, he sped up and disappeared into the spatial tunnel leading to the Emperor battle plane. Only then did everyone come back to their senses. Senior Brother Shimin is going to the Emperor battle plane for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was one of the most outstanding disciples of the Tianlong clan below the God Emperor level when he was a middle God King. Now that he's a higher God King, can Senior Brother Shimin really kill him? I have confidence in Senior Brother Shimin. You should know that 1,000 years ago, when Senior Brother Shimin was just a mid-God King, he was already invincible under the God Emperor realm in our Supreme E-sect. Now that 1,000 years have passed, he must have broken through to the High God King realm. Wouldn't it be easy for him to kill that Duan Lingtian? A battle between two great geniuses. If I could witness it with my own eyes, my life would not have been in vain. Idiot! We can follow behind Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang and follow him. This way, with Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang here, even if we enter the God King battlefield, we won't feel any pressure when encountering those God King disciples of the Tianlong clan. Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang can't just watch as we get killed, right? That makes sense. Let's go. We will follow Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. Many of the God King's disciples excitedly followed Shimin Longxiang into the Emperor battle plane. And in the Emperor battle plane's Supreme E-city, seeing Shimin Longxiang appear, the nearby Supreme E-sect disciples were similarly shocked. When they heard the Supreme East sect disciples relaying Shimin Longxiang's words, more Supreme East sect God King disciples immediately followed Shimin Longxiang, heading towards the God King battlefield. Some Supreme East sect God King disciples had already found a team, but now they still chose to fly alone. Many teams had already disbanded. At this time, what's the point of forming a team? Senior brother Shimin Longxiang entered the God King battlefield to kill Duan Lingtian. Following behind senior brother Shimin Longxiang won't be dangerous, and there's even a good show to watch. Some Supreme East sect God King disciples who left their team said as a matter of fact. There were also God King disciples who saw through it. Actually, those of us who followed senior brother Shimin Longxiang into the God King battlefield, wouldn't we be a team? Moreover, this team doesn't belong to any of the existing teams. I even suspect that the few of us here are enough to deal with Duan Lingtian. Ah, that's true. Not long after, a very lively scene appeared at the entrance of the God King battlefield in Tai City. A group of Supreme East sect God King disciples followed behind Shimin Longxiang and entered the God King battlefield together. However, after entering the God King battlefield for a moment, they were dumbfounded. This was because Shimin Longxiang had disappeared before their eyes in a flash, completely shaking them off. This scene made them very disappointed and also very shocked. Heavens! Senior brother Shimin Longxiang's speed has reached such a level? Senior brother Shimin is already a higher God King. Moreover, I feel that the law of wind he comprehended is even more powerful. When he left just now, I couldn't even catch his figure. Me too. I could only see his figure flashing before my eyes, appearing in several directions, and then disappearing without a trace. I don't know where he went. With senior brother Shimin Longxiang's current strength, looking at the entire Tongling province, I'm afraid it's difficult to find anyone below the God King level who can defeat him. That Tianlong clan disciple Duan Lingtian is destined to be unlucky this time. I thought I could follow senior brother Shimin Longxiang to watch the show, but I didn't expect to be happy for nothing. I'm going back. I'll go find my previous team. I'm going back too. Seeing that Shimin Longxiang had left them behind, a group of God King disciples with some strength immediately went back one after another. Their strength was not bad, but now that they had followed behind Shimin Longxiang, there were many lower God Kings. They had no intention of joining forces with these people, so naturally, they decided to go back. As for the weaker God Kings, they were self-aware of their own strength, so they did not say much and obediently followed the people who left first. A group of people came in a mighty manner and returned in a mighty manner. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received news from a spy in Tai sect. Shimin Longxiang has entered the battlefield of God Kings to kill Duan Lingtian. When this news reached the Tianlong temple, it caused many of the Tianlong clan's higher-ups to worry about Duan Lingtian. Even the Tianlong clan's clan master Long Qingchong frowned when he heard the news. Shimin Longxiang? He's still in Tai sect. I thought he had already left Tongling province and gone to a force more powerful than the top God Emperor forces in Tongling province. I didn't expect him to still be in Tai sect. This time, I'm afraid it's going to be a little troublesome. Long Qingchong took a deep breath, and there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. Whether Duan Lingtian stayed in the Tianlong clan or left after the God Emperor battle, it was very important to the Tianlong clan. Originally, although Tai sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, he was not worried about Duan Lingtian's safety when he knew that Duan Lingtian had broken through to become a high-level God King. If the God King disciples of Tai sect joined forces, no matter how strong they were, with Duan Lingtian's strength, even if he was no match for them, he would definitely have room to escape. But now, he learned that Shimin Longxiang was still in Tai sect. Shimin Longxiang was a monster. 1,000 years ago, he was worried that a genius like Shimin Longxiang would appear in Tai sect and be a great threat to the Tianlong clan. So he sent people to assassinate Shimin Longxiang. However, because Tai sect was very protective of Shimin Longxiang, not only did the people he sent not succeed, but they also almost died. 1,000 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang was only a mid-level God King, he was recognized as the strongest person in Tai sect below the God Emperor realm. Now, 1,000 years have passed, and he's only 6,000 years old, so it's only a matter of time before he breaks through to become a high-level god king. Moreover, he must have heard of Duan Lingtian's strength. Under such circumstances, he still dares to think about killing Duan Lingtian. He's obviously very confident in himself. Long Qingchong took a deep breath and issued a series of orders, all of which were directly transmitted to the masters and elders of the Tianlong clan's god kings. Find Duan Lingtian at all costs and escort him out of the god king battlefield. He can't die in Shimin Longxiang's hands. In Long Qingchong's opinion, even if Duan Lingtian did not stay in the Tianlong clan in the future, given his close relationship with some Tianlong clan members, he would not forget about the Tianlong clan if he achieved great things in the future. Most importantly, Long Qingchong's god kings were the strongest. Elder White Dragon, Xue Haichuan, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian, was one of the candidates in Long Qingchong's mind. Moreover, he favored Xue Haichuan the most among them. Given Xue Haichuan's relationship with Duan Lingtian, if Xue Haichuan became the Tianlong clan's patriarch, even if Duan Lingtian was not in the Tianlong clan, he was bound to be tied to the Tianlong clan. Following Long Qingchong's orders, some of the Tianlong clan's god king disciples who had yet to enter the Emperor Battle Realm also made their move. Among them, there was no lack of Azure Dragon disciples. Shimin Longxiang is still in the Greater One sect. Let's join forces and enter the battlefield to look for Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, if we encounter Shimin Longxiang before we find Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Indeed, after 1,000 years, Shimin Longxiang's strength must have become even stronger. This group of Sky Dragon sect's Divine King disciples were the best of the best. None of them charged into the Divine King battlefield alone. Almost all of them were forming small teams. Duan Lingtian, who was in the battlefield, naturally did not know about this. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was wandering around the battlefield. There was nothing special about the battlefield of the God Kings. There were mountains, rivers, basins, plains, deserts, and there were even some ruins of cities. Naturally, the city ruins were only illusions. However, many of the landforms were real. I wonder how big the battlefield is. It's been a few days since I came here. Apart from encountering a group of God Kings from the Tianlong clan, I haven't encountered another group of people. Duan Lingtian flew in the sky above a lofty mountain range. It was extremely high profile, but at the same time it was also slightly boring. After all, he entered the battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect's disciples. But until now, he had not seen a single Greater One Sect disciple. But it's normal. After all, most of the Greater One Sect's disciples have formed teams of many people. Under such circumstances, it's almost impossible to encounter a lone Greater One Sect disciple. If I hadn't released them before, I would definitely have encountered many lone Greater One Sect disciples. Chapter 38-48. Just as Duan Lingtian was lamenting that he had been too high profile and that he had shot himself in the foot, in front of where Duan Lingtian was heading 10,000 miles away, there was also a group of people rushing in the direction of Duan Lingtian. This time, if we can meet that Duan Lingtian and kill him, we'll make a killing 200,000 contribution points. That's no joke. In the group, a young man grinned very brightly. That's natural. 200,000 contribution points. Even if the 20 of us split it equally, each of us will have 10,000 contribution points. Another person also laughed. Speaking of which, we've been a little too careful. 8 upper god kings and 12 middle god kings teaming up to kill a middle god king. If this were to spread out, I'm afraid we'd be laughed at. Another person said with a bitter smile. Don't underestimate Duan Lingtian just because he's a middle god king. Duan Lingtian, although he hasn't broken through to become a upper god king, his battle strength is definitely one of the best among god kings. Even the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One Sect may not be able to defeat him, let alone kill him. Even if it's any one of the strongest upper god kings in our Greater One Sect, once surrounded by us, it'll be difficult for them to escape death. The battlefield of god kings is very big. If we want to meet that Duan Lingtian, it'll depend on our luck. The group continued to move forward. After a period of time, the sharp-eyed people in the group saw a little black dot in front of them. There's someone there. The moment the others came back to their senses, they saw that the little black dot in the distance was constantly growing bigger, and finally turned into a purple-clothed young man, appearing not far from them. People from the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian looked at the group in front of him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. 20 people can complete 1/5 of the target. 20 Greater One sect disciples. Duan Lingtian suddenly felt that the torturous wait of the past few days was completely worth it. And while Duan Lingtian was sizing up the group of Greater One sect disciples in front of him, the eyes of the Greater One sect disciples also fell on Duan Lingtian. It's the Tianlong clan. Look at the badge he's wearing. He's Duan Lingtian. What? He is Duan Lingtian. I thought it was a lone disciple of the Tianlong clan who was in a hurry to enter the Deity King realm as soon as the Emperor Battle realm opened. I didn't expect it to be Duan Lingtian. Haha, I'm rich. The 20 Greater One sect disciples, after confirming that the purple-clad youth in front of them was Duan Lingtian, one by one their eyes lit up, like a pack of wolves that had finally seen their prey after many days of hunger. Naturally, Duan Lingtian heard the excited cheers of the Greater One sect disciples. For a moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It was not certain who was the hunter and who was the hunted. In the Emperor Battle realm, spatial rings are not self-destructing. Let's hope one of the 20 Greater One sect disciples has something in their spatial rings that I'm interested in. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he secretly prayed. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the realm of gods, he had almost no chance of obtaining any spoils of war. This was because the spatial rings of the people he killed would self-destruct as well. When the spatial ring self-destructed, the items in the spatial ring would enter the turbulent space and scatter in every corner of the world. Some would remain in the turbulent space. Some would be destroyed in the turbulent space. Surround him. He's skilled in the law of space. The few of you are skilled in the law of space. Disrupt the surrounding space so he can't teleport. As long as we restrict his teleportation, he will definitely die if he goes up into the sky or down into the ground. Just as the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up, the 20 Greater One sect disciples had already dashed out and surrounded him. A few of the Greater One sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space used their divine power and the law of space to disrupt the surrounding space. In an unstable space, it was impossible to use teleportation techniques. Kill him. The group of Greater One sect disciples was afraid that the situation would change if they delayed any longer. Therefore, after surrounding Duan Lingtian, they immediately attacked Duan Lingtian without holding back. Those who had high-grade divine artifacts took out their high-grade divine artifacts. Some of them not only had a high-grade divine artifact in their hands, but they also had a pair of high-grade divine artifact boots on their feet, which increased their speed to a certain extent. Apart from a few Greater One sect disciples who were skilled in the law of space who stood in place to disrupt the surrounding space and prevent Duan Lingtian from teleporting, the rest of them attacked Duan Lingtian together. Boom! Rumble! Whoosh! Whoosh! Accompanied by a series of roaring explosions in the void, as well as the sound of stormy waves, more than a dozen Greater One sect disciples attacked. The power of various laws merged into their divine power, turning into a multicolored power that shook the void and swept toward Duan Lingtian from all directions. In an instant, the entire void seemed to be covered by this power, and the space began to tremble as if it could shatter at any time. Die! Duan Lingtian! Thank you for the contribution points. Haha. The eyes of the Greater One sect disciples lit up at the same time as they attacked, and many of them shouted excitedly, as if they had already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian being killed by them. No one can spy on the Divine King battlefield of the Emperor battle plane, and no one can spy on it. It won't even form a formation mirror image. In the face of more than a dozen Greater One sect disciples, Duan Lingtian's expression was indifferent, and at the same time he said unhurriedly, "Here, I don't need to worry. As long as I have the confidence to keep all of you here." Duan Lingtian seemed to be muttering to himself, but his voice was not soft, and it fell into the ears of the 20 Greater One sect disciples. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, the 20 Greater One sect disciples all sneered. At this time, you still have the mood to boast shamelessly. Keep all of us here? If you can keep even one of us here, you have the ability. Ridiculous! In the face of a group of Greater One sect disciples' ridicule, Duan Lingtian's expression did not change, but the divine power in his body had already risen abruptly when their attacks approached. Waves of terrifying space storms also formed in an instant, sweeping around Duan Lingtian and enveloping the attacks of more than a dozen people. Many people's attacks were directly crushed. The attacks of the remaining High God Kings were also suppressed, but they weren't crushed. Whoosh! However, as Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand, a gray sword light flashed and directly destroyed the few attacks that were suppressed. Then, the space storm on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly erupted. The few mid-level divine kings closest to him did not even have the chance to react, and were crushed into a bloody mist by the space storm, leaving only a few storage rings that Duan Lingtian casually took. Whoosh! When the others were shocked by the scene in front of them, their faces changed greatly, and they were dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian's entire body was like a cannonball condensed by the power of space, suddenly whistling out and crashed into the crowd. The next moment, another 5 mid-level divine kings who could not dodge in time were killed by the space storm. The raging space storm, mixed with the fusion of the 4 profound meanings of the space law and the condensed power that filled the void, caused the surrounding space to tremble with its turbulence. I can't disturb this space. Damn it! What's going on? Could this be the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth? Duan Lingtian has mastered the Tao of control, or else how could he control this space so casually? The few Greater One sect disciples who were disrupting this space all changed their expressions. They were proficient in the space law, and teleportation was not difficult for them. But now, when they tried to teleport, they found that the entire space had been sealed. In an undisturbed space, they were unable to teleport, as if the teleportation door had been locked by someone, and they were deprived of the right to enter. For a moment, the few people subconsciously looked at Duan Lingtian, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of panic. After a moment of panic, there was regret on his face. This Duan Lingtian is already a high-level divine king. He has mastered the Tao of control of the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. The space law he has comprehended is even more powerful than the rumors say. Even without divine weapons, he has the ability to kill all of us. Run! If anyone escapes, leave the battlefield of the divine kings immediately and report to the sect. Don't enter the battlefield of the divine kings again. The expressions of the surviving high-level divine kings changed drastically, and at the same time they all made the same decision. Run. Now, Duan Lingtian had not used the divine weapon, and he had displayed such a terrifying strength. What if he used the divine weapon? They were afraid that he could kill them all with just a few strokes of his sword. Run? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, and then in the instant that the remaining dozen or so Greater One sect disciples scattered in all directions, streaks of rainbow sword light flew out from his body, like rainbow-colored meteors streaking across the sky. Show! 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 More than 10 rainbow sword lights streaked across the sky. In the next moment, the few low-level divine kings among the dozen or so Greater One sect disciples who had scattered in all directions were directly killed by the rainbow sword light, falling one after another. As for the remaining high-level divine kings, after being caught by the rainbow sword light, they did not dare to escape anymore. They all stopped and tried their best to resist the rainbow sword light. However, even if they managed to block the rainbow sword light, they still suffered heavy injuries. The weaker ones spurted blood from their mouths, and even the stronger ones had their faces alternating between green and white. Whoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian's figure changed several times, and every time he changed, he would appear in front of a Greater One sect disciple. In less than 10 breaths of time, the remaining Supreme First Sect's disciples, whether they did not have the time to defend themselves or those who reacted in time, were all killed by Duanling Tian's sword without exception. At this moment, Duanling Tian was holding a sword in his hand, a sword that was intertwined with 7 colors. Chapter 38-49. From the time that the Greater One Sect disciples surrounded Duanling Tian to the time that Duanling Tian completely annihilated them, the whole process was in fact less than 10 breaths of time. Of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples, apart from those who died for unknown reasons, the remaining people could be said to have experienced great joy and great sorrow in these 10 breaths of time. Originally, they all thought that they were lucky to have encountered Duanling Tian. They all felt that, with their combined strength, as long as they restricted Duanling Tian's teleportation, they would definitely be able to kill Duanling Tian and obtain the 200,000 contribution points the sect master had set as a reward. Of course, this was because they still did not know that the reward for Duanling Tian had risen from 200,000 contribution points to 300,000 contribution points. All this was because Duanling Tian's high-level God King cultivation base had been revealed, and these 20 Greater One Sect disciples had already entered the battlefield of God Kings to search for Duanling Tian before that. At first, they were overjoyed, thinking that 200,000 contribution points were within their reach. But later, after witnessing the scene of Duanling Tian killing so many people in an instant, they realized how naive they were. Duanling Tian was even more terrifying than the rumors. In fact, the real Duanling Tian, compared to the rumors, was simply a demon. At least that was what they thought. They did not want to face this demon who made them unable to arouse any fighting spirit. They only had one thought, and that was to escape from this demon-controlled land. However, in the end, they were unable to escape and all remained here. The harvest is not bad. Although there is nothing that I want, there are a lot of divine stones and divine crystals. Duanling Tian put away the relics left behind by the 20 Greater One Sect disciples. 20 storage rings that did not self-destruct, as well as the divine weapons that they used, which were basically all high-grade divine weapons. In total, there were close to 20 of them. Of course, the most important thing is still these 20 identity badges. These are all battle merits. After putting away the storage rings and high-grade divine weapons, Duanling Tian casually waved his hand, and the identity badges of the 20 Greater One Sect disciples that he killed in the Emperor Battle Plane appeared in his hands. The battle merits of the Emperor Battle Plane must be exchanged with these identity badges. Naturally, since there were many things he wanted to exchange for in Peace City, he needed a lot of battle merits as well. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian did not think much of the battle merits he could obtain from the 20 Supreme Sect's identity badges. Let's continue. I hope that the following Greater One Sect disciples can give me some pressure. Otherwise, it won't have much effect on my cultivation. Furthermore, if they are strong enough, I won't be able to use my full strength if I don't have the confidence to keep them all here. Thinking of the previous scene, Duanling Tian lightly shook his head. The reason why everything went so smoothly was mostly because those people were too weak, so he had full confidence in keeping them here. Therefore, he did not intend to keep his strength. In any case, in the battlefield of the Divine Kings, it was very private. As long as no one deliberately recorded the floating image pearl, no one would discover his true means. Of course, if the supreme experts who set up the formation of the battlefield of the Divine Kings wanted to, they would definitely have seen the scene just now. But even if they saw it, it was nothing. Could it be that an utmost powerful being would kill you just because you were talented and had a good comprehension ability? He was thinking too much. In the eyes of the supreme experts, no matter how talented an existence was, as long as they did not become supreme experts, they were like ants, unable to withstand a single blow and not worth mentioning. However, this group of Greater One Sect disciples should have entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings before the news of me becoming a high-level Divine King spread. Otherwise, they would not have dared to enter with so little strength. Recalling the scene just now and thinking of the strength of this group of Greater One Sect disciples, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian to guess this point. Next, I should be able to encounter some stronger groups of Greater One Sect disciples. Duanling Tian thought. Following that, Duanling Tian continued to wander around the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The battlefield of the divine kings was different from the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by the experts of the realms of gods. This was just a newly opened realm enveloped by a formation plate refined by the supreme experts. There were no treasures inside, and it was impossible for there to be any. This was the meat grinder between the two forces participating in the war of the supreme gods. It was the meat grinder between the two divine kings. In this place, either you killed your opponent or your opponent killed you. In this place, there were no grievances, good or bad people. Those who came here were either forced by the forces behind them and were driven here by the general trend, or they came here to train themselves. For example, the disciples of divine emperor level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect, when they were outside, ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them unless they were confident that they could keep them here without leaking any information. Otherwise, they would not easily take the risk. Further up, there were several top divine emperor-level forces in Tungling province, and some divine emperor-level forces with divine emperor experts. The disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect were not foolish enough to provoke them. In addition, there were few disputes of interest between them, so they lived in peace for many years. This created a peaceful scene, and at the same time, it made the disciples of divine emperor-level sects like the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect lose some of their sharpness. Experts were born from fighting and fighting. The Tianlong clan and Greater One sect had not produced a divine emperor expert for so many years. Although there was a limit to their talent and comprehension, the main reason was that their disciples were living too comfortably. Because of this, whether it was the war of the supreme gods, the war of the supreme gods, or the war of the supreme gods, it was never a showdown between experts. It was always a battle between disciples of different cultivation realms. This kind of showdown between factions would either not start, or if it started, it would affect the whole situation. No one could stay out of it. Although the divine spirit disciples of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect did not need to enter the war of the supreme gods, how long could they live in peace? Generally, war of the supreme gods would last for many years. The shortest was 100 years, the longest was 1,000 years. If they could not break through to the divine king realm within a few decades, they might be kicked out of the sect. And if they stepped into the divine king realm, they would still have to enter the war of the supreme gods. Greater One City, the entrance to the war of the divine kings. Not only were there a group of God King disciples of the Greater One sect gathered here, but there were also a few elders of the Greater One sect. Their duty was to save the disciples of the Greater One sect when the people of the Sky Dragon sect came out to hunt them down. The fighting inside the war of the divine kings could be brought out. Some people who were suppressed and on the verge of death would also choose to escape from the war of the divine kings. At that time, their opponents would definitely pursue them relentlessly and would not give up until they killed them. Under such circumstances, it was very likely that they would kill their way out of the war of the divine kings. In the history of the realms of gods, there were many disciples of divine emperors who were killed by their opponents after escaping from the war of the divine kings. Of course, the opponents would not dare to chase too far after they left the war of the divine kings. At most, they would kill their opponents nearby and return to the war of the divine kings. This way, the opponents would not be able to follow them in. Of course, very few people dared to take such a risk a long time ago because many people were killed by the opponents when they chased after their opponents. Crack, 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 crack. Following a series of crisp cracking sounds, the expressions of the Greater One sect elders standing guard at the entrance of the war of the divine kings in Greater One City changed drastically. Every divine king disciple of Greater One sect who entered the war of the divine kings would leave their soul orbs here before they entered. The soul orbs of the members of each group would be placed together, and the corresponding name would be carved below the soul orbs. Currently, the 20 soul orbs that were placed together on a wooden shelf had all shattered within the span of 10 breaths. The complexion of a Greater One sect elder changed dramatically, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He flew forward, staring at the fragmented soul bead on the wooden shelf engraved with the name Yuan Kuan. Because of his agitation, his body was violently trembling. Waves of terrifying divine energy swept out from his body, pressuring the other divine king disciples of Greater One sect who were present. "They're all dead," Yuan Kuan is also dead. Yuan Kuan is Elder Zhang Yuhui's youngest disciple. He's Elder Zhang Yuhui's favorite disciple. Elder Zhang Yuhui. I wouldn't be able to accept it if he saw his disciple's soul orb shatter while he's on duty. 20 Godly King's disciples were killed. Did they encounter a large group of Godly King's disciples from the Sky Dragon sect? Could it be that they encountered Duan Lingtian? I remember Yuan Kuan and his 20 people entered the Divine King battlefield before the news spread that Duan Lingtian was a higher Divine King. Although Duan Lingtian is a higher Divine King, Yuan Kuan and his 20 people aren't weak. Even if they encountered Duan Lingtian, they shouldn't be completely annihilated, right? Maybe Duan Lingtian has his own group? Impossible! The Tianlong clan has already sent news that Duan Lingtian entered the Divine King battlefield alone. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that the Tianlong clan's group was nearby when he encountered Yuan Kuan and his group and helped him kill them. The surrounding God King disciples whispered to each other as they voiced their own guesses. At this time, several Greater One Sect elders who were also on duty spoke up to Consul Zhang Yuhui, who was also an inner sect elder of Greater One Sect. My condolences, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang, the Tianlong clan killed your disciple. Go back to the Divine King battlefield and kill the Tianlong clan's Divine King for revenge. Elder Zhang. Under the comforting words of the Greater One Sect elders, Zhang Yue gradually recovered and said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone, I'm fine. The Divine King battlefield is a slaughterhouse. My useless disciple died in there because he was weak and unlucky." Of course, although he said this, the fire of hatred in Zhang Yuhui's eyes burned brighter and brighter. Chapter 3850. As the news of the battle at the entrance of Tai City spread, the people of Tai sect who were in Tai City were the first to receive the news, and they were all shocked. Soon, someone went out to deliver the news. At the same time, the Tianlong clan also received the news. Tai sect's team of 20 people, including many high-level God Kings, was completely annihilated? Was it done by our Tianlong clan? Unlike the gloomy atmosphere on Tai sect's side, the Tianlong clan's side cheered after a brief moment of shock, and their morale was greatly boosted. Did any of our Tianlong clan's God Kings die in the Battle of the God Kings? Soon, people began to pay attention to this point. Many people even went to the entrance of the Tianlong clan's God King battlefield, only to see that the soul orbs of the God Kings who entered were unscathed and had not shattered. None of our Tianlong clan's God Kings who entered the Battle of the God Kings died. No. Didn't Duan Lingtian go in? He didn't leave behind a soul orb? Leaving behind a soul orb doesn't seem to be mandatory. Most people who enter will leave behind a soul orb, but he didn't. It's obvious that he's confident in his own strength. Our Tianlong clan should have someone with Duan Lingtian's soul orb. Whether Duan Lingtian is alive or not, why don't we just ask them? Not long after, someone confirmed that Duan Lingtian's soul orb was unscathed from the White Dragon Elder Dongfang Yannian, who was on good terms with Duan Lingtian. For a moment, the Tianlong clan was completely sure. None of the Tianlong clan's God King disciples who entered the Battle of the God Kings had died, and they were all safe and sound. While the Tianlong clan's morale was greatly boosted, the news also spread to Tai sect. For a moment, Tai sect was gloomy from top to bottom. 20 God King disciples had died, but not a single person from the opposing faction had died. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to Tai sect, especially those disciples who had not yet entered the Battle of the God Kings. Their morale plummeted. Many people who had already decided to enter stopped in their tracks at this time. After we go in, will we follow in their footsteps? I don't want to die. Let's find a few more people to go in. The safer with more people. Even if it takes longer to complete the minimum mission, I'll accept it. That's right. Let's find more people. I think that team is pretty good. They're also recruiting. Why don't we go over and join them? More and more people who entered the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings to enter the Battle of the God Kings. Occasionally a few teams as God Kings to God Kings were only God to enter the battle of the God Kings to enter the battle of the God Kings God. Whether it was Tai sect or the Tianlong clan, there were actually many people who had stagnated in the God King realm. However, because most of them were too old, they had been in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in front of others. Therefore, many of the younger generation disciples had never seen them or even known of their existence. Because of this, whether it was the people of the Greater One sect or the Sky Dragon sect, there were many new faces with extraordinary cultivation bases in the Emperor battle plane. Most of these people were high God Kings. Of course, there was no lack of low and middle God Emperors. These people, because facing the 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for them, so they were usually in closed-door cultivation in order to break through. The opening of the God King's battle plane this time was the greatest opportunity for them, so no one was willing to miss it. Therefore, among them, except for some who were at a critical juncture in their cultivation, the rest all entered the God King's battle plane. Low and middle God Emperors entered the battlefield of the God Kings. High God Kings entered the battlefield of the God Kings. Duan Lingtian did not know that the 20 Tai sect disciples he killed had caused a great disturbance outside. Now, he was continuing to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings, looking for Tai sect disciples. 100 Tai sect disciples. If I go back on my words, I'm afraid I will be laughed at by the people of Tai sect. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Duan Lingtian did not encounter a second batch of Tai sect disciples, and not to mention groups of Tai sect disciples, he did not even encounter a single Tai sect disciple. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew that the probability of encountering a single Tai sect disciple was not higher than encountering a group of Tai sect disciples. Because, before he said that he would kill 100 Tai sect disciples in the God King's battle plane, there should not be many Tai sect disciples who entered the God King's battle plane. On this day, Duan Lingtian, as usual, was flying over a mountain range on the battlefield of the God Kings. All along, he could be said to be swaggering. If someone from Tai sect found him, they would definitely not let him go. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. His ears twitching, Duan Lingtian disappeared in a flash, and when he reappeared, he was already very far away. After a few teleportations, Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above a grassland. At this moment, in the void in front of him, there were two groups of people fighting fiercely, and one side obviously had the upper hand. Retreat! A middle-aged man wearing the identity badge of a high God king of the Tianlong clan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a group of Tianlong clan disciples retreated. They were already at a disadvantage, and now that they wanted to escape, they were naturally more passive. Haha! All of you stay! A young man wearing the identity badge of a high God king of the Tai sect laughed loudly, and the 7-feet-long spear in his hand shook the void. Suddenly, a dazzling spear light appeared and streaked across the sky. The terrifying golden light, emitting waves of incomparably fierce aura, swept straight towards a mid-god king of the Tianlong clan. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian flashed, and teleported in front of the mid-god king of the Tianlong clan, whose face was filled with despair. He casually raised his hand, and the high-grade divine sword released a dazzling sword light, and a devastating spatial storm blocked the incoming spear light. Phew! The Tianlong clan disciple, who had luckily escaped death, breathed a sigh of relief, and when he looked at the purple figure in front of him again, he repeatedly thanked, "Thank you for saving my life, senior brother." In this place, only a fellow disciple of the Tianlong clan could save him. At the same time, many Tianlong clan disciples cried out in surprise. It's Duan Lingtian. It really is Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the Tianlong clan group lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. Hill Master Duan. The middle-aged man who was clearly the leader of the Tianlong clan group, in addition to wearing the Tianlong clan's High God King badge unique to the Emperor battle plane, also had a Tianlong clan deacon identity badge hanging from his waist. At this moment, he was looking at Duan Lingtian with a pleasantly surprised expression. The spoils of war, I want half of their identity badges. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly, Although the strength of the Tai sect disciples in front of him was clearly stronger than the team he had destroyed a few days ago, if he attacked with all his strength, he was still confident that he could wipe them all out. But now, in addition to a group of Tai sect disciples, there was also a group of Tianlong clan people present. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, he naturally couldn't completely reveal his strength, unless he also silenced the group of people from the Sky Dragon sect. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded immediately. The moment Duan Lingtian spoke, he understood the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. Okay. At the same time Duan Lingtian responded, the sword in his hand shook, and a space storm instantly disturbed the surrounding space, making it impossible for the Tai sect disciples who were proficient in space laws to escape by teleportation. Kill them. At the same time, the middle-aged man who was the leader of the Tianlong clan group, a deacon of the Tianlong clan, suddenly let out a soft cry. In an instant, the group of Tianlong clan disciples attacked. Just now, they were fleeing. But now, with Duan Lingtian as their backup, they were like injected with chicken blood, as if they wanted to return the humiliation they had suffered to the Tai sect group. The group of Tai sect disciples, as soon as they learned of Duan Lingtian's identity, were staring at Duan Lingtian with glowing eyes. Duan Lingtian was worth 300,000 contribution points. Their total contribution points were less than 300,000. As long as they could kill Duan Lingtian, even if it was divided equally, each of them could get more than 10,000 contribution points. Of course, a moment later, when they realized that Duan Lingtian was not alone, and that there was also a group of people from the Tianlong clan, they suddenly sobered up as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. The moment they sobered up, Duan Lingtian had already interfered with the surrounding space. Not good. By the time the people of Tai sect came to their senses, the people of the Tianlong clan, including the outer sect deacon, had already attacked the people of Tai sect without holding back. They were even fighting with a risking their lives style. And the people of Tai sect, while passively resisting and defending, did not fight back because they were now very nervous. They were confident that they could keep some of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. But, in terms of strength, they were not much worse than them. But now, the other side had Duan Lingtian as their backup. Gather. Let's go together. Even if they have Duan Lingtian, do they still want to stop us from leaving? A high-level god king of Tai sect said coldly. And the moment the others heard his words, their eyes lit up. I don't know about the others, but I think I can still stop your footsteps. The moment this voice reached everyone's ears, they saw a purple figure appear in front of the high-level god king of Tai sect who was giving orders just now. And the purple figure casually landed a palm on his body, and a terrifying space storm condensed sword light penetrated his body, causing his body to shatter in the blink of an eye. The bloody mist scattered with the wind, hitting the faces of the nearby disciples of Tai sect, dazzling and eye-catching. Run! Run! The remaining disciples of Tai sect were originally preparing to gather, but now that Duan Lingtian had killed their commander, they were suddenly in complete chaos, like a plate of loose sand. Chapter 38:51. The group of Greater One Sect disciples were now not only like a plate of loose sand, but also had no fighting spirit, and had no intention of fighting with the Tianlong clan disciples. Therefore, they were soon completely passive. Even though later, some people saw their companions being killed and began to fight desperately, it was already too late. The Tianlong clan disciples had already killed many Greater One Sect disciples, and the number of Tianlong clan disciples left was far greater than the number of Greater One Sect disciples that were still alive. Then, with the advantage of numbers, coupled with the imposing manner of the Tianlong clan disciples, the Greater One Sect disciples were quickly slaughtered. Naturally, during this process, there were a few disciples from the Supreme Sect who almost escaped. It was Duan Lingtian who made his move at the critical moment and killed them. From the Tianlong clan disciples taking the lead to attack to the end, it took at most 20 breaths of time. After more than 20 breaths of time, everything was settled. The Greater One Sect disciples were all wiped out. On the side of the Tianlong clan disciples, only a few people were injured, and they were only minor injuries. Alchemist Duan, if it weren't for you, even if some of us could escape, many of us would have died. The leader of the 23-people team from the Tianlong clan, a middle-aged man who was the outer sect deacon of the Tianlong clan, bowed to Duan Ling Tian to express his gratitude. "Thank you for your help, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Alchemist Duan. Thank you, Senior Brother Duan." As the middle-aged man bowed to Duan Ling Tian to express his gratitude, the rest of the people also bowed to Duan Ling Tian to express their gratitude. "You don't need to thank me, I didn't do it for nothing." Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said. At this time, under the middle-aged man's signal, the several Tianlong clan disciples who were responsible for collecting the spoils of war just now handed over all the spoils of war to the middle-aged man. There were 28 storage rings and 32 high-grade divine tools. "Alchemist Duan, we don't know what's in these storage rings. You can blindly choose 14 of them. As for these 32 high-grade divine artifacts, Pill Master Duan, you can choose 16 of them." The middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and said. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, he looked at the others and asked, "You guys don't have any objections, right?" Hearing this, everyone hurriedly shook their heads. Naturally, they had no objections to this. Even if there were a few people who felt that Duan Ling Tian was asking for too much, it was just a thought in their hearts. If they said it out loud at this time, they would definitely become the target of public criticism. The gains would not make up for the losses. Moreover, if it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian's help today, they wouldn't have gotten any benefits and might even have lost some of their lives here. All in all, even if the Duan Ling Tian took half of the spoils, they still profited. "Let's work together again in the future." Duan Ling Tian casually gestured with his hand and put away his portion of the spoils. After that, he left behind a few words, and before everyone could recover from their shock, he'd already teleported and vanished on the spot. When everyone came back to their senses and looked around, they could no longer see any trace of Duan Ling Tian. At this time, the deacon of the outer sect spoke up. "Find a place to rest and recover, then head back. Try your best to intercept and kill some greater one sect disciples nearby. With this harvest, we're not far from completing the minimum mission." As for the others, they naturally had no objections. Of course, in their private conversations, the topic never left Duan Ling Tian. "Do you think Duan Ling Tian can break through and become a God Emperor before 10,000 years old?" "God Emperor? Aren't you thinking too much? He's only a higher divine king now, right? Don't forget, he's not even 3,000 years old. This time, 28 greater one sect disciples have died. But not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. I'm afraid it'll cause quite a stir outside," a Tianlong clan disciple said with a smile, and his words also received the approval of the others. "That's natural. However, since no one on our side has died, the greater one sect spies in our Tianlong clan have to send the news back." Haha, I suddenly feel that it's a good thing that the greater one sect has planted a spy in our Tianlong clan. Otherwise, I'm really worried that the greater one sect won't know that 28 of their disciples have died. But not a single one of our Tianlong clan has died. That's right. I used to think that if I knew who the greater one sect spy was, I definitely wouldn't let him go. But now, I suddenly feel that the greater one sect spy doesn't seem so annoying anymore. At this moment, the disciples of the Tianlong clan did not know that just a few days ago, 20 greater one sect disciples had died in the battlefield of Divine Kings, and at that time, not a single person of the Tianlong clan had died. For the people of the greater one sect, they already had experience. However, even though they had experience, when the elder on duty at the entrance of the greater one sect's stronghold of the greater one sect in the Emperor battle plane discovered that the 28 soul beads that were placed together had all shattered, his expression changed greatly. "Another 28 divine kings have died. Heavens! These people, they seem to be in a team. Were they all wiped out? How many people of the Tianlong clan have died?" Greater One City was in an uproar, Greater One Sect was in an uproar. And with the news from the Tianlong clan that no one from the Tianlong clan had died, many of the Greater One Sect's higher-ups almost vomited blood in anger. But the Greater One Sect Master side was strangely quiet. Although the Sect Master side was quiet, the people of the Greater One Sect understood that this was just the calm before the storm. As expected, 3 days later, the Greater One Sect Master ordered that all the disciples of the Divine Kings who had not yet entered the Emperor battle plane, regardless of their cultivation base, were to form a team. To be more precise, they were to form a team similar to an army. And the leaders of this team, the Greater One Sect Master personally named 3 people. 2 of them were core disciples of the Greater One Sect, and 1 was an outer sect deacon of the Greater One Sect. These 3 people were all outstanding higher god emperors of the Greater One Sect, and it just so happened that they had not yet entered the God King battlefield. Immediately, a huge team of over 100 people from the Greater One Sect entered the Emperor battle plane in a grandiose manner. The Greater One Sect Master ordered, "This Greater One Sect's team of over 100 God Kings. If they do not kill all the people of the Tianlong clan, none of them are allowed to leave the God King battlefield. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." In the team of over 100 God Kings, although the majority of them were not willing to be controlled like this, they had no choice but to face the situation. After entering the God King battlefield, not to mention killing the enemy, even if it was to survive, they had to risk their lives. The Greater One Sect Master ordered that the remaining disciples of the Greater One Sect who have not yet entered the God King battlefield, to form a team of over 100 people, led by 3 outstanding higher God Kings, and enter the God King battlefield to slaughter the disciples of the Tianlong clan. When this news was passed back to the Tianlong clan was also in turmoil. Especially the group of God King disciples who had not yet entered the God King battlefield, they were all in danger. Some of them even entered the Emperor battle plane at the first moment, preparing to join a few others to enter the God King battlefield before the Greater One Sect Master gave the order. This way, they could come out whenever they wanted. They were all worried that the Greater One Sect Master of the Tianlong clan would also give the same order as the Greater One Sect Master. They formed a large team of God Kings, and were not allowed to come out until they had killed 100 Greater One Sect disciples. However, their actions were still too late in the end. The entrance to the God King battlefield in Sky Dragon City was sealed, and no one was allowed to enter. The Greater One Sect Master has ordered that the entrance to the God King battlefield be temporarily sealed. All God King disciples who have not yet entered the God King battlefield are to form a team and enter the God King battlefield to kill the Greater One Sect disciples. As long as they kill 100 people, everyone in this team will be considered to have passed the minimum mission for the past 3 years. If anyone dares to desert, as long as they are reported and confirmed, not only will they be sentenced to death, but they will also implicate their blood relatives. The Tianlong clan did not say that the God King disciples who had formed a large team to enter the God King battlefield could not leave until they had killed 100 people. Instead, they took out a practical reward for them. In addition, they also added a ruthless sentence to make this large team iron plate, and no one dared to desert. Kill. Soon, the Tianlong clan formed a team of over 100 God Kings, and majestically rushed into the God King battlefield with murderous intent. There were 2 people in charge of this team. One of them had joined the Tianlong clan with Duan Lingtian. She was Miss 7 from the 10,000 Flower Valley, a God King level sect. She was also the daughter of Shui Haichuan's old friend. Coincidentally, she had not entered the God King battlefield yet. 7th junior sister, if there's any danger, come to my side. I'll protect you. The person who led this group of 100 people with 7th young lady was a young man in embroidered clothes. The young man was thin and slender, and his appearance could be considered handsome. However, his eyes were extremely dishonest. He sized up 7th young lady from top to bottom, causing 7th young lady to repeatedly frown. Miss 7 ignored the young man's good intentions. 7th junior sister, I heard that no one in the Tianlong clan has seen you remove your veil. I wonder when you plan to remove your veil? The young man in embroidered clothes was not angry when he saw Miss 7 ignoring him. Instead, he continued to blabber on. At this moment, the hundreds of God King disciples behind them who had quieted down could not help but frown slightly. This was the person the sect had found to lead them? Shut up. Finally, Miss 7 could not take it anymore. She said coldly, Don't talk to me if there's nothing serious. If you keep talking, I'll pluck your tongue out. If you keep looking around, I'll dig your eyes out. Miss Seven's sudden outburst shocked everyone. Although he had long heard of this seventh young lady, wasn't she always known for being gentle and beautiful? She actually had such a strong side. The young man in embroidered clothes did not mind. A bright smile still hung on his face as he said, "Seventh junior sister, if you want to pluck my tongue out and dig my eyes out, you'll have to be stronger than me. You want to try?" Miss Seven's voice turned cold. At the same time, she stopped moving. The moment the young man in embroidered clothes stopped moving, the team of 100 also stopped at the entrance of the God King battlefield. Chapter 38:52. The young man in embroidered clothes was called Hui Yuan. He was the grandson of one of the Black Dragon elders in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was also one of the Azure Dragon disciples in the Heavenly Dragon sect. He was only 9,000 years old, but he was already an outstanding superior divine king. Before Duan Lingtian appeared, only a few people below the divine emperor level in the Tianlong clan could fight him to a draw. No one could defeat him. Because of this, Hui Yuan was not afraid of Miss Seven. Also, Hui Yuan was a lecherous man. He had no resistance against good-looking women. For example, he had pursued all the good-looking female disciples in the Tianlong clan. Among them, there were some who got pregnant by him, but he forced them to abort their children. Because of this, Hui Yuan's reputation in the Tianlong clan was not very good. Although Miss Seven had only been in the Tianlong clan for a few years, she had heard some female disciples mention Hui Yuan. When those female disciples mentioned Hui Yuan, they would frown and show disgust. "Seventh junior sister, if you want to spar with me, as your senior brother, I won't refuse." Hui Yuan was still smiling brightly. Senior brother who? At this time, a group of Tianlong clan disciples who were following behind could not stand it anymore. An inner sect disciple who was quite strong stepped forward and said with a slight frown, "We came here on a mission. If you and Miss Seven want to spar, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Now, if either of you is injured in the spar, you won't be the only ones who will suffer. We will suffer as well." As soon as the inner sect disciple spoke, a group of people immediately echoed his words. Not only were there people persuading Hui Yuan, but many others were also persuading Miss Seven. In the end, the two of them did not fight. Even Hui Yuan was afraid of angering the crowd. "Show some respect. Otherwise, I won't let you off even if I'm punished by the sect." The seventh young lady coldly swept a glance at Hui Yuan, causing the smile on Hui Yuan's face to become even more radiant. As his gaze shot out, waves of scorching flames burned within it. This woman was really arrogant. However, the more arrogant she was, the more interesting it was. If the woman was easy to get, it would be meaningless. "Seventh junior sister, there will be a day when you will wish that I would take a few more glances at you." Hui Yuan grinned. "In your dreams." Miss Seven sneered disdainfully. At the same time, a purple figure involuntarily appeared in her mind. Ever since she had entered the Tianlong clan, other than Xue Haichuan, he was the only other person who had looked at her with a gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. They were both men, so why was there such a big difference? Sure enough, Mother was right. There were no good men in this world. Duan Lingtian continued to wander around the battlefield of the God Kings of the Tianlong clan ever since he worked with them to destroy the Supreme First Sex team. During this process, he encountered a few more groups of God Kings from the Tianlong clan. In addition, he also encountered two disciples of the Supreme First Sex God Kings. The two of them were together, and it was obvious that they had entered the battlefield of the Supreme First Sect after the opening of the Emperor Battle Plane. When Duan Lingtian discovered these two disciples of the Supreme First Sect, a team from the Tianlong clan had also discovered them. They wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian, but in the face of Duan Lingtian's profound teleportation, they were still half a beat too slow. Duan Lingtian successfully obtained the spoils of war left behind by the two Supreme First Sect disciples and left. The people from the Tianlong clan could only shake their heads and sigh at their bad luck. They had not discovered the two people first and were responsible for killing them. As for the fact that Duan Lingtian had killed the two of them first, They did not say anything even though they were a little unwilling. Not to mention Duan Lingtian's extraordinary status in the Tianlong clan. Duan Lingtian's current strength was so strong that they may not be able to do anything to him. Really unlucky to encounter Duan Lingtian. If it weren't for Duan Lingtian, those two people would have been our prey. Even after many days, there were still many people from the Tianlong clan who had been robbed by Duan Lingtian. Of course, the reason they were complaining was because it was too boring. Ever since they were devoured by Duan Lingtian, they had not encountered a single Greater One Sect's disciple. Have all the Greater One Sect's disciples gone into hiding? Even if it's a lone Supreme First Sect disciple, we don't mind. Can't one appear? It feels like our luck ran out that day, and the prey of that day has not been hunted by us. A group of people broke through the air. While they were bored, many people also began to communicate. In a few words, they were all complaining about why they had not encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple for so many days. And perhaps their prayers had worked. 10 days later, they finally encountered a Supreme First Sect disciple. A lone Supreme First Sect disciple. This Supreme First Sect disciple was standing over a dangerous peak in a mountain range, watching them from afar. Until they approached and surrounded him, there was still no movement. It was like he was stupid. The few of you who are good at the law of space, disrupt the space, lest he is good at the law of space and teleport away. The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan bluntly ordered. Suddenly, the several people of the Tianlong clan who were good at the law of space began to disrupt the surrounding space, making it impossible for the people in the surrounding space to teleport. At this moment, the 32 disciples of the Tianlong clan were almost standing in all directions, surrounding the Supreme First Sect disciple in front of them. This Supreme First Sect disciple, dressed in a snow-white robe, had a handsome face. Facing the disciples of the Tianlong clan surrounding him, there was still a calm expression on his face. A moment later, when the divine power of many Tianlong clan disciples was rising, ready to move, the Supreme First Sect disciple opened his mouth, his tone cold and indifferent. If you can provide the whereabouts of Duan Lingtian, I won't kill you. These words stunned all the disciples of the Tianlong clan. A moment later, the crowd came back to their senses. When they looked at the Supreme First Sect disciple again, there was a change in their eyes. There was more fear and concern. Under normal circumstances, encountering such an insolent person, they would certainly think the other party was arrogant. But now, seeing that the other party had not changed his expression from beginning to end, and when he spoke, there was not the slightest sign of lack of confidence. In their minds, a name flashed almost at the same time. You are Shimin Longxiang? When the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan looked again at the white-clothed youth in front of him, his face was incomparably solemn. Although he was one of the best among the upper god kings of the Tianlong clan, except for Duan Lingtian, he did not think that there was anyone in the God King realm who could defeat him. But, in the face of Shimin Longxiang, he still had to be wary. 1,000 years ago, when Shimin Longxiang was only a middle god king, he had defeated all the god kings of the Tianlong clan below the god emperor realm, and there was no lack of people who were not weaker than him. In other words, in a one-on-one fight, the Shimin Longxiang of 1,000 years ago may be able to defeat him now. And now, 1,000 years had passed, and with Shimin Longxiang's talent, there was almost no suspense in breaking through to the upper god king realm. In addition, the other party's comprehension was not bad, and perhaps his attainments in the law of wind had deepened. Shimin Longxiang. In fact, the group of Tianlong clan disciples present, when the white-clothed youth calmly threatened them, had vaguely guessed the other party's identity from his clothes. Shimin Longxiang, the top genius of the younger generation of the Greater One Sect, liked to wear white, had a handsome appearance, sword-like eyebrows, and a superior temperament. The white-clothed youth in front of them matched all of them. Coupled with his unquestionable confidence, they all felt that the person in front of them was most likely Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One Sect. Yes, the white-clothed youth, Shimin Longxiang, raised his head and glanced indifferently at the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan. If you want to live, provide Duan Lingtian's current whereabouts. If you can't provide it or don't know, then this will be your burial ground. Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, and his tone was still indifferent, as if he was talking about an insignificant matter. The faces of the people of the Tianlong clan changed. Shimin Longxiang, the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan, had a gloomy and ugly expression. I know you're very strong, and we even gathered so many people to join forces because we know you've entered the battlefield of the Divine King. But if you think you can kill us all by yourself, I'm afraid you're dreaming. You can either leave now or stay here. As the leading disciple of the Tianlong clan finished speaking, he raised his hand, and the group of Tianlong clan disciples surrounding Shimin Longxiang immediately stepped aside to make a path. If they could avoid fighting, they would rather watch Shimin Longxiang leave. After all, once they fought, even if they could defeat or even kill Shimin Longxiang, many of them would certainly die. This was not what they wanted to see. After all, no one knew who would die. Everyone was worried about themselves. I gave you a chance. Shimin Longxiang had no intention of leaving. But since you don't cherish it, then you can be buried here. As his voice fell, bursts of cyan aura wrapped around Shimin Longxiang's body and swept up. In the blink of an eye, it had formed a tornado emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Some of the Tianlong clan disciples who were closer were oppressed by the aura and retreated repeatedly. Some of the disciples with lower cultivation were blown away by the oncoming wind. Those who did not resist were fine, as they moved with the wind. Those who resisted were basically injured, and blood wildly spurted from their mouths. Attack! Kill him! The leading disciple of the Tianlong clan shouted with a grave expression. High Divine Kings, all of you go forward and surround him. Attack with all your strength, don't hold back. Medium Divine Kings, interfere from behind. Kill him with all your strength. If we drag this out, we'll be defeated one by one. At that time, no one can think of leaving alive. If we fight with our lives on the line, there's still a chance of survival. If we cower, we'll definitely die. As the voice of the Tianlong clan disciple fell, he took the lead and rushed out. His momentum was like a rainbow, like a god of war. Chapter 38:53. The leader of the 30-man team of Tianlong clan took the lead as an example. Although the others were afraid, they knew that they had to do it at this time. They had to bite the bullet and go. Just as their leader said, if they fought with all their might, there might be a chance for many of them to survive. If they did not fight with all their might and became timid, it was very likely that they would be defeated one by one, leading to everyone being killed. No one knew if they would be among those who survived after fighting with all their might. However, they knew that if they were to be timid, all of them would only have a path of death. Kill! Fight with him! So what if it's Shimin Longxiang? Today, we will kill Shimin Longxiang and let the Tai sect know that their undefeated genius under the Divine Emperor level will also die in the hands of our Tianlong clan disciples after entering the battlefield of the Divine Kings. The 30-man team of the Tianlong clan, including the few Tianlong clan disciples who were still interfering with the space, attacked one after another at this time to kill Shimin Longxiang. Divine weapons appeared in their hands, and the profound truths of the laws they were good at were integrated into their divine power. They burst out without holding back, and they did not dare to hold back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Waves after waves of powerful energy whistled out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Looking from afar, it was as if they had covered the sky and covered the sun. Boom! Boom! The terrifying power formed a colorful torrent that exploded in the sky, and then like a tide, gathered in the middle of the encirclement. The torrent surged to the sky, and all of them gathered at one point, as if there was a vortex in the center that was constantly swallowing the surrounding water. I, Shimin Longxiang, have not fought since I stepped into the upper Divine King level. In the face of the thunderous attack of the Tianlong clan people, the white-clothed youth in the center of the storm spoke again, his tone still indifferent. Today, I will use the blood of you Tianlong clan disciples as a sacrifice to the sword in my hand. Arrogant! As soon as Shimin Longxiang's voice fell, many Tianlong clan disciples shouted, Today you, Shimin Longxiang, will die without a doubt. Kill him. Kill. The people of the Tianlong clan were all furious. No matter how strong Shimin Longxiang's strength was, he was only a divine king. Now, in just a few words, he actually treated them, a group of divine kings, as his subordinates. How could they not be furious? Do you really think that you, Shimin Longxiang, are invincible after becoming a high-level divine king? Among us, there are more than 15 high-level divine kings. While the heavenly dragon sect's disciples were enraged and attacked Shimin Longxiang, the tornadoes around Shimin Longxiang turned into streaks of 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 streaks. Using the sword light as wind, it wrapped around his body. Then Shimin Longxiang moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shimin Longxiang's whole body was encircled by the sword aura. Shimin Longxiang leisurely walked out, his speed neither slow nor slow. He welcomed the joint attack of the disciples of the Tianlong clan. Then, the attack landed, but it was shattered by the sword light surrounding Shimin Longxiang's body. In the next moment, whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's figure suddenly accelerated as he charged out. At the same time, the sword light that had formed a tornado around his body raged out. Among the 7 disciples of the Tianlong clan, 3 of them had their flesh cut off, and the remaining 4 had half of their flesh cut off as well. The 3 of them died, their blood and bones falling from the sky, smashing into the ground between the mountains, turning into a pile of debris. The remaining 4 disciples were also on the verge of death. Whoosh! Shimin Longxiang's eyes widened as 2 sword rays shot out from his eyes and merged into one before it flashed past the heads of the 4 dying disciples of the Tianlong clan. A string of 4. In just a blink of an eye, the 4 severely injured disciples of the Tianlong clan, who were on the verge of death, were killed by Shimin Longxiang's soul attack. In fact, after becoming a god, one's soul would tend to liquefy. It was much more difficult to destroy one's soul compared to a soul battle between celestials in the Devata realms. For this reason, in the realms of gods, unless one's soul energy was much stronger than one's opponent's, one might not be able to kill one's opponent with a soul attack. Otherwise, one's soul attack could only affect one's opponent at most. If the 4 disciples of the Tianlong clan were in their peak condition, it would be good enough if Shimin Longxiang's soul attack could affect one of them for a moment. Not to mention, it could be said that his soul attack had directly destroyed their souls. In fact, as long as Shimin Longxiang didn't launch his soul attack when they were seriously injured, weakened, and hadn't had the time to heal themselves, even if he had delayed for 1 or 2 breaths, waiting for their souls to stabilize, he wouldn't necessarily be able to kill any of them. Unfortunately, no one could have predicted the change in the battle. The remaining disciples of the Tianlong clan were more inclined to believe that Shimin Longxiang was able to achieve this because of his unique vision or luck. This heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme E sect was someone whom several top god emperor forces in Tungling province had sent out high-ranking officials to invite. They were willing to leave Tungling province. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have survived until now by relying on luck. It was impossible for him to be lucky at this moment. Everyone, gather together, join forces and fight him, otherwise we will be defeated by him one by one again. As the leader of the Tianlong clan spoke, more than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan no longer surrounded Shimin Longxiang from all directions. They all flew out, gathered together, and faced Shimin Longxiang head-on. At this time, Shimin Longxiang was already standing in the distance, high in the air, calmly looking at the disciples of the Tianlong clan in front of him who had either failed to attack or retracted their attacks in time. More than 20 disciples of the Tianlong clan gathered together, looking at Shimin Longxiang with fear. They had not thought much of this heaven-defying prodigy from the Supreme E sect, but when they really faced him in a life-and-death battle, they deeply realized how terrifying he was. Shimin Longxiang. At this time, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples spoke with an indifferent expression, his tone incomparably cold. Your strength is indeed very strong, beyond all of our expectations. I also believe that you have the ability to kill us. However, now that we are gathered together, even if you want to kill us, I'm afraid you will have to pay a big price. If you are injured, it will be difficult to resist the other teams of the Tianlong clan, or even Duan Lingtian. Do you really want to fight with us here? At this moment, the palms of the Tianlong clan disciple were sweating. It was to the extent that beads of sweat could be seen on his forehead. His strength was the strongest among this group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was because of this that he could become the leader of this team and command them. Otherwise, who would listen to him? It was also because he was the strongest that his vision was better than the others, and he could see that Shimin Longxiang's strength was far more terrifying than the rumors. This had reached another level. Perhaps some of the weaker lower divine emperors might not be able to defeat him. Even if they did not lose to him, it would be difficult to defeat him. However, Shimin Longxiang's response was to move again. Who? 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 When Shimin Longxiang moved again, the sword light that had formed a tornado around him disappeared, and the green wind raged all over his body. His figure swayed and turned into dozens of afterimages. Then, these dozens of afterimages attacked the group of Tianlong clan disciples, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. At least, this was what the group of Tianlong clan disciples thought. Only one is real, the others are fake. While the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples shouted to warn the others, Shimin Longxiang's dozens of afterimages had already approached the group of Tianlong clan disciples. However, even with the warning, when these Tianlong clan disciples saw the afterimages approaching and saw the lifelike face and figure of Shimin Longxiang, they could not help but attack. The group of people attacked, and the afterimages scattered and turned into nothingness. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, their expressions soon changed. This was because they discovered that the instant their tense nerves relaxed following the thunder-like attacks, waves of sharp auras swept over their heads. At this moment, even if they wanted to accumulate power to resist, it was already too late. A bunch of idiots! The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples was the only one in the group who did not attack. At this moment, he shouted loudly, and the power that he had been accumulating for a long time exploded, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. The moment he escaped, a force completely formed by wind fell from the sky like a towering mountain and pressed down on the group of Tianlong clan disciples. Because these Tianlong clan disciples had just attacked with all their strength, it was difficult for them to accumulate power to resist the force falling from the sky again in a short period of time. Therefore, they were all submerged by this force. The leader of the Tianlong clan disciples, who had already fled far away, could not help but turn his head to take a look. With just a glance, his eyes were about to burst. More than 20 Tianlong clan disciples, who were still alive a moment ago, were now pressed down by the hurricane falling from the sky. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and a bloody mist drifted in the air. In the end, the originally lively aura of life was completely annihilated. They were all dead. Run! Without any hesitation, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples felt his heart palpitate, and he hurriedly fled into the distance. Light burst out from his body, and he exerted all his strength. Your strength is not bad. However, if you want to escape from under my nose, it's still impossible. As the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples heard an indifferent voice in the next moment, when he reacted and attacked, two cyan sword rays, one pierced his forehead from the back of his head, and the other pierced his heart from behind. His soul was extinguished. His heart was shattered. In the next moment, the leader of the Tianlong clan disciples followed in the footsteps of his companions and died. At the same time, whoosh, a figure wearing clothes whiter than snow appeared. Shimin Longxiang had killed more than 30 people in a row, but the white clothes on his body were still as pure as snow, without a speck of dust or even a trace of blood. Chapter 3854. Ever since they learned that dozens of people from the Tianlong clan had died, while no one from their side had died, the people of the Tianlong clan who were outside the battlefield of the God Kings felt very relieved. You Greater One sect, you dare to challenge our Tianlong clan to an emperor battle. Now, do you regret it? However, at the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings in Sky Dragon City, More than 30 soul beads were all shattered. The faces of the Tianlong clan elders on duty changed greatly, and at the same time, they felt their scalps go numb. Something big has happened. Although the several Tianlong clan elders on duty were very unwilling to believe that everything in front of them was true, and did not want to spread the news, they knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed. Not long after, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally incomparably excited and ridiculing the Greater One sect were all speechless. A team of 30 people was wiped out? How many people died on the Greater One sect side? Many people of the Tianlong clan began to pay attention to this question. However, when the news came back from the Greater One sect, they were all dumbfounded. During the time when the 30 people of the Tianlong clan were wiped out, the Greater One sect did not lose a single person. In fact, for several days no one from the Greater One sect had died. For a time, there was a dead silence in the Tianlong clan. However, at the same time, there were people who could not help whispering. Could it be that they met Shimin Longxiang of the Greater One sect? A team of 30 people, and led by Wang Feng. Wang Feng's strength can also be ranked in the top echelon among the god kings of our Tianlong clan. That is, if we don't count Duan Lingtian. Shimin Longxiang alone was not enough to wipe them out, right? Perhaps, with the help of other people from the Greater One sect, plus Shimin Longxiang, more than 30 God King disciples of our Tianlong clan were wiped out. That should be the case. This news was undoubtedly a huge blow to the Tianlong clan. For a time, no one talked about the Greater One sect's Divine King disciples being wiped out twice. Unlike the Tianlong clan, the Greater One sect, which was originally filled with worry, seemed to have been swept away in an instant with the news that the 30 God King disciples of the Tianlong clan had been wiped out and that no one from the Greater One sect had died. It must be Shimin Longxiang. Humph! The people of the Tianlong clan were mocking our Greater One sect before. Now they won't mock us anymore, right? Does that Tianlong clan really think that they're the only ones who can wipe out our God King's disciples? Our Greater One sect also has such people. Haha! This time, it's really satisfying. In order to celebrate the annihilation of the 30 God Kings of the Tianlong clan, your father will go to the God Emperor battlefield and kill several God Emperors of the Tianlong clan. The intensity of the God Emperor battlefield spread to the ears of the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect's God Emperor experts, and also stimulated the hidden passion in their bodies. For a time, many God Emperor experts of the two sects entered the God Emperor battlefield one after another. Seeing this scene, the elders on duty at the entrance of the God Emperor battlefield could not help shaking their heads and sighing. I'm afraid it won't be long before some God Emperors fall. The God Emperor battlefield has also begun. It won't be long before the Quasi-Emperor battlefield begins. Duan Lingtian knew nothing about what was happening outside. He was still searching for the Greater One sect's disciples on the God King battlefield. I'm almost halfway to my goal. In the sky above a grassland, Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity badges of the Greater One sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and sighed secretly. In fact, he had long felt bored and wanted to leave the God King battlefield. But, thinking of what he said in front of the Greater One sect in Peace City, he immediately dismissed the idea of leaving. In order to not slap his own face, he must collect the identity badges of the 100 God King disciples of the Greater One sect before he can leave. In the next few months, Duan Lingtian's luck was not very good. He encountered 3 more groups of Greater One sect's God King disciples, and one of the groups had more than 30 people. Among the 3 teams, 2 of the weaker teams were forcefully crushed and annihilated by Duan Lingtian. As for the stronger group, in order to not let even one of them escape, Duan Lingtian began to show weakness, and then took the opportunity to kill more than 10 people in one breath, and then slaughtered the rest. The 3 groups gave Duan Lingtian more than 50 identity badges. Only 12 more. Duan Lingtian counted the identity badges of the Greater One sect's God King disciples in his storage ring and found that there were already 88 badges. He only needed 12 more to reach 100. At that time, he could also leave. Continue. After another round of searching, Duan Lingtian found a large commotion in front of him half a month later. There are people fighting, And there seems to be a lot of people. In the God King battlefield, if there were people fighting, it would definitely be people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he approached. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a large group of Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples besieging more than 30 Supreme Sect's disciples in a lofty mountain range. The two groups had clearly just encountered each other, and no one had died for the time being. However, among the more than 30 Greater One Sect disciples, there were already many people injured, and a few of them were seriously injured. Miss Seven? Soon, Duan Lingtian saw several familiar figures in the group of people in front of him. One of the familiar figures was Miss Seven, who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him. As for the other people, they were also people who had participated in the Hidden Dragon Grand competition with him, but he did not recognize them. Perhaps during the Hidden Dragon Grand competition, someone had mentioned their names, but Duan Lingtian had long forgotten. Wang! A burst of golden blade light broke through the air, and the moment the sound of a blade rang in his ears, Duan Lingtian saw a Tianlong clan disciple who was seriously injured was killed by a blade. The person who attacked was a young man in embroidered clothes, and was also the strongest person among the Tianlong clan disciples that Duan Lingtian had seen. Perhaps even Miss Seven might not be his opponent. Azure Dragon Disciple. Duan Lingtian glanced at the identity token at the other person's waist. With just a glance, he saw a dragon engraved on it, and the dragon was inlaid with green jade. And this was the identity token of an Azure Dragon disciple. Duan Lingtian had seen this identity token before. For example, Si Kong Yu had one hanging on his waist. So it's an Azure Dragon disciple, no wonder his strength is so strong. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I'm missing 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity tokens, so I'll kill 12 people. The rest, I'll leave them. Duan Lingtian knew very well that even if he did not act, it would not be long before the 30 Greater One Sect disciples in front of him would die at the hands of a group of Tianlong clan disciples. His action could only be regarded as icing on the cake, and was different from before when he helped the Tianlong clan disciples in their hour of need. If he helped them in their hour of need, those people would not have any objections if he took more of the spoils. But icing on the cake was not necessarily the case. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not intend to directly attack and kill the Greater One Sect disciples. Before he acted, he must first inform the other party. At the very least, he must let the other party know of his existence. Otherwise, he really intended to steal the spoils. Who? Duan Lingtian teleported, and appeared near Miss Seven. Of course, he could only appear in the vicinity. The space in front of him was disturbed by some of the people of the Tianlong clan who were proficient in the laws of space, so it was impossible to teleport. Duan Lingtian could only teleport to a nearby space that was not disturbed. The appearance of Duan Lingtian naturally attracted the attention of many people. Duan Lingtian. The seventh young lady noticed Duan Lingtian as well. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Miss Seven. Miss Seven, we meet again. Well, I didn't expect to see you here. Miss Seven smiled. And at this moment, the young man in embroidered clothes, who had killed another Greater One Sect disciple, was the Azure Dragon disciple who led the group of 100 Tianlong clan disciples with Miss Seven. In a flash, he came to Miss Seven's side, staring vigilantly at Duan Lingtian. He was vigilant, firstly because Miss Seven was friendly to Duan Lingtian, which was a treatment he did not receive. Secondly, because Duan Lingtian's appearance was likely to compete for the spoils of the Tianlong clan disciples. Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian. And at this time, the Greater One Sect disciples who had already fallen into a disadvantageous position and were somewhat defeated, when they learned of the identity of the purple-clothed inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan that had suddenly appeared, their complexions greatly changed. The vast majority of the Tianlong clan disciples, at this moment, revealed a look of despair. I want 12 Greater One Sect disciple identity badges. At the same time, Duan Lingtian spoke in a clear voice. These words were said to the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Of course, the identity badges I want will only be obtained by killing them myself. I will not take the identity badges of the people you kill. As for their storage rings and divine tools, I will not take them. I only want their identity badges. As his voice fell, and without waiting for the Tianlong clan to respond, Duan Ling Tian had already moved out like a ghost, heading straight for the nearest Greater One sect disciple. This Greater One sect disciple, just as he reacted, died under Duan Ling Tian's sword. A Greater One sect disciple identity badge was in his hand. Then, Duan Ling Tian struck again, and the two Greater One sect disciples nearby, in the blink of an eye, followed in the footsteps of the previous person and died. In the blink of an eye, 3 Greater One sect disciple identity badges were in his hand. As for the 3 people's storage rings and divine tools, Duan Ling Tian did not take them. What are you still doing? Kill! At this time, Hui Yuan, who had regained his composure, roared with an ugly expression, and at the same time his whole person turned into a golden light, heading straight for a Greater One sect disciple. Although Hui Yuan was unwilling to agree to Duan Lingtian's words just now, but he also knew that Duan Lingtian's request was not excessive, at least in the group of Tianlong clan disciples present. Except for him, there should be no one who would have an opinion. So, even if he was unhappy, he did not say it out loud. But he still urged the others to kill the Greater One sect disciples as soon as possible. As long as they killed the remaining Greater One sect disciples as soon as possible, Duan Ling Tian may not have the opportunity to get the 12 identity badges. After all, Duan Ling Tian had just said that he would only take the identity badges of the Greater One sect disciples he killed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan who heard Miss Seven's words also had a grave expression on their faces, and more people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that before we saw him, he had already obtained 88 Greater One sect Divine King disciple badges? Doesn't that mean he has already killed 88 disciples of the Greater One sect's Divine King? Now he has gathered 100 people? So he's going to go out? This can't be true, right? 100 Greater One sect Divine King disciples. Just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. At the same time, at the entrance of the Greater One sect battlefield, the Greater One sect elder on duty saw more than 30 soul orbs shatter, and his expression changed again and again. Another team of 30 people has fallen. In the past year, almost 150 Greater One sect Divine King disciples have fallen, right? Yes. I received news a few days ago that although many people from the Tianlong clan have also fallen, but not more than 100 people. Our Greater One sect Divine King disciples have so many more people than the Tianlong clan? I just received news that more than 20 people from the Tianlong clan have died. The number of people who have died has also exceeded 100. On the Greater One sect side, following the fall of another team of 30 people on the Greater One sect battlefield, there was an uproar from top to bottom. Almost at the same time, the Tianlong clan had not completely recovered from the shock of the loss of a team of 20 people when they heard the news of 30 people from the Greater One sect dying. Let's see how many people from our Tianlong clan have died this time. Many people subconsciously thought that since more than 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, perhaps some people from the Tianlong clan had also died. However, they soon discovered that before and after the 30 people from the Greater One sect had died, no one from the Tianlong clan had died. In other words, the people from the Tianlong clan had killed more than 30 disciples of the Greater One sect and not a single one had died. This was naturally a joyous occasion. For a moment, the people of the Tianlong clan who were originally in low spirits began to recover their spirits. After all, based on the current situation, the losses of the Tianlong clan were far less than the losses of the Greater One sect. Of course, these people basically did not have any relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect battlefield. For those who had relatives or disciples who had died in the Greater One sect, it was difficult for them to be in a good mood no matter how many people from the Greater One sect had died. Someone else has come out. Now, it had been nearly a year since the opening of the Emperor battle plane. Many Divine King disciples of the Tianlong clan had completed the minimum mission and walked out of the Greater One Sect battlefield. It was a message from Dongfang Yannian. Little Tian, you came out? Brother Yannian, you're pretty well informed, aren't you? Duan Ling Tian smiled. Dongfang Yannian had specially entered Greater One City in the Emperor battle plane to find Duan Ling Tian after learning that Duan Ling Tian had come out. How was it? Did you get anything? Right now, they're all saying that it's impossible for you to complete the threat you made in front of the Greater One Sect. Chapter 3856. Then what do you think, Brother Yannian? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile when he heard Dongfang Yannian's message. Haha, of course I have confidence in you, Dongfang Yannian laughed. Although we've only known each other for a few years, with my understanding of you, you probably won't take back what you've said so easily. Moreover, it hasn't even been a year since you entered the battlefield of God Kings. Yet you've already come out. You must have fulfilled what you said, right? When Dongfang Yannian reached the end of his sentence, there was clearly a hint of probing in his tone. Brother Yannian, won't you find out once you make a trip to Peace City? Duan Lingtian did not point it out. He replied with a smile, then said nothing else. He headed towards the place where one could hand in their spoils of war and their badges and receive their battle merit. In the center of Peace City was a large hall called the War Achievement Hall. It was specifically for the disciples of the Tianlong clan and the disciples of the Greater One Sect to exchange battle merit. This brat is still keeping me in suspense? In Sky Dragon City, Dongfang Yannian could not help but shake his head with a smile when he heard Duan Lingtian's message. Whatever, I'll make a trip to Peace City and join in the fun. As he mumbled to himself, Dongfang Yannian's figure blurred. He turned into a streak of light and headed straight for Peace City. At the same time, the number of people from the Tianlong clan heading to Peace City had clearly increased. In fact, the number of people from the Greater One Sect heading to Peace City had increased as well. Everyone was going to watch the fun. And the fun they wanted to watch was the fun when Duan Lingtian exchanged battle merit. Peace City. War Achievement Hall. Before Duan Lingtian had even entered the War Achievement Hall, quite a few people had already recognized him. They followed behind him and pointed at him. Amongst these people were people from the Tianlong clan, as well as people from the Greater One Sect. Right now, the people pointing at him were basically all from the Greater One Sect. I advise you people of the Tianlong clan not to follow him into the War Service Hall. Otherwise, as disciples of the Tianlong clan, you'll lose face along with Duan Lingtian. A Greater One Sect disciple swept a glance over the group of Tianlong clan disciples and mocked. That's right. If I were you, I definitely wouldn't go in. Another Greater One Sect disciple revealed a mocking smile. Your Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian, before entering the God King battlefield, declared in front of our Greater One Sect's elder Huang Yun and many fellow disciples that he would only come out after killing 100 people of our Greater One Sect. This time, he came out less than a year after entering the battlefield of God Kings. Could it be that you think he's fulfilled his promise? Our Greater One Sect's people who have been killed in the God King battlefield so far are less than 150 people. Less than 150 people. If 100 people were really killed by Duan Lingtian, then the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are really trash. Of course, I don't think the other God Kings of your Tianlong clan are so trash. Unlike the clamoring of the Greater One Sect group, the Tianlong clan group only frowned. A few of the more irritable ones began to curse at the Greater One Sect disciples. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also entered the War Service Hall. And just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the War Service Hall, a respectful greeting suddenly came from outside the door. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun. Elder Huang Yun, you've come. A middle-aged man with an ordinary face, sharp eyes, and a medium build slowly walked in from outside the War Service Hall amidst the exclamations. Moreover, as soon as he entered, he quickly stepped forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Duan Lingtian paused and looked at the middle-aged man, who was the Greater One Sect elder Huang Yun, and asked indifferently, "You want to find trouble with Ping City? I'm going to exchange for battle merits. You're blocking my path. Are you trying to incite conflict?" When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. Humph! Sensing several cold gazes falling on him from within the war service hall, Huang Yun, who felt great pressure, hurriedly stepped aside to make way for Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he could not help but snort coldly. Then, as Duan Ling Tian stepped forward, he followed all the way, a mocking smile on his face. "Duan Ling Tian, do you still remember what you said to me in the Divine Pill Hall of Peace City more than 10 months ago? You said that you would enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings and would not come out until you killed 100 of our Greater One Sect disciples. Now that you've come out of the battlefield of the Divine Kings, I wonder if you've accomplished what you said? If you haven't, then what you said to Duan Ling Tian is tantamount to fart. The promise that you, the number one person of the younger generation of the Tianlong clan, made is also in name only. Moreover, you're a disgrace to the Tianlong clan. Is this how the Tianlong clan teaches their disciples?" Huang Yun sneered all the way, as if he was certain that Duan Ling Tian could not accomplish what he had said in the past. In the war service hall, although there were many disciples of the Tianlong clan, no one said a word. They looked at Duan Ling Tian's back with eyes full of doubt. In the depths of their hearts, they also did not believe that Duan Ling Tian could kill 100 Greater One Sect disciples in less than a year's time on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It must be known that because of Duan Ling Tian's arrogant words, the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples had all formed teams to enter the battlefield of the Divine Kings in order to prevent Duan Ling Tian from defeating them one by one. Later, the Greater One Sect even formed a team of 100 people to kill Duan Ling Tian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Ling Tian suddenly stopped. Then, he slightly tilted his head and glanced at Huang Yun. Suddenly, he cracked open his mouth, revealing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. He smiled and said, "Say, if the elders and friends of those 100 Greater One Sect disciples knew that their deaths were all because of you, Huang Yun, how would they feel?" As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he walked toward one of the counters in the War Merit Hall. At this time, Huang Yun did not follow Duan Ling Tian. The mocking smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by disbelief. Then, he shook his head and said, "No, impossible, absolutely impossible." At the same time, Elder Dongfang Yanian, Elder Dongfang. As a series of greetings rang out from the entrance of the war service hall, the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yanian, walked in. He glanced at Huang Yun indifferently and said, "I'm really curious. You, an intersect elder of the Greater One Sect, indirectly caused the deaths of 100 Greater One Sect disciples. How will the Greater One Sect deal with you?" With that, Dongfang Yanian walked towards Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian took out 100 Greater One Sect disciple badges from his spatial ring in front of many people who had followed him. 100 exactly. The old man behind the counter counted the badges for the disciples of the Greater One Sect, then said in a clear voice, 21 Greater One Sect disciple badges for Greater One God King, 34 Greater One God King badges for Greater One God King, 45 Lesser One God King badges for Greater One God Sect disciples. 740 battle merits. As soon as the old man said that, the war service hall fell into a dead silence. Little Tian, amazing. At this moment, Dongfang Yanian had already arrived beside Duan Ling Tian. He grinned and gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, after a moment of deathly silence, an uproar broke out in the war service hall. Heavens! Duan Ling Tian really did it? He entered the battlefield of God Kings alone and killed 100 Greater One Sect disciples in less than a year. From what I know, when Duan Ling Tian came out, there were less than 150 Greater One Sect disciples who had died, right? Among them, 100 were killed by Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian is that strong? The Greater One Sect had specially formed groups to prevent Duan Ling Tian from killing them one by one, but now it seems that forming groups is meaningless against Duan Ling Tian. Terrifying. Too terrifying. In the war service hall, the group of Tianlong clan disciples were all shocked, and the Greater One sect disciples who were originally arrogant did not say a word at this moment. Their faces were ugly, and many of them looked as if they had just eaten a fly. Of course, the one with the ugliest and palest complexion was the inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, Huang Yun. Huang Yun's face was deathly pale. He could almost foresee what would happen to him if the elders of the 100 Greater One sect disciples killed by Duan Lingtian knew that they were indirectly killed by him. Most likely, he would be killed as soon as he left the Greater One sect. He naturally understood that it was difficult to offend the public. Moreover, he was only an inner sect elder in the Greater One sect. There were many people he could not afford to offend. Ah, weren't you people of the Greater One sect very arrogant just now? Can't say anything now? Weren't you mocking Duan Lingtian just now? Are you dumbfounded now? Elder Huang Yun of your Greater One sect is really powerful. With just a few words, he killed 100 God King disciples of your Greater One sect. This news you have to quickly spread back. I'm really curious, what kind of expression will the other people of your Greater One sect have when they hear this news? The Tianlong clan disciples who were mocked by the people of the Greater One sect and did not have the courage to say anything were now full of confidence, and had a déjà vu of serfs turning into landlords. And now it was the group of people of the Greater One sect who lowered their heads and did not say a word. And very soon, many people of the Greater One sect left dejectedly. Huang Yun also attempted to leave with the crowd. And the moment Huang Yun stepped out of the war service hall, Duan Lingtian timely opened his mouth. Elder Huang Yun, I wish you good luck. These words almost made Huang Yun spit out blood. Then, Huang Yun's eyes were bloodshot, and he said through gritted teeth, I, Huang Yun, an inner sect elder of the Greater One sect, will immediately enter the battlefield of the God Emperor and fight to the death with the God Emperor of the Tianlong clan. I will fight to the last drop of blood for the sect. Huang Yun knew that he had no other choice. If he were to leave the Emperor battle plane, then not only would he die, but his seniors, friends, and disciples would be implicated as well. Only by dying on the battlefield of the God Emperor battle plane, sacrificing himself for the sect, could he protect his elders, friends, and disciples. Chapter 3857. Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan, had entered the battlefield of the Divine Kings for the first time and killed more than 100 Divine Kings from the opposing Greater One sect. When the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings were delivered to the War Service Hall of Peace City, the War Service Hall was not the only one who was shocked. When the news spread, the Tianlong clan and Greater One sect were shocked as well. Unlike the joy of the Tianlong clan, Greater One sect was filled with worry. This was especially true for the higher-ups of Greater One sect, whose juniors confirmed that Duan Lingtian had killed. They were furious and wanted to find the inner sect elder, Huang Yun, who had infuriated Duan Lingtian and made Duan Lingtian boast that he would kill 100 Divine Kings from the Greater One sect's Divine Kings. However, because Huang Yun had entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors as soon as he left Peace City and returned to Greater One City, they had nowhere to vent their anger. After Duan Lingtian had submitted the 100 badges of the Greater One sect's Divine Kings, they were sent to Greater One City by the War Service Hall of Peace City and handed over to the Supreme Elder of Greater One sect who was in charge of Greater One City. When the benevolent-looking old man saw one of the badges, he let out a low growl from the depths of his throat. That was one of his most beloved grandsons. But now, he had died in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Moreover, he had been killed by Duan Lingtian, an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan who had killed more than 100 Divine Kings. Senior brother. After the people from the War Service Hall of Peace City left, the old man left Greater One City and sent a message. Senior brother, let Long Xiang come out. It's meaningless for him to kill other disciples of the Tianlong clan in the battlefield of the Divine Kings. Why don't we let him come out and agree to a battle to the death with Duan Lingtian? Of course, if we are not confident, or if the Tianlong clan refuses, We will make an agreement with the Tianlong clan that Duanling Tian and Long Xiang will not be allowed to enter the Divine King battlefield in the future. They will be forbidden from entering the battlefield. Although he hated Duanling Tian, he knew that he couldn't attack the Duanling Tian in the Emperor battle plane. As for outside, it would be even more difficult to make a move against the Duanling Tian unless they were confident that they could kill the Duanling Tian without being discovered. The Greater One sect was the sect that had nurtured him and protected him for many years. Even though his grandson was important, the legacy of the sect was equally important. The disciples of the God Kings were the foundation of the sect in the future. If the sect continued to be slaughtered by Duanling Tian, unless the sect was able to produce a God Emperor expert who could lead the sect to a higher level and recruit more outstanding disciples, otherwise the sect would go downhill. This was no longer a trial, but a massacre. This time, although his heart was filled with hatred, he didn't lose his reason and knew what was more important. Let's have a meeting to decide this matter. On the other side, there was a response in a moment. Soon, the great elders of the Greater One sect, as well as other Greater One sect elders whose status was equivalent to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, gathered together. They were all high-level God Emperors. Of course, the Greater One sect master was also present. When the Supreme Elder from Tai City spoke up, the others agreed as well. It's true that Duanling Tian and Shimin Long Xiang entered the God King's battlefield and slaughtered them one-sidedly. He may even be expecting him to become a God Emperor. When the Greater One sect master said this, Luo Qizhan couldn't help but gasp. God Emperor? Was that possible? The Greater One sect's encampment. Outside a secluded and elegant valley surrounded by clouds all year round, the Greater One sect's disciples were usually not allowed to come close, and there was a Greater One sect's patrol team monitoring the surroundings. Whoosh! The old man with white hair and a youthful complexion silently passed through the cloud-covered valley. In fact, the clouds surrounding the valley were all condensed by the formation. But at this time, the old man's figure passed through the formation as if he was entering a place without any hindrance. In the secluded and elegant valley, there was only a small wooden house, and the rest were in their original state, the kind that had not been damaged in any way. The old man stood in the air, overlooking the courtyard of the small wooden house. In the courtyard, there was a 16 or 17-year-old girl wearing a yellow dress. She sat in front of a stone table in a dignified manner. She held a cup full of steaming hot water in her hands. Her face was slightly pale, but when she saw the two little animals rolling around and frolicking in the courtyard, a pale smile bloomed on her face. Although she was sitting there, she still looked very delicate, as if she would fall in the wind. Whoosh! The old man stepped on the air and landed, looking at the young girl with eyes full of gentleness. When the old man landed, the young girl came back to her senses and looked at the old man with a pair of beautiful eyes, revealing a look of joy. Master. As her voice fell, she was about to stand up, but it seemed a little difficult. Whoosh! As the old man casually stretched out his hand, a gentle force pressed the young girl back to the stone chair. Yun-er, didn't I tell you? Your body is weak, so you don't have to bow when you see me. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he sat opposite the young girl and asked with a smile, Is it too boring here? No. The young girl lightly shook her head. Master, Yun-er was born with terminated meridians, and I can't cultivate. It's already lucky that I'm still alive now, and I should be thankful. How can I be bored? The old man sighed. Perhaps there's a venerable grade divine pill that can help you open up your terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. However, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to obtain such a divine pill for you. There's still hope for your brother, the old man said. The young girl shook her head again. Master, actually, I don't expect to open up my terminated meridians and open up the path of cultivation. If I had a choice, I'd rather brother slack off and not work so hard. I know. I'm the reason why he's like this today. When she reached the end of her sentence, a hint of sorrow could be seen in her eyes. If I wasn't worried that my death would affect brother's cultivation and even his future, I would have died a long time ago. The old man's expression turned solemn. Don't mention this again. When the young girl's expression turned timid, the old man's expression softened again. Yun, I'm here to ask you to bring your brother out. You can sleep now. Before the young girl could react, the old man had already knocked her out and placed her on the bed in the wooden house. Then, the old man raised his hand, and a sharp light pierced through the air and landed on the young girl's heart. In an instant, the young girl's delicate body trembled slightly. In the next moment, the old man withdrew his hand and left the wooden house in a flash. He arrived outside the valley and looked in the direction of the entrance to the Emperor Battle Realm in the Supreme Essex estate. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back as though he was waiting for something. At the same time, in the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm, a handsome young man with a cold expression suddenly came to a halt. In the next instant, he clutched his chest with one hand and his expression changed drastically. Yun. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already sped off in the direction behind him like a ghost. That's Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang? He's also in the battlefield of the God Kings? No, he's still in our Supreme E-sect. It's really Senior Brother Shimin Longxiang. His expression doesn't seem too good. Near the entrance of the battlefield of the God Kings that led to Skyfirst City, many people saw the young man in a hurry and could not help but stop to watch. At the same time, they were filled with doubts. What had happened to make their Supreme Essex prided son of heaven lose his composure like this? End of chapter. Perhaps he has strength comparable to an ordinary lower divine emperor. Otherwise, how could he be like a fish in water on the battlefield of divine kings and kill hundreds of greater one-sect disciples in less than a year? If he is given time to grow, not only Kuang Tianjing, but also my daughter, son-in-law, and even I will be in trouble. Xue Mingji was not in a hurry to return to his own place of cultivation. Instead, he went directly to the cultivation place of inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing. After Xue Mingji left, several elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at Duan Lingtian. One of them asked in confusion, Duan Lingtian, is there a conflict between you and Deputy Lord Xue? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and did not deny it. Deputy Lord Xue's son-in-law, Zhongcan's master, inner sect disciple Kuang Tianjing, attacked me before I entered the Tianlong clan and behind the Linghu family. If it weren't for the protection of the Linghu family's protective array, I would have died at that time. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, he shook his head and descended into the Internal Affairs Hall. The elders of the Internal Affairs Palace looked at each other. It was no wonder Duan Lingtian was so indifferent to Deputy Lord Xue. It turned out that there was another layer of reason. Duan Lingtian will grow sooner or later. If Kuang Tianjing doesn't take the initiative to make amends, he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. An elder of the Internal Affairs Palace sighed. Looking at Duan Lingtian's attitude when he mentioned Kuang Tianjing and his attitude toward Deputy Lord Xue, I'm afraid the hatred between him and Kuang Tianjing won't be let go so easily. I'm afraid that in a few years, Duan Lingtian will have the ability to defeat or even kill Kuang Tianjing. Does he need to wait until he grows? From what I know, the top emperor god forces in Tungling province are all fighting to get him to join them. As long as he joins one of them, he can make any request. When that time comes, one word from him, and Kuang Tianjing will be dead. After walking around the Internal Affairs Palace for a while, Duan Lingtian, who was rich, spent some contribution points to buy some new materials he needed in the Internal Affairs Palace before he left. He returned to his residence and went into closed-door cultivation. For the time being, he did not need to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation since he still had a surplus of divine pills from before. While Duan Lingtian was in closed-door cultivation, Xue Mingji, the deputy lord of the Tianlong clan, and Kuang Tianjing, the inner sect elder, had gathered together. We can't wait any longer. We must kill Duan Lingtian as soon as possible. Xue Mingji said in a deep voice, How long has it been? He's only a high-level god king. Moreover, His current strength is comparable to an ordinary low-level God King. Have you heard about his performance in the battlefield of the God Kings in the Imperial Battle Realm? Xue Mingji asked. I've heard about it. Kuang Tianjing nodded solemnly. His expression was solemn as he said, Indeed, we can't wait any longer. If he breaks through to the God King stage, I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm not strong enough to kill him. Didn't you come up with a plan earlier? Xue Mingji asked again. Now that he has left the Imperial Battle Realm, it's time to launch a plan to lure him out and kill him. I'll come up with a plan in the next 2 days. Kuang Tianjing said. We have to be quick. Xue Mingji said with a serious face. His existence has always made me feel uneasy. Now only his death can give me complete peace of mind. Aren't I the same? Kuang Tianjing smiled bitterly. Don't worry, Deputy Sect Leader. Once I've confirmed the plan, I'll contact the 2 White Dragon Elders from the 10,000 Devil Sect and ask them to personally make a move. Chapter 3859. While the Tianlong clan's vice-clan master Xue Mingji and the Tianjin clan's inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing were plotting how to lure the Duanling Tian out of the Tianjin temple and kill the Duanling Tian, the Tianlong clan welcomed a group of uninvited guests. These uninvited guests were from the Tai sect, led by the sect master of the Tai sect. Just like a few years ago, the sect master of the Tai sect had brought people to the Tianlong clan to initiate the Emperor battle. Sect Master Luo, the Emperor battle has already begun. What business do you have with the Tianlong clan? As the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong personally received the sect master of the Tai sect and the others. The sect master of the Greater One sect was also a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance. He looked at Long Qingchong in the distance and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, the battle between the God Kings in the Arch Battle Realm is already in full swing. More than 100 God King disciples from our 2 sects have been killed or injured. Long Qingchong interrupted the sect master of the Tai sect. Sect Master Luo, you should say that more than 160 God King disciples of your Tai sect have died, while the number of God King disciples of our Tianlong clan has just exceeded 100. Long Qingchong deliberately corrected him. The sect master of the Tai sect didn't get angry and smiled faintly. Sect Master Long, a straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. If it weren't for the return of Shimin Longxiang, many of your Tianlong clan's God King disciples would have died. Long Qingchong laughed. Sect Master Luo, are you joking? Who doesn't know that it's impossible to communicate in any of the battlefields in the Emperor Battle Realm? It doesn't matter if you're communicating with each other inside or outside. You're telling me that the Tai sect has allowed Shimin Longxiang to return? Long Qingchong's smile grew even brighter. The Greater One sect master shook his head and said, Sect Master Long, don't you know that some twins have a certain telepathy between them? Especially when one of them becomes a god, they'll be able to sense it even more. If the other party is in mortal danger, he can sense it immediately. Hearing the words of the Greater One sect's sect master, Long Qingchong, the clan master of the Tianlong clan, took a deep look at the other party. Sect Master Luo, you mean Shimin Longxiang has a twin brother in the Greater One sect? Long Qingchong had naturally heard of what the sect master of the Greater One sect said. Even in the Tianlong clan there was such a twin brother. Moreover, there were many similar records in the Tianlong clan. The Greater One sect master shook his head again. Not twin brothers, but twin sisters. Shimin Longxiang and his twin sister, Shimin Yun, are both disciples of my martial granduncle, the supreme elder of the Tianlong clan, Lu Zhantu. My martial granduncle has called Shimin Longxiang back a few days ago through Shimin Yun. In fact, Long Qingchong, the sect master of the Tianlong clan, had received the news a few days ago when Shimin Longxiang had just come out. On the Greater One sect side, there were many spies of the Tianlong clan. Shimin Longxiang's return from the battlefield of the God Kings had alarmed the entire Greater One sect, and Long Qingchong had also heard about it. Just now, The reason why he expressed his disbelief of the Greater One Sect Master's words was that he thought the Greater One Sect Master was deliberately mystifying things while Shimin Longxiang was released. He didn't expect Shimin Longxiang to have a twin sister. And then, Long Qingchong looked deeply at the Greater One Sect Master. The reason, Xue Haichuan's intention surprised Duan Lingtian. He originally didn't plan to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again, but now that the Tianlong clan's sect master asked Xue Haichuan to come find him, it was equivalent to sending a treasure to his doorstep. In exchange, the Greater One Sect will not allow Shimin Longxiang to enter the battlefield of the God Kings again. This time, you killed more than 100 God King realm disciples in the battlefield of the God Kings. And although Shimin Longxiang didn't kill as many as you, he still killed more than 60 people. This is because he entered the battlefield of the God Kings later than you. Otherwise, the number of people he killed wouldn't be less than you. Xue Haichuan said. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had heard about Shimin Longxiang's existence not long after leaving the battlefield of the God Kings in the Emperor Battle Realm. At that time, he was in Peace City. Many Greater One Sect disciples said that he, Duan Lingtian, would have definitely died if he hadn't encountered Shimin Longxiang in the battlefield of the God Kings. Later on, he heard from Dongfang Yannian, so he had a certain understanding of Shimin Longxiang, this monstrous genius of the Greater One Sect. Brother Haichuan, tell the sect master that it's fine if I don't enter the battlefield of the God Kings, but I don't want 200,000 contribution points. I need some medicinal herbs, Duan Lingtian said as he named several medicinal herbs to Xue Haichuan. They were all relatively rare, and one of them could be found in Peace City in the Emperor Battle Realm. It required battle merits to exchange for them. However, it required 1,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian didn't have enough battle merits in the battlefield of the God Kings. Moreover, there were other things he urgently needed, so Duan Lingtian exchanged them for other things. In reality, these medicinal herbs were worth less than 100,000 contribution points at most in the Tianlong clan. However, they were rare and hard to find. Unless the Tianlong clan sent people to distant places to buy them with divine crystals, divine stones, or other treasures, they could only rely on luck to obtain them. These medicinal herbs must be delivered within 3 years. Duan Lingtian added in the end. He thought about his cultivation progress. In about 3 years, he would be able to use these medicinal herbs to refine divine pills to aid his cultivation. At that time, he might be able to reach the God Emperor realm in one go. I'll tell the sect master right away. Xue Haichuan quickly contacted the sect master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. After a moment of silence, Long Qingchong agreed. Tell him that I agree. At the same time, Long Qingchong also felt some regret for rewarding Duan Lingtian with so many contribution points. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously rewarded Duan Lingtian with 300,000 contribution points, he might not have rejected the offer of 200,000 contribution points this time. He had really shot himself in the foot. Thank the sect master for me. Duan Lingtian smiled brightly when he heard Xue Haichuan's message. Then, as if remembering something, he said, Brother Haichuan, I met Miss Seventh on the battlefield of the Divine Kings. She's now one of the 2 leaders of the 100-man team. She won't be in danger there. I know. Xue Haichuan nodded. He had heard about Miss Seventh leading a 100-man team. Brother Haichuan, you seem to have a special relationship with her? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Don't misunderstand. Xue Haichuan shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's meaningful look. She's the daughter of an old friend of mine. The last time she met me, she was just passing on a message from her mother. I asked you to take care of her because I feel guilty about what her mother did back then. Xue Haichuan sighed when he thought about what had happened back then. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, when he saw that Xue Haichuan seemed to be in a bad mood, Duan Lingtian did not continue chatting with him. He bade farewell and returned to his room to continue his closed-door cultivation. He had completely forgotten about the time while he was cultivating. Half a year later, somewhere in the Tianlong temple, an old voice sounded resolute. It's decided then. Set up a trap and lure him in. The divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a God Emperor expert, and suspected to have been left behind by a God Emperor expert. I don't think he'll be able to resist the temptation. Chapter 3860. For Duan Lingtian, cultivation was the strengthening of the divine power in his body. The continuous flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy from heaven and earth was integrated into his body and transformed into his divine power through his cultivation technique. During this process, the divine pills he had consumed, the soul-gathering formation formed by the divine stones around him, and the divine crystals in his hand had all provided him with great help, allowing his cultivation speed to rise even further. Otherwise, even without the bottleneck from the godly king realm to the divine emperor realm, it would still take a long time to cultivate. Many people spent thousands of years cultivating from the moment they broke through to the upper godly king realm to the bottleneck of the divine emperor realm. Even those with good talent had to spend hundreds of years or even thousands of years to do so. With the cultivation resources I have now, even the godly venerable God forces geniuses may not have it, let alone the geniuses of the top godly emperor forces. Duan Lingtian often thought of this when he was cultivating. Of course, he only dared to compare the cultivation resources of the upper godly king realm with others. If it was the cultivation resources of the divine emperor realm, he would not be able to compare. The reason he could enjoy such treatment was because he was able to refine the ultimate king-level divine pills and even ultimate emperor-level divine pills. Although there is no peace, blindly cultivating will still get worse and worse. It's better to take a break once in a while. It's more efficient to cultivate after resting. After realizing this, Duan Lingtian did not completely immerse himself in cultivation. Moreover, I have nearly 300,000 contribution points now. With so many contribution points, I should be able to stay in the Tianlong clan's law secret chamber for a long time, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he thought of this. The Tianlong clan's law secret chamber could only allow one to comprehend a certain law to the point of fusing 3 profundities. It was of no help to his law of space. However, it was of great help to him in comprehending other laws. In addition to the law of space, he also comprehended 3 other supreme laws. However, the law of time could not be improved through ordinary law secret chambers. In addition, he had also comprehended all of the 5 elemental laws. When he was in the Linghu family, he had comprehended them to the point where he could fuse 2 profound meanings. I'll first comprehend the laws of life and the laws of fire. These 2 laws will have a huge impact on refining divine pills. Moreover, their improvement will strengthen my clones of the law of life and law of fire as well. Duan Lingtian had already condensed the law clones of the other 8 laws, but he had not used them yet. Moreover, he usually did not use his other nomological avatars. A spatial law doppelganger was enough. If the law of space doppelganger was useless, then the weaker law of space doppelganger would naturally not be of much use. As soon as Duan Lingtian entered the law secret chamber, Xue Mingji, the Tianlong clan's deputy clan leader, received the news and immediately sent a message to the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. Duan Lingtian has entered the law secret chamber. Now, do you have a plan to lure him out of the Tianlong clan? On the other hand, Kuang Tianjing was a little troubled. Don't worry, deputy clan leader. I've been thinking of a plan and looking for an opportunity recently. After all, I can't just send someone to Duan Lingtian. Tell him that I've discovered the divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by a divine emperor expert and invite him to explore them together, right? If Duan Lingtian is so stupid, he wouldn't be alive now. Otherwise, if the other side turns the tables, everyone will die. A team of 30 people from the Tianlong clan was besieging a team of 20 people from the Greater One sect. The top battle strength of both sides was equal, but because the Tianlong clan had the advantage of numbers, it was one-sided. However, because they were at a disadvantage and the danger was close, the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One sect were all as if injected with chicken blood. After a few people were killed, the remaining people became even crazier. Boom! Rumble! The group of Greater One Sect disciples knew that at this time, they could only fight for their lives. If they tried to escape, they would only die faster because once they escaped, they would become the target of everyone. At that time, not only would the people of the Tianlong clan target him, but the people of the Greater One Sect would also not help him. Buzz! A bright blade light flashed across the sky and was about to sweep through the head of an inner sect disciple of the Tianlong clan and split him in two. The expression of the Tianlong clan disciple completely changed. There was a look of horror in his eyes. Bang! At the critical moment, there was an explosion. It was a tall and burly figure breaking through the sky like a god. He punched out, and a terrifying power entwined with blood chi turned into layers of victory, shattering the blade light. Kill him, the tall figure said indifferently. The Tianlong clan disciple revealed an ominous glint in his eyes, and joined forces to kill the Greater One Sect disciple who had almost killed him. The whole process only took 2 breaths of time. Dingyan, thank you. The Sky Dragon Sect inner sect disciple who had been saved by a life and death situation finally had the time to thank the people around him. We are all fellow disciples, no need to thank me, Ding Yen said. At the same time, the other disciples of the Tianlong clan also gradually gained the upper hand. Of course, in the process, there were still several people who were killed by the Greater One Sect disciples. When the more than 20 disciples of the Greater One Sect were completely annihilated, the more than 30 people of the Tianlong clan also lost 6 people, leaving less than 30 people. After the dust settled, the group of Tianlong clan disciples did not have the slightest joy, but each and every one of them had a sorrowful look. They were originally a team of 50 people. They had encountered several waves of Greater One Sect disciples, and had been crushed along the way. They had also lost a lot of people. To be able to survive until today, they were all relatively strong. But they did not expect that, although the remaining people were quite strong, they still lost 6 people. I really can't accept this. The number of people who died this time is the most. A Tianlong clan disciple said with a face full of unwillingness. There's no other way. The Greater One Sect disciples we encountered this time, although there weren't many people, but their strength was very strong. Only 6 people died, that's already not bad. This time, as we all agreed before, those fallen teammates, if their relatives and friends need help in the future, any one of us is duty-bound to help. Whoever wants to avoid this responsibility will be targeted by the remaining people. Seconded. Let's go, let's go. The harvest this time is enough for everyone to complete the minimum task. Ding Yen was also a member of this team. A year ago, Ding Yen originally only found a small team, but as the situation changed, his small team joined forces with several other small teams, and then further expanded. In the end, Ding Yan's team had expanded to nearly 60 people. After entering the battlefield of the Divine King, Ding Yan had followed this team and killed many Greater One Sect disciples, collecting their identity badges. Everyone had only one goal: to complete the minimum task. After completing the minimum task, they would go out to rest for a period of time, and then enter the Emperor battle plane. Chapter 3861. After successfully returning to Sky Dragon City, Ding Yen heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, he followed the people in his team to complete the minimum mission. After all, they were not like Duan Lingtian, who brought back a pile of identity badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine King disciples and exchanged them for a large amount of battle merits. The identity badges they received were all managed by the strongest team leaders. When they completed the minimum mission, they would be counted one by one. After the counting, Ding Yen followed the people in the team to Peace City. Originally, in the Emperor battle plane, the identity badges used to complete the minimum mission were not counted for battle merits. However, after the Greater One Sect changed this rule, the Tianlong clan also followed suit and changed this rule. After all, if the Tianlong clan changed it and you did not, it would dishearten the disciples. Ding Yen, what are you going to exchange for with your battle merits? A teammate asked Ding Yen with a smile. Ding Yen shook his head. I've already looked around. Although there is something I want, I can't exchange it for anything with my battle merits. Therefore, I don't plan to exchange for anything for the time being. After saying that, Ding Yen bade farewell to the other party and returned to Sky Dragon City. Just as Ding Yen was walking toward the exit of Sky Dragon City, he saw two people walking in front of him in a somewhat secretive manner. The two people seemed to have not noticed him and were whispering to each other in low voices. We can't let too many people know about this. That place is suspected to be a divine residence and divine treasury left behind by a divine emperor expert. Of course I know about this. However, didn't you say that opening the divine treasury requires the cooperation of many people? Are you going to find a divine emperor? How is that possible? We are only superior divine kings. How can we find a divine emperor to go with us? If a divine emperor goes, do you think we have a share of the things in the divine residence and divine treasury? The two people whispered to each other while looking left and right. However, because they did not notice Ding Yen behind them while looking left and right, they still talked quite a bit. After talking for a while, one of them subconsciously turned his head to look behind him. When he saw Ding Yen, his expression instantly changed. Moreover, a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes. However, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Someone's here. He hurriedly reminded his companions. At the same time, he and his companions stopped and turned around, glaring at Ding Yen. You heard everything? These were two inner sect disciples. Both of them looked young. One was wearing a light green robe while the other was wearing a grayish-white robe. Both of them were looking at Ding Yen with unfriendly gazes. Yes, Ding Yen was very clear in his heart that with such a short distance and the fact that he was a mid-level divine king, the other party would not believe him if he said that he did not hear it. So he might as well admit it. Furthermore, at this moment, his heart was burning with passion. Divine dwellings and divine treasures left behind by God emperors? If he could enter, it would be a great opportunity. You are Ding Yen? One of them looked at Ding Yen for a moment and frowned for a moment. In the end, he seemed to have thought of something. A glint flashed across his eyes as he asked in a deep voice. Yes. Ding Yen nodded. Ding Yen? The other person looked at his companion in confusion. You know him? No, I've only heard of him. This Ding Yen was brought into the sect by our Tianlong clan's Sikong. However, he did not join our Tianlong clan until the last time he came in with Duan Lingtian, Hua Tiandu, and the rest. Moreover, he participated in the Hidden Dragon competition. As for the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse, it was pure nonsense. The two messages were sent out one after another. As for Kuang Tianzheng, he immediately received the message from the two of them. Ding Yen has taken the bait? Kuang Tianzheng smiled after listening to the entire process. It went smoother than I expected. In this case, Ding Yen will most likely believe in the divine residence and divine treasure left behind by a God Emperor powerhouse. Chapter 3862. The Tianlong clan's secret chamber of laws was of a much higher level than the Linghu family's. This was to be expected. After all, one was a God Emperor level clan with a deep foundation, while the other was merely a God Emperor level clan. Duan Lingtian had originally thought that with enough contribution points, he would at least be able to comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire and the law of life. However, he soon realized that he had been overthinking things. He had just comprehended the fusion of the three profundities of the law of fire, but before he could comprehend the fusion of the three profundities of the law of life, he was forcefully thrown out of the secret chamber. Have I used up all my contribution points? This thought suddenly popped into Duan Lingtian's mind just as he was thrown out and his comprehension of the law of life was interrupted. A voice sounded in Duan Lingtian's ears. You've used up all your contribution points. The person who had spoken was an old man standing in the corridor outside the secret chambers. He was dressed in a long white robe and had a wizened face. He was now looking at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression. Since when could an inner sect disciple squander his contribution points in the secret chamber of laws. Even the son of the sect master and the grandson of the Golden Dragon elders would not receive such treatment, right? However, when he thought about the source of his contribution points, he felt relieved. His contribution points were not given to him, but earned through his own efforts. No matter how he used them, no one could tell him what to do. Elder Ming, since I've used up all my contribution points, it's time for me to leave. Goodbye. Duan Lingtian snapped out of his daze, bid farewell to the old man, and left. The old man with the Black Dragon Elder identity token at his waist acknowledged Duan Lingtian's departure and watched him leave. Just as Duan Lingtian's figure was about to disappear, he could not help but remind him, Duan Lingtian, if you have the chance to obtain a large amount of contribution points in the future, try not to use them up all at once. If there's a need for contribution points in the future, you may not be able to obtain them in time. Duan Lingtian paused for a moment, then turned around and smiled at the old man. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Although he said that, Duan Lingtian did not take it to heart. If he really wanted contribution points, there were many ways to obtain them. He believed that the sect master of the Tianlong clan would not be stingy in the face of what he had offered. I'll cultivate for now. As for the other laws, there's no hurry. I'll take my time. After leaving the secret room, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, however, with the law of fire I've comprehended, my law of fire clone should be able to provide me with some help. After all, not everyone below the Divine Emperor realm can comprehend the law and fuse three profound meanings to perfection. Currently, Duan Lingtian had comprehended the fusion of all three profundities from the law of fire and had reached the perfection stage. Even if he didn't use the law of space and only used the law of fire, his strength wouldn't lose to the strongest group of young geniuses under the Divine Emperor of Sky Dragon sect. So many people have come out. After returning to the inner sect disciples' cultivation area from the law secret chamber, Duan Lingtian saw that there were many more inner sect disciples than before. Obviously, they had all come out from the battlefield of the Divine Kings. It's Duan Lingtian. The eyes of the inner sect disciples lit up when they saw Duan Lingtian. It was as if they had seen a celebrity. In fact, Duan Lingtian could be considered a celebrity. After saying that, Kuang Tianzheng sighed. All right, you can go back. Master, if there's anything else, just let me know. Zhong Can said solemnly before he left. All right, Kuang Tianjing nodded. His tone was casual, but no one knew if he took Zhong Can seriously. As soon as Zhong Can dared to leave, Kuang Tianjing sent out a message. Of course, this message was not for Zhong Can Mengshan, that Duan Lingtian left behind a smokescreen in the end. This time, I'm afraid you'll have to confirm if it's his true body or his clone that left. Kuang Tianzhang sighed and said, if you regret it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'll find someone else. As soon as Kuang Tianzheng finished speaking, there was a response from the other side. Master, if you hadn't taken me in back then, I would have died long ago. I'm not very talented, and I'm the one with the worst talent among your disciples. Even my current cultivation base of an inferior divine emperor is all thanks to you, Master. Even if I'm safe and sound now and don't take risks, I can only live for a few thousand years at most. The last 1,000-year heavenly tribulation was already very difficult for me. This time, it's my honor to do something for Master and little junior brother. Meng Shan was also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. As the inferior divine emperor, Meng Shan was also an outer sect elder of the Tianlong clan and usually stayed in the outer sect. Outside the Tianlong temple, Duan Lingtian was led by Ding Yen. After about half a day, Duan Lingtian followed Ding Yen into a small town and saw the other two inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan who had agreed to go with Ding Yen. In addition to the two inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan, there were 4 unfamiliar faces to Ding Yen. Looking at the identity tokens hanging from their waists, They were obviously inner sect disciples of the Tianlong clan. Ding Yan. As soon as Ding Yan and Duanling Tian arrived, the two inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yan to the Divine Emperor's divine residence came up to him and introduced the other four to Ding Yan. Ding Yan was also introduced to the other four people. I don't think I need to introduce this person, right? As one of them spoke, the other four people suddenly looked at Duanling Tian with vigilance. Duanling Tian. For any inner sect disciple, Duanling Tian was an existence that they absolutely could not provoke. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they did not think they could be a match for Duanling Tian. What a joke! After all, Duanling Tian had killed more than 100 disciples from the Tai sect's Divine King battlefield in the Emperor Battle Realm. Moreover, it was said that a team of 30 people had been wiped out by Duanling Tian with no survivors. What kind of concept was this? Hello, Senior Brother Duan. Senior Brother Duan. Please take care of us this time. Hello, Senior Brother Duan. The four of them smiled as they greeted Duanling Tian, and all of them were extremely enthusiastic. In fact, they did not dare to take the initiative to ask Duanling Tian to swear a heart demon blood oath that he would not attack them, and that he would not take everything he had obtained in the divine residence. In the end, it was the two inner sect disciples who had invited Ding Yan. Duanling Tian, on the other hand, had already heard about this from Ding Yan. Due to this reason, he did not hesitate to swear the heart demon blood oath. Seeing this, the four inner sect disciples who had also been invited heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we should be able to go to the divine residence left behind by the Divine Emperor expert, right? Duanling Tian looked deeply at the two people who had invited him and asked. The two of them nodded with a smile. Since Senior Brother Duan is also in a hurry to go, we won't stay any longer. Let's go now. Soon, the 8 of them stepped into the air and flew in another direction under the lead of the two inner sect disciples. It's not in the same direction as before. The two of you are really careful. One of the 4 inner sect disciples shook his head and said, "It's better to be careful." One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said matter-of-factly, "With just the 2 of us, we won't be able to suppress all of you. Not to mention, there's also Senior Brother Duan among you. It's better to be careful." Duanling Tian smiled faintly. Hearing Duanling Tian's words, the other 4 did not say anything else. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 8 of them hurried along. None of them took out a divine artifact flying ship and flew with their own strength. Their speed was not slow at all. Although Ding Yan was only a middle divine king, the law profundity that he had comprehended was not something that most of the inner sect disciples in the Tianlong clan could compare to. Therefore, his speed was not slower than an ordinary upper divine king. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It's already been a day, and we still haven't reached our destination. How much longer do we need? Ding Yan asked. Don't worry. One of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way said with a smile, "At our speed, we'll reach our destination in about 2 days." That's right. The other person added, "In 2 days, we'll reach the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert." One of the 4 inner sect disciples said with a smile, "I've heard all of you say that the divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by the Emperor God expert might be the work of an upper divine emperor. I hope it's as you say." That's right. A divine dwelling and divine treasury left behind by an upper divine emperor is not something that a middle divine emperor or lower divine emperor can compare to. There are still 2 days left. I'm really looking forward to it. The 4 of them were obviously excited. Compared to the calmness of the 2 inner sect disciples who had led the way and the calmness of Duanling Tian, there was a clear contrast. Although Ding Yan did not lose his composure like the other 4, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. It was not difficult to reflect his current mood. Just as Duanling Tian's group of 6 followed the 2 inner sect disciples and arrived outside a stone forest, Duanling Tian stopped in his tracks. Ding Yan, who was beside him, also stopped in his tracks. 2 of the 4 inner sect disciples also frowned as they looked at the stone forest in front of them. What's wrong? The two inner sect disciples who had taken the lead turned to look at Duan Lingtian's group and asked with a puzzled expression. However, deep in their eyes there was an obvious sense of guilt. There's a formation set up in the stone forest in front of us. Chapter 3864. What? A formation? The remaining two of the four did not find any clues earlier, but now that they had extended their divine senses to search the area, they quickly discovered that something was amiss in the stone forest ahead. On the mobile phone, it's really a formation. If someone hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have discovered it even if I had covered it with my divine senses. Hearing their words, one of the two who had discovered the clue said in a low voice, "If we hadn't dabbled in formations, we definitely wouldn't have discovered it. What on earth do you two want to do?" Immediately after, their gazes fell on the other two people who were leading the way. Almost at the same time, they opened their mouths and asked similar questions. Both of their eyes were filled with anger. At this moment, the other two beside them also looked at the two who were leading the way with gloomy faces. On the other side, Duan Lingtian looked at the two who were leading the way. His eyes were as calm as ever, as if he was not at all surprised by what was happening in front of him. As for Ding Yan, he was also furious, as if he could not wait to rush forward, grab the two by their collars, hang them in the air, and ask them what they wanted to do. Seeing that they had been discovered by Duan Lingtian and the other five, the two who were leading the way frowned slightly and suddenly retreated at the same time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. He hurriedly pulled Ding Yan along as he chased after the two heavenly dragon sex disciples who were leading the group. Bang! Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian took Ding Yan to move, the area where he had been was instantly hit by a majestic and vast force, and the whole ground fell into a tremor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian subconsciously turned around along the gray cover of the flying dust. At a glance, he saw that the other 6 disciples of the Tianlong clan had turned into a bloody mist and died. A divine emperor expert. The expression of Ding Yan, who was being led away by Duan Lingtian, changed drastically. However, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change much. He only became slightly more solemn. At the same time, he led Ding Yan and caught up with the 2 Tianlong clan disciples before they entered the formation in the stone forest ahead. When they saw Duan Lingtian blocking their path, their expressions changed greatly. They hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed, begging for mercy. "Duan Lingtian, let us go, let us go. Duan Lingtian, spare my life. I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life." In front of Duan Lingtian, the two of them didn't even have the thought of running away. They kowtowed to Duan Lingtian and apologized one after another. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. With a wave of his hand, a spatial storm surged and killed the 2 Tianlong clan disciples, who were caught off guard. Then he took Ding Yan and flew away without looking back. Of course, he didn't go in the direction of the stone forest. Knowing that there was a formation in there, he would be courting death if he still went in there. "Ding Yan, he seems to be alone. You leave alone. I'll take him in another direction." As they shuttled through a stretch of mountains near the stone forest, Duan Lingtian, who was making a ruckus, put down Ding Yan and continued to fly into the distance with great fanfare. Although Ding Yan's face was full of worry and regret, he didn't continue to follow Duan Lingtian because he knew that he would only be a burden to Duan Lingtian. "I'm too weak." "No, that's a divine emperor expert. Although Duan Lingtian is strong, he can't stop him. Send a message to Uncle Sikong." With this thought in mind, Ding Yan sent a message to Uncle Sikong without any hesitation. However, there was no reply. Ding Yan frowned. Chapter 3865. You don't have to blame yourself. You had good intentions. Duan Lingtian sent a message to console Ding Yen. In his opinion, if Ding Yen did not have good intentions, he would not have approached him. After all, he could have approached anyone for such a matter. Moreover, Ding Yen had previously told him that the other party had deliberately said that he could not approach him. However, Ding Yen had still insisted on coming with him. That was why the other party had compromised. Although the other party had taken advantage of his friendship with Ding Yen, at the very least, the other party could see his position in Ding Yan's eyes. Otherwise, he would not have come to such an arrangement. Duan Lingtian only felt gratitude towards Ding Yen. He did not resent him at all. Duan Lingtian, do you remember that person's appearance? Ding Yen asked. I remember, Duan Lingtian replied. However, even if I remember and recognize him, I don't have any evidence. When the other party attacked, he used a formation plate to set up a formation around the area to restrict the recording of things like the floating image pearl. Although a formation plate could not set up a powerful offensive or defensive formation in an instant, it could still set up some isolation and restriction formations. Of course, it was not to say that there were no instant offensive and defensive formations. However, the formation plates used to set up such formations were usually made of extremely precious materials that contained extremely powerful energy. Describe that person's appearance. Ding Yen said, I'll see if I've seen him before. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian described. After a moment's hesitation, Ding Yen replied, I've never seen this person before. However, I can ask the others. Forget it. Duan Lingtian sent a message. If I see him, I'll be able to recognize him at first glance. Moreover, who knows if that's his true appearance. However, his divine weapon and the way he attacked should be difficult to fake. At Duan Lingtian's level of cultivation, the way he attacked had already formed his own style. Even he had his own unique characteristics. This was not something that could be changed just by changing his appearance. That's true. Ding Yen suddenly understood. Let's leave this matter at that. You don't have to tell the others. I won't continue to stay in this inner sect disciples' cultivation ground. Duan Lingtian said. Not leaving the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Ding Yen was taken aback. Are you worried that he'll attack you directly? That shouldn't be possible. To kill him directly in the Tianlong Temple, is he not afraid of death? Ding Yen found it hard to believe. I'm just being cautious. Duan Lingtian smiled and said, It's not necessarily that someone would risk their life to kill me, but this time the other party plotted to have you bring me out of Tianlong Temple. They made it sound so serious, but it's obvious that they want to kill me. Moreover, now that the Monarch battle plane is open, he has so much free time. He's clearly in a hurry. Even a cornered dog can jump over a wall, let alone those people who want to kill me. They definitely know that when I grow up, I'll be a huge threat to them. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ding Yen frowned and said, Then where are you going to stay instead of the inner sect disciples' cultivation grounds? Could it be that you're preparing to enter the Emperor battle plane to cultivate? The Emperor battle plane isn't a suitable place for cultivation. Ding Yen voiced his concerns. Naturally, I won't enter the Emperor battle plane. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, I don't plan to enter the Emperor battle plane before I break through to the Divine Emperor realm. I'm planning to go to Brother Haichuan's residence and cultivate there. If I go to his residence, even the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demon sect might not be able to kill me, let alone the inner sect disciple Kuang Tianzheng who has a death feud with me. Of course, those 2 won't dare to make a move in the Tianlong Temple unless they have a death wish. Duan Lingtian said bluntly. Elder Shui Haichuan's residence is a good place to go. Ding Yen heaved a sigh of relief and said, Duan Lingtian, when I return, I'll speak to Uncle Sikong. If Elder Shui Haichuan wants to enter the Emperor battle plane, you should go to Uncle Sikong's residence. With his protection, even Vice Sect Master Shui Mingji won't dare to cause trouble, let alone the 2 white dragon elders from the Thousand Demon sect. Based on Ding Yan's words, it was clear he was confident in Uncle Sikong. All right, Duan Lingtian did not reject Ding Yan's good intentions. Moreover, if Xue Haichuan really wanted to enter the Emperor battle plane, he would need a place to go. However, based on the current situation, Xue Haichuan would not easily enter the Emperor battle plane. After all, he still had to protect his elder brother, Xue Haishan. Currently, there was a white dragon elder from the Thousand Demon sect keeping an eye on Xue Haishan. Of course, Duan Lingtian did not know if the white dragon elder had already left the Emperor battle plane. This was because he had seen the white dragon elder in the Emperor battle plane before entering the God King's battlefield a year ago. At that time, he did not know the white dragon elder. It was Dongfang Yanyan's senior brother who told him the white dragon elder's identity. When Ding Yan returned to the Tianlong temple, Duan Lingtian's main body left the inner sect disciples' residence and teleported away. In just a few leaps, he arrived at Xue Haichuan's residence. "Brother Haichuan, I'll have to trouble you for a while." When he saw Xue Haichuan, Duan Lingtian said apologetically, "Little Tian, do you still think of me as an outsider? You can stay here for as long as you want," said Xue Haichuan with a smile. At the same time, he personally arranged an independent courtyard for Duan Lingtian in his residence. It was very luxurious, and the environment was not inferior to where Duan Lingtian had stayed before. "Brother Haichuan, Brother Haishan hasn't come out of seclusion yet?" Duan Lingtian asked. "Not yet." Xue Haichuan shook his head and asked, "Little Tian, why did you suddenly tell me that you want to come to my place? Did something happen?" As he spoke, Xue Haichuan's tone became slightly solemn. In Xue Haichuan's opinion, Duan Lingtian would not suddenly come to his place without any reason. It's just a small matter. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and told Xue Haichuan about what had happened to him in a few words. After hearing Duan Lingtian's story, Xue Haichuan said with a gloomy expression, "Based on your description, I should be able to guess who attacked you." He didn't conceal his true appearance. Xue Haichuan said, "Who?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. He was also curious about the person who had destroyed his clone using the law of space. "Meng Shan," Xue Haichuan said in a deep voice. "Before I broke through to the medium divine emperor realm, I fought with him. His attack was exactly as you described." Meng Shan. Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. "Is he from the Thousand Demon sect?" Xue Haichuan nodded. "Not only is he from the Thousand Demon sect, but he's also Kuang Tianjing's eldest disciple. He's a lower divine emperor and was once defeated by me. He's now an outer sect elder of the Thousand Demon sect." Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard Xue Haichuan's words. "I guessed that it was most likely related to Kuang Tianjing and the Thousand Demon sect. Now it seems like it's true. Meng Shan, I'll remember this person." Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with killing intent. "And that Kuang Tianjing, when I break through to the divine emperor realm, it'll be his death." Today was the first time Duan Lingtian had fought with a divine emperor. Although he was only a lower divine emperor, he could deeply feel the terror of a divine emperor's divine power. It was not a gap that a higher divine king could overcome by relying on profound laws. Because of this, Duan Lingtian was confident that he could defeat the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing when he broke through to the lower divine emperor realm and consolidated his cultivation. At that time, he might not be a match for elder Xue Haichuan of the White Dragon sect. However, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an inner sect elder. Even if he exposed his trump card, it would not be difficult for him to kill Kuang Tianjing, who was an inner sect elder. Little Tian, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing is quite powerful. Hearing Duan Lingtian's muttering, Xue Haichuan reminded him, "The law that he has comprehended may not be weaker than yours. You have just broken through to the divine emperor realm. Even if you consolidate your cultivation, it will be difficult for you to kill him. I suggest that you wait until you break through to the middle divine emperor realm before you find a chance to kill him." Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not ordinary and it was amazing. However, as an inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing had lived for a long time and had comprehended many profundities from the law. Therefore, Xue Haichuan did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to kill Kuang Tianjing as a primitive divine lord. If it was a draw, Xue Haichuan still had some confidence in Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. Brother Haichuan, don't worry. If I'm not confident, I won't attack him easily. It's not a good thing to alert the enemy. Xue Haichuan nodded in relief. At the same time, he said with a solemn expression, You made the right decision to come to my place this time. When the Emperor Battle Realm opened, Kuang Tianzheng still dared to send people to kill you. This means that he's eager to kill you. Moreover, the Thousand Demon Sect is eager to get rid of you as well. It's very likely that Kuang Tianzheng will be pressured into killing you in the sect's encampment. If Kuang Tianzheng can kill you at the cost of his own life, not only will the Thousand Demon Sect not suffer a loss, but it will be a great gain. Xue Haichuan said. Of course, there was one more thing that Xue Haichuan did not mention. Even Vice Sect leader Xue Mingji would support Kuang Tianzheng to kill Duan Lingtian at the cost of his life. After all, Duan Lingtian was a huge threat to him. After all, his only daughter was married to Kuang Tianzheng's second disciple. Xue Haichuan did not mention Xue Mingji because he did not want to put too much pressure on Duan Lingtian. After all, Xue Mingji was not someone an inner disciple like Kuang Tianzheng could compare to. He was also not someone the White Dragon Elder could compare to as well. Chapter 3866. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had left, and the temple was empty. Even the array formation protecting the inner sect disciples' cultivation area had been removed, leaving Kuang Tianzheng with nothing to show for it. At this moment, Kuang Tianzheng only felt extremely depressed and sullen. He had set up a trap and used Ding Yan to lure Duan Lingtian away from the Tianlong clan. This was his way of saving himself. As long as he could kill Duan Lingtian outside, he would no longer need to risk his life to kill Duan Lingtian. He had even planned to leave the Tianlong temple as soon as his first disciple could confirm that the one who left was Duan Lingtian's primordial body and not his doppelganger. As soon as his first disciple sent a message, he would immediately leave the Tianlong temple to help and kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was very strong, almost as strong as a lower divine emperor. If it was his primordial body, even his first disciple, Mengshan, might not be able to kill him in a short time. It's not his primordial body. When Mengshan sent back the message, Kuang Tianzheng knew that the thing he was most unwilling to see had happened. Duan Lingtian's primordial body had not left with Ding Yan, but only his doppelganger. Duan Lingtian's cautiousness made him feel helpless, but at the same time, he also knew that it would be harder to lure Duan Lingtian out than to reach the heavens. Therefore, after a struggle in his heart, he decided to act personally. He would kill Duan Lingtian's primordial body in the inner sect disciples' cultivation area to prevent future trouble. By doing so, he could protect his family. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to escape death, but his family would also be dragged down by him. Where did he go? Kuang Tianzheng's expression was ugly. At the same time, he sent a message to Xue Mingji. As the vice sect leader, Xue Mingji had a deep foundation in the Tianlong clan and had many eyes and ears. After receiving Kuang Tianzheng's message, Xue Mingji began to ask around. 15 minutes later, he sent a message to Kuang Tianzheng. After Duan Lingtian left the inner sect disciples' cultivation area, he did not go to the Emperor Battle Dimension. He went to the residence of the White Dragon Elder Xue Haichuan. I think your plan has made him feel threatened. Otherwise, he would not have been so cautious. Humph. In my opinion, you should have just killed him directly. Why did you have to lure him out with some divine dwelling and divine treasure? You've messed it up, right? As he spoke, Xue Mingji. His tone was reprimand full of reproach. When Kuang Tianzheng heard this, he was naturally very unconvinced. His expression was extremely ugly, because he had told Xue Mingji about this plan beforehand. At that time, he Lingtian and Xue Tian Lingtian he had. However, now that the plan had failed, he was pushing all the blame onto him. Of course, no matter how dissatisfied he was, he could not show it in front of Xue Mingji. He only replied, I will kill him myself. After pausing for a moment, he said, I hope you can give me a chance to kill him. For example, you can lure Xue Haichuan away from the mountain. No one in the Thousand Demons sect can do that. You're the only one who can do it. In the Tianlong clan, the two White Dragon Elders were the best in the Thousand Demons sect. Their status was similar to Xue Haichuan's, but they could not order Xue Haichuan around. Even the Black Dragon Elders, who were on good terms with the two White Dragon Elders of the Thousand Demons sect, could order Xue Haichuan around. However, Xue Haichuan knew that the Black Dragon Elders had a close relationship with the Thousand Demons sect. He would know what to do as soon as Xue Haichuan gave him an order. At that time, he could protect Duan Lingtian by his side. Got it. Xue Mingji replied indifferently, then ignored Kuang Tianjing. Apart from that, there was another person following Xue Haichuan. It was none other than Xue Haichuan. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had met Xue Haichuan when he learned Xue Haichuan had come out of closed-door cultivation. Therefore, he was not surprised by Xue Haichuan's appearance. Brother Haichuan, I asked Ding Yen earlier, and Ding Yen asked Revered Elder Sikong. Revered Elder Sikong said, you can come with me. Duan Lingtian said to Xue Haichuan, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Emperor Battle Realm is extremely thin. It's difficult to cultivate there. Xue Haichuan shook his head and smiled when he heard this. Little Tian, I appreciate your kindness. In fact, I don't plan to cultivate in the Emperor Battle Realm. I just want to join in the fun and wander around Heavenly Dragon City and Peace City. I've been cultivating ever since I arrived at the Tianlong clan. It's a good opportunity for me to relax. When Xue Haichuan saw Duan Lingtian was about to say something, he beat him to it and said, Little Tian, I'm not being courteous. I really don't plan to continue cultivating for the time being. If I have a need in the future, I won't be courteous with you. Duan Lingtian did not say anything else when he heard Xue Haichuan's words. Soon after, under Xue Haichuan's escort, Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen arrived at another mountain range in the Tianlong Temple before they entered another mountain range. There were very few people here. Even the number of patrolling disciples of the Tianlong clan was much lesser. They could only see a few people in the distance. Ding Yen seemed to have noticed the confusion in Duan Lingtian's eyes. He explained, Uncle Sikong likes peace and quiet. That's why there aren't many patrolling disciples in this area. Moreover, there's no one living in Uncle Sikong's residence. It's usually empty. Ding Yen had stayed here for a period of time, so he knew the situation here better than Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan nodded. It's true that Revered Elder Sikong has been living in seclusion ever since he came to the Heavenly Dragon sect. I've only met him once when he first arrived. Xue Haichuan still felt a little dazed when he recalled the scene from that year. He did not know if he had seen wrongly. At that time, he had seen the clan leader of the Tianlong clan look at Elder Sikong with reverence in his eyes. After all, even among the Golden Dragon Elders in the sect, only the one who was closest to the sect leader could make the sect leader act this way. Perhaps Elder Sikong is also an elder to the clan leader? Xue Haichuan still thought so, whether it was then or now. Although Elder Sikong looked about the same age as the clan leader, at their level of cultivation, their appearance could no longer match their real age. This right ahead. Under Ding Yan's lead, Duan Lingtian and the other two also saw layers of faint fog in front of them. It shrouded a quiet valley and looked extremely mysterious. Whoosh! Sikong Yi looked at Xue Haichuan and waved his hand. I hope you can reach a higher level in the Emperor battle plane this time. Your cultivation needs to be accumulated, but the profundities of laws and other methods can be comprehended in battle. As for Xue Haishan, I suggest that you stay here and cultivate properly for a period of time. Once you've consolidated your cultivation, you can enter the God King battlefield in the Emperor battle plane to gain experience. As soon as Sikong Yi said this, Xue Haishan hurriedly replied, "Yes, consecrated Sikong. Haichuan, you can go. I'll stay with consecrated Sikong. You don't have to worry about me," Xue Haishan said to Xue Haichuan. Xue Haichuan nodded. Then he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen before he turned around and left to enter the Emperor battle realm. After Xue Haichuan left, Sikong Yi looked at the old man beside him. "Old one, make arrangements for Xue Haishan." "Yes, master," the old man replied respectfully and then left with Xue Haishan. Before Xue Haishan left, he didn't forget to bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen. For a time, besides Sikong Yi himself, only Duan Lingtian and Ding Yen remained in the courtyard. "Duan Lingtian, this is my uncle Sikong, the consecrated elder of the Tianlong clan, Sikong Yi," Ding Yen introduced with a smile. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Sikong Yi withdrew his doting gaze from Ding Yen and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He smiled lightly and said, "Duan Lingtian, I've heard a lot about you. Thank you for taking care of this nephew of mine in Skywind City's Hidden Mist Academy." Duan Lingtian hurriedly shook his head when he heard this. "Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're too courteous. Ding Yen and I are friends, and it's normal for friends to help each other." "Haha, what a good friend." Sikong Yi smiled while a wisp of recollection flashed in his eyes. "It's good to be young. All of you remind me of when I first met Ding Yan's father. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. It's a pity that his old friend is no longer here, leaving his son behind." A wisp of sadness flashed in Sikong Ye's eyes as he sighed faintly. Duan Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "Consecrated Elder Sikong, you're able to treat your old friend's son as your own after he passed away. If his old friend knows about this in the netherworld, he won't regret having a friend like you." Duan Lingtian's words caused Sikong Yi to laugh involuntarily. "Little fellow, you really know how to talk. Compared to that blockhead Ding Yen, you're much more interesting. It's no wonder my daughter seems to be interested in you. She even asked me to find that brat Long Qingchong and ask him to ask you to be that girl's alchemy teacher." Sikong Yi smiled. Ding Yen was stunned by Sikong Ye's words, and a wisp of imperceptible sadness flashed in his eyes. As for the herbs that the Tianlong clan's sect leader had helped Duan Lingtian gather, Duan Lingtian didn't personally take them. Instead, he had Ding Yen do it on his behalf, so that those with ulterior motives wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't know any of this. He didn't even know that Xue Haichuan had received an order to head to the Emperor battle plane. Although the person who'd given the order wasn't Xue Mingji or the myriad demon sex people, Xue Mingji's figure was still present. Chapter 3870. Vice Sect Leader Xue. "It's time for you to give me what you promised me." A black-robed figure appeared in the residence of the Tianlong clan's vice sect leader, Xue Mingji, and spoke to Xue Mingji. Xue Mingji's expression was a bit unsightly. "Did you do something? Did you remind Xue Haichuan to escort Duan Lingtian to Honorary Elder Sikong?" Even to Xue Mingji, the deputy sect leader, Sikong was a mystery. He only knew that Honorary Elder Sikong had been personally invited back by the sect leader, and that the sect leader seemed to have a good relationship with him. Even if he only appeared as an elder of the Black Dragon clan, his strength should only be comparable to an elder of the Black Dragon clan. But even so, if possible, he didn't want to rashly provoke him. After all, he was backed by the sect leader. "Vice Sect Leader Xue, do you think there's any point in me doing this?" The black-robed figure coldly replied. "I've done everything you asked me to do. Now, Vice Sect Leader Xue, you're hesitating again and again. Are you going to go back on your word?" As he spoke, the black-robed figure's expression became colder and colder. "Humph!" Xue Mingji coldly snorted and flicked a storage ring. The black-robed figure casually caught it. After verifying its ownership, he let out a satisfied laugh. Thank you, Vice Sect Leader Shui. From today onwards, you and I have nothing to do with each other. The black-robed figure's figure flickered, and he left like the wind. Not long after the black-robed figure left, Shui Mingji sent out a message. Duan Lingtian is currently with Honorary Elder Sikong. I'll have people monitor that place. If Duan Lingtian doesn't have a God King by his side, I'll notify you to go kill him. This message was for the inner sect elder, Kuang Tianjing. I'll be waiting for Vice Sect Leader Shui's good news. Kuang Tianjing's tone was indifferent as he responded with a lack of interest. After replying, his lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you really think that Duan Lingtian is a fool? Judging from the current situation, he obviously intends to wait until he breaks through to the Divine Emperor realm before leaving. With his talent, and the fact that he can easily concoct top-level king-level divine pills, he has also taken Emperor-connecting divine pills. I'm afraid it won't even take 100 years for him to break through to the Divine Emperor realm and consolidate his cultivation. In Kuang Tianjing's opinion, once Duan Lingtian broke through to the God King realm, it would be meaningless for him to take action. At that time, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill Duan Lingtian in one blow. And if he couldn't kill in one strike, once he was targeted by the Black Dragon Elder who was patrolling the surroundings, he wouldn't be able to escape death. After Duan Lingtian had stayed with Consecrator Sikong Yi for 2 months, a beautiful figure came looking for him. It was Sikong Ye's daughter, Sikong Yu. Sikong Yu was Sikong Ye's only daughter. Duan Lingtian could feel how much Sikong Yi doted on her when he heard Sikong Ye's promise to him in the past. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to come here. Seeing Duan Lingtian again, Sikong Yu was no longer as domineering as before. Her beautiful eyes flickered with joy. Miss Sikong. Duan Lingtian greeted Sikong Yu with a smile. I'm here because of Ding Yan's help to give me a safe place to stay. It's also because Consecrator Sikong is willing to take me in, Duan Lingtian said. Ding Yan. Sikong Yu slightly raised her eyebrows, then shook her head and said, Duan Lingtian, even if you don't look for Ding Yan, as long as you ask, I can ask my father to let you come here. My father really admires geniuses like you. For example, Elder Shui Haichuan is one of the people he admires. In fact, before you appeared, Elder Shui Haichuan was the person he admired the most in the Tianlong clan. I'll buy you some time. It's best if you can kill him with one blow. If you can't, you must kill him within 3 breaths. Shui Mingji's tone suddenly turned sharp. If he doesn't die in 3 breaths, you must take him with you even if it costs you your life. Once you attack, whether he dies or not, you'll die for sure. I'm sure you know this better than I do. After a pause, Shui Mingji continued. Of course, if he really breaks through and becomes a divine emperor, you can only blame it on your bad luck. At that time, if you die, I'll take care of your bloodline, especially your family and friends. No matter what, your second disciple Zhong Can is my son-in-law, Shui Mingji's son-in-law. If Duan Lingtian is already a divine emperor and you die, I'll find some divine emperors to come to the Tianlong clan and pretend to be elders of the Tianlong clan to kill him and avenge you. Hearing Shui Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that although his next move was risky, it should not be too risky. Divine Emperor? Although Kuang Tianjing had said so, in his heart, he did not think that Duan Lingtian could break through to the Divine Emperor realm now. Duan Lingtian, a young man who was not even 3,000 years old, was already considered a monster for being able to become a superior divine king at such a young age. If he became a divine emperor, he would be the first divine emperor who was not even 3,000 years old in the history of the Eastern Ridge Mansion. In the history of Tungling Province, the youngest divine emperor was more than 4,000 years old. There were many high-level divine kings under 3,000 years old, but no divine emperor, not even a low-level divine emperor. Vice sect leader, can't you check his cultivation level? Kuang Tianjing asked. He felt that it was safer to do so, even if he did not think that Duan Lingtian was a divine emperor now. Rashly checking will only alert the enemy. Xue Mingji said faintly. After all, I am only a divine emperor. Even if he is a high-level divine king, he will be alerted when I check his soul with my divine sense. You don't want him to go back directly after being alerted, do you? I think that even if it's a gamble, it's worth it. The probability that Duan Lingtian has broken through to the divine emperor realm is very low. Hearing Xue Mingji's words, Kuang Tianjing knew that there was no turning back. He had to do it whether he wanted to or not. Tianlong Temple had 9 intersecting mountain ranges, and Roving Dragon Mountain Range was one of them. Xuanqi Peak was an inconspicuous mountain peak in Roving Dragon Mountain Range. It was neither the highest nor the lowest. It looked ordinary and few people passed by it. But today, a purple figure appeared in the sky above Xuanqi Peak. It came from afar and headed towards the entrance to the Tianlong Temple that led to the Emperor Battle Plain. However, the moment the purple figure appeared above Xuanqi Peak, his expression changed. Bang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a violent power swept up from Xuanqi Peak and swept towards the purple figure in the sky. This power seemed to carry the might of thunder, and it was very sudden. It approached the purple figure in the blink of an eye. Kuang Tianjing, who had been accumulating power for a long time and unleashed his full power, heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he followed the force, afraid that something unexpected would happen at the crucial moment. He hid in Xuanqi Peak, while the Golden Dragon Elder and the Black Dragon Elder patrolling around the Tianlong Temple would be able to determine his identity through his attacks. It made no difference whether he hid or not. What he needed to do now was to kill the purple figure in the sky, which was his target, Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Just as Kuang Tianjing rushed out and saw that his power was about to hit Duan Lingtian, he found that it was only an afterimage. The moment Kuang Tianjing's expression changed, Duan Lingtian appeared in the void in the distance. He crossed his arms and looked at Kuang Tianjing with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Elder Kuang Tianjing, you really won't give up. The Linghu family failed to kill me, and now they want to kill me in the sect. It seems that the sect's ban on killing each other is useless to you, Duan Lingtian said with a mocking smile. Kuang Tianjing didn't listen to Duan Lingtian's nonsense. The moment his expression changed, he launched another attack. He always remembered the words of the deputy sect leader, Xue Mingji. He only had 3 breaths' time. Now, 1 breath's time had passed since he launched his attack. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to break through to the Divine Emperor realm, Kuang Tianjing said coldly as he launched another attack. But even so, you still have to die. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing felt lucky. He thought that if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the lower Divine Emperor realm, he might not have time to consolidate his cultivation. If he hadn't consolidated his cultivation, Kuang Tianjing might have a chance to kill him in 2 breaths' time. I'm afraid it won't be as you wish. When Duan Lingtian spoke again, a spatial storm swept out from his body. A sword light shot up to the sky and blocked Kuang Tianjing's attack. The moment his attack was shattered, he teleported again. 2 breaths' time passed. Only 1 breath's time left. At this moment, Kuang Tianjing could feel that several powerful auras were sweeping toward them from all directions. Obviously, they were the White Dragon Elders who were patrolling the nearby area. Xue Mingji was the deputy sect leader, so he could ask the Black Dragon Elders to go easy on him. However, the Black Dragon Elders couldn't ask the White Dragon Elders to go easy on him. After all, there were too many people. Once this kind of thing spread out, it would be a big problem. Moreover, everything that happened here would be recorded by the mirror image array in Tianlong Temple. No one dared to take the risk. If the Black Dragon Elders arrived 1 or 2 breaths' time later, it could be said that they had something to do. However, if the White Dragon Elders didn't arrive in time, it would be thought-provoking. Duan Lingtian, you must die. Feeling the approaching danger, Kuang Tianjing suddenly roared. Then, his eyes widened and blood shot out from his 7 orifices. Finally, The blood condensed into a blood mist in the void and merged into his body. The next moment, a bloody aura burst out from Kuang Tianjing's body. Recently, he was on duty in Tianlong City in the Emperor War Realm and was not present. Clan Master, after the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall confirmed the ins and outs of the matter, he immediately sent a message to the Clan Master of the Tianlong clan, Long Qingchong. Chapter 3874. Normally, the Vice Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall, as the Elder of the Black Dragon Clan, could decide how to deal with an Intersect Elder. However, the Intersect Elder wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, and everyone knew that Duan Lingtian was the strongest person in the Tianlong clan below the Divine Emperor realm. He was a young prodigy that even the Clan Master thought highly of. Therefore, the Vice Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall reported this matter to the Clan Master of the Tianlong clan. An Intersect Elder, Kuang Tianjing, tried to kill Duan Lingtian. Long Qingchong, the Clan Master of the Tianlong clan, had a grim expression when he heard the news. Everyone in the Tianlong clan knew that he, Long Qingchong, had specially rewarded Duan Lingtian for his performance on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. Duan Lingtian had brought glory to the Tianlong clan on the battlefield of the God Kings in the War of the Sovereigns. But now, someone was trying to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong Temple? Clan Master, according to the Enforcement Hall's rules, this matter will be considered over once Kuang Tianjing is executed. The Vice Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall paused and waited for Long Qingchong's response. Humph! Long Qingchong snorted. After you execute Kuang Tianjing, execute all of Kuang Tianjing's disciples except for his second disciple. Zhong can also execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members who are related to Kuang Tianjing by blood and are in the Tianlong clan. Long Qingchong's words were as if he wanted to exterminate Kuang Tianjing's entire family, except for Kuang Tianjing's second disciple, Zhong Can. The Vice Hallmaster of the Enforcement Hall naturally knew the reason. It was because Zhong Can had a good father-in-law, the Tianlong clan's Vice-Clan Master, Xue Mingji. Sect Leader, what's the reason? After hearing Long Qingchong's words, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall asked as he inwardly gasped. Do you need me to teach you this? Long Qingchong asked. I understand. The Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall felt a chill in his heart as he quickly responded. After a while, the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall personally appeared in front of Kuang Tianjing. He stared coldly at Kuang Tianjing. Then he spoke in a clear voice. Kuang Tianjing, you have ambushed and killed Intersect disciple Duan Lingtian within the sect grounds. You have disregarded the rules of the sect as nothing, a capital offense. As soon as he spoke, even though Kuang Tianjing was prepared, his face still sank. Then, the vice leader of the Law Enforcement Hall continued, Kuang Tianjing's disciples, except for the second disciple, Zhong Can, were all involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Law Enforcement Team 1, go and arrest them immediately. The moment these words were spoken, numerous voices in unison reverberated within the Law Enforcement Hall. Squad 1 receives the order. Then powerful auras flew out of the Law Enforcement Hall one after another. Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically. Vice Hall Master Qin, this has nothing to do with them. This has nothing to do with them. Before Kuang Tianjing could finish speaking, the Vice Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall mercilessly interrupted him again. Within the sect, anyone who is related to Kuang Tianjing by blood, which is Kuang Tianjing's family, was involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. All of them will be executed. Hearing this, Kuang Tianjing's expression changed drastically again. Kuang Tianjing's voice was interrupted again. Team 2 will be responsible for this matter. Yes, Team 2. More auras rose and left the law enforcement hall. No! Kuang Tianjing let out a roar. He stared at the vice hall master of the law enforcement hall with an unwilling expression. Starting from the mundane plane, Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was necessary to eliminate the root of the problem, but he did not expect to be able to do so now. He did not expect the law enforcement hall to help him with this matter. This is the clan leader's intention. The deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall did not take credit for himself. He sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to tell him the inside story. Duan Lingtian, the clan leader, thinks very highly of you. When he learned that you were ambushed, he almost personally executed Kuang Tianjing. The clan leader? Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. He did not think too much about it earlier. Now that he thought about it, even if the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall in front of him was an elder of the Black Dragon clan, it seemed that he could not easily give such an order. Moreover, he might not even dare to give such an order. The current Kuang Tianjing was not only a member of the Myriad Demon sect, and he did not only have 2 elders of the White Dragon clan as his backers. Behind Kuang Tianjing was a deputy clan leader, Xue Mingji. Hall Master. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall in front of him. I would like to see the clan leader to thank him back then. Is it convenient? I'll ask the clan leader for you. The deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall quickly contacted the clan leader of the Tianlong clan and asked for his opinion. Soon he received a response. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sent a voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, I just asked the clan leader. The clan leader said that he will see you when you enter the Emperor battle plane and kill an elder of the Greater One sect. At that time, he will give you a big gift. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. The clan leader really thinks highly of me. The trip to the Emperor battle plane in the past allowed him to learn a lot about the Greater One sect, including the division of the Greater One sect's elders. In the Greater One sect, the elders were also divided into outer elders and inner elders, which was the same as the Tianlong clan. The supreme elders of the Greater One sect had a status equal to the Golden Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Between the supreme elders and the inner elders of the Greater One sect, there were 2 types of elders, namely the Profound Sky Elder and the Dark Earth Elder. The Profound Sky Elder corresponded to the Black Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. The Dark Earth Elder corresponded to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. In other words, the clan leader of the Tianlong clan meant to let Duan Lingtian kill an elder of the Greater One sect whose strength was equal to the White Dragon elder of the Tianlong clan. Hall Master, so far, the Emperor battle plane has been open for 6 or 7 years. How many Dark Earth Elders have died in the Greater One sect? Duan Lingtian asked the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. 1. The latter side. Just a month ago he was killed by Elder Xue Haichuan. This news hasn't spread yet. 2 White Dragon Elders of our Tianlong clan have died so far. Hearing the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected, the elder of the Greater One sect was not so easy to kill. In the Emperor battle plane, higher divine emperors were not allowed to enter. In this case, the elder of the Greater One sect and the White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan were equivalent to the strongest battle force in the Emperor battle plane. Existences of this level were not so easy to die. And as far as he knew, the reason why 2 White Dragon elders of the Tianlong clan had died was because the 2 White Dragon elders were careless and fell into the trap of the elder of the Greater One sect. Duan Lingtian, since the clan leader has set such a request for you, it shows that he thinks highly of you. Although the deputy hall master of the law enforcement hall also felt that the clan leader's request for Duan Lingtian was not realistic, but he also knew that at this time, he could not attack Duan Lingtian's confidence. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Did the clan leader really think that the Emperor Battleplane's Emperor Battleplane was the same as the God King Battleplane's Emperor Battleplane? Duan Lingtian was able to run amok in the God King Battleplane because he had more advantages than the other God Kings, whether it was in terms of the profoundness of laws or other means. And in the God King Battleplane, not counting the lower divine emperors, among the middle divine emperors, how many divine emperors had comprehended the profoundness of laws that were inferior to his? Coupled with the difference in cultivation base, even if it was just an ordinary middle divine emperor, he could not deal with him now. Unless he used some trump cards, he might be able to fight to a draw or even defeat or kill the other party. And some means, once exposed, would bring disaster to him unless they left no traces. Chapter 3875. However, as far as I'm concerned, it's much easier for me to reach the immortal Emperor realm than most of the others. The cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm was more than 10 times harder than the cultivation of the Divine King realm. However, Duan Lingtian did not spend much time in the Divine King realm. If he could only stay in the Divine Emperor realm for 100 years, Duan Lingtian felt that he was very lucky. This was after he had taken into account the various things he had obtained from the divine treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu. Most of the things in the divine treasury left behind by Divine Emperor Qin Wu were only useful to divine emperors. In the past, Duan Lingtian had no use for them, but now they could be used. Among them, there was no lack of cultivation aids. He had originally planned to meet the clan master of the Tianlong clan to thank him in person. After all, the clan master had taken great care of him by eliminating the Kuang Tianjing branch for him. However, since the clan master had no intention of meeting him for the time being, Duan Lingtian did not insist. Although he knew that the clan master would still meet him if he insisted, he did not think it was necessary. Now, he was even interested in the big gift promised by the clan master of the Tianlong clan. Since the clan master of the Tianlong clan called it a big gift, and gave it to him after he killed the elder of the Tai sect, it could not be an ordinary item. However, with my current strength, it's impossible for me to kill the elder of the Tai sect. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In that case, I'll take my leave first. Goodbye, Hall Master. Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the Deputy Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall and left the Law Enforcement Hall. After he left, he immediately headed in the direction of the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension. When Duan Lingtian left, the 3 White Dragon Elders who had sent him here and the others in the Law Enforcement Hall all looked at him respectfully. In their eyes, there was a hint of fear. They knew that from now on, no one in the Tianlong clan would dare to treat the person in front of them as an ordinary inner sect disciple. What a joke! How could an ordinary inner sect disciple get the Tianlong clan's Law Enforcement Hall to stand up for him? Although I can't kill the Greater One Sect's elder for the time being, I still have to go to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Just because I can't kill the elder doesn't mean I can't kill the other God Kings of the Tai sect. After all, the elder of the Tai sect represents the strongest force on the battlefield of God Kings. This time, I'll try my best to accumulate as many battle merits as possible and exchange them for some of the things that caught my eye previously. It would be best if I could gather enough battle merits to exchange for the things I want. With this in mind, Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battleplane. This was his second time entering the Emperor Battleplane. Almost at the same time that Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor Battleplane, news of the inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him spread like wildfire throughout the Tianlong clan. For a time, the entire Tianlong clan was shaken. Inner sect elder Kuang Tianjing ambushed Duan Lingtian halfway? Do they have such a deep grudge? Kuang Tianjing, as an inner sect elder, actually dared to attack him in the sect. As far as I know, the death of Kuang Tianjing's disciple, Chu Han, seems to have something to do with Duan Lingtian. I heard this from a friend of mine in the Myriad Demon sect. Everyone was shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. However, this was not what shocked them the most. Instead, they were shocked that Kuang Tianjing had tried to kill Duan Lingtian. But Duan Lingtian had not been killed. Elder Kuang Tianjing is an inner sect elder, and he's one of the stronger inner sect elders. How can someone like him not kill a godly king? Even if Duan Lingtian is said to be invincible among those below the godly emperor level in the Tianlong clan, shouldn't he be able to kill Duan Lingtian with a single strike if he ambushed him? Could Elder Kuang Tianjing have been careless? While many people were puzzled by this, a piece of shocking news reached their ears in a timely manner. Duan Lingtian has broken through to become a lesser godly emperor. At the critical moment, Kuang Tianjing even activated the power of his taboo bloodline and displayed the strength that could kill most lesser godly emperors. But he still failed to kill Duan Lingtian. After this news spread, the Tianlong clan was in an uproar again. Just when everyone thought that this news was already very shocking, another piece of shocking news came. Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian in the Tianlong temple. Kuang Tianjing has been sentenced to death and executed on the spot by the Law Enforcement Hall. At the same time, the Law Enforcement Hall has ordered the arrest of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples. Except for his second disciple, Zhong Can, no one was spared. Tomorrow, the Law Enforcement Hall will execute all of Kuang Tianjing's family members and disciples who were arrested. When this news spread, the Tianlong clan was shocked and in an uproar. When Kuang Tianjing tried to kill Duan Lingtian, even his family members and disciples were implicated. If Zhong Can, Elder Kuang Tianjing's disciple, did not become the son-in-law of deputy sect leader Shui, I'm afraid he will not be spared this time, right? Oh my God! This time, the Law Enforcement Hall is really going to kill all of Kuang Tianjing's family members. The Law Enforcement Hall will not act rashly. Perhaps the other members of Kuang Tianjing's family were really involved in the plot to kill Duan Lingtian. Because of the Law Enforcement Hall's authority, most people in the Tianlong clan believed that the Law Enforcement Hall was telling the truth. Otherwise, they could not imagine that the Law Enforcement Hall would do such a thing for an inner sect disciple. However, for those who were in the know, they knew that the Law Enforcement Hall was helping Duan Lingtian to get rid of him. For the Law Enforcement Hall to do such a thing, it was either the Law Enforcement Hall Master, who was the Golden Dragon Elder, personally gave the order, or the sect leader himself gave the order. No matter which of the two gave the order, Kuang Tianjing's family members were doomed to die. Tianlong Temple. In a secluded valley somewhere. Thump! Accompanied by a soft sound, a young man suddenly knelt in front of a middle-aged man with a mournful expression. A beautiful figure stood beside the young man. Surprisingly, it was a beautiful young woman. Chapter 3876. When Duan Lingtian entered the Emperor battle plane, he was recognized, but that was all. At this time, the news of the inner sect Elder Kuang Tianjing ambushing him began to spread. It would probably take some time for someone to bring in the news. This time, Duan Lingtian made his way to the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. The disciples of the Tianlong clan, who thought Duan Lingtian was only here to take a look, were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian walking in the direction of the battlefield. What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian banned from entering? Yes, our Tianlong clan has reached an agreement with the Greater One sect. Their Greater One sect's Duan Lingtian is banned from entering. Correspondingly, our Tianlong clan's Duan Lingtian can't enter either. Is Duan Lingtian trying to break the agreement between our Tianlong clan and the Greater One sect? You must know that the sect master has compensated him for this matter. That shouldn't be the case, right? If Duan Lingtian had come to Sky Dragon City and just strolled around or went to Peace City, not many people would have paid attention to him. But now, Duan Lingtian was walking in the direction of the three major battlefields, and there was nothing to see there. This caused quite a commotion for a while. As a result, some people followed behind Duan Lingtian out of curiosity. Although Duan Lingtian noticed that some people were following him, he didn't care. He also heard the words of those people behind him and couldn't help but smile faintly. The battlefield of God Kings? He didn't intend to go back to that broken place after he came out last time. The rewards were too low. Killing a greater one-sex God King only gave him 25 battle merits. In the battlefield of the deity emperors, even killing the weakest lower deity emperor would give 200 battle merits. If one could kill a medium deity emperor, they would get 2,000 battle merits. The current Duan Lingtian was no longer the hothead of the past. Back then, when he went to the battlefield of the Divine Kings, he still had to ask for directions. Later on, he saw the landmark stone tablets that led to the 3 battlefields. At a fork in the road in Sky Dragon City, there was a stone tablet erected on each of the 3 roads. On top of them were the engravings of the God King battlefield, the God Sovereign battlefield, and the Quasi-Emperor battlefield. In the past, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. But now, Duan Lingtian had gone to the battlefield of the God Kings. This scene was naturally witnessed by the group of people who followed Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, are you preparing to enter the battlefield of the God Kings? Battlefield of Divine Emperors? Only Divine Emperors and above can enter that place. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has already broken through and become a Divine Emperor? Impossible. As far as I know, Duan Lingtian broke through to the Upper Deity King less than 10 years ago. Do you think he can break through and become a Divine Emperor in such a short time? Then what is he going to do? I don't know. Maybe he's just curious and wants to see what the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings looks like. Driven by curiosity, the crowd continued to follow Duan Lingtian. No one thought that Duan Lingtian had broken through and become a Divine Emperor. Just like when Duan Lingtian had left the cultivation ground of the Tianlong clan Sikong Yi and headed to the entrance of the Emperor Battle Dimension, Vice Clan Master Xue Mingji and Inner Sect Elder Kuang Tianzheng did not think that he had broken through and become a Divine Emperor. At this moment, even the Heavenly Dragon Sect's disciples were shocked by Duan Lingtian's breakthrough to become a Divine Emperor. Before long, Duan Lingtian saw the entrance to the battlefield of the God Kings. There are so few people in such a big battlefield. There should be very few godly emperors who have the patience to travel together, right? Duan Lingtian thought. It's really boring. Moreover, I can't cultivate here, nor can I comprehend the profound meaning of laws. At the same time, because there is no spiritual qi, there is no way to refine divine pills. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If possible, he really wanted to wait for the greater one-sex godly emperors to come. Let's continue to look. Duan Lingtian felt that before he found the greater one-sex godly emperors, he would most likely collapse. In the battlefield of godly kings, although he often did not see anyone from the greater one sect for a long time, at least he could meet people from the same sect, so it was not too lonely. But this time, in the 2 months since he entered the battlefield of godly emperors, Duan Lingtian did not even see a shadow of a person. Now, he did not even have the extravagant hope of meeting someone from the greater one sect. As long as he could meet 1 or 2 people from the Tianlong clan, he would be very moved. 2 hours later, perhaps the heavens heard the pleading in Duan Lingtian's heart. When he passed through the endless plains, through the towering mountains, and into the ice field, he heard the sound of fighting. Boom! Rumble! A violent sound came from the distance, followed by the sound of a large piece of glacier shattering. It was extremely crisp and ear-piercing. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up at this moment. It was as though he was a hungry wolf that had finally found prey after being starved for many days. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed, and he headed in the direction of the sound. Of course, although he was anxious, he was very calm. He did not approach with great fanfare, but carefully crept over. Soon, he came to the side of a glacier, barely hiding his figure, and watched the confrontation in the sky above the ice field in the distance. It was a middle-aged man and a young man. The two of them were fighting, and fiery red power and azure power intertwined. The impact of the law of fire and the law of water caused the void to tremble, and the aftermath of the power slammed into the ice field, causing countless ferocious cracks to appear on the ice field. There were also many places where ice holes appeared, and one could see the water inside. It was unknown whether it was lake water or sea water. Fang Yiming, although your progress is fast, you are still far from being able to kill me. After the middle-aged man blocked the opponent's attack, he sneered and said, "This time, when I go out, I will report to the sect that you, Fang Yiming, attacked a fellow disciple in the Divine Emperor battlefield." Humph! On the opposite side, the young man, Fang Yiming, sneered and said, "So what if you go out and say more? Do you, Wang Liuan, have any evidence?" Around them, there was a faint formation light circulating. It was the formation set up by Fang Yiming using the formation plate to block the recording of the scryer images. Moreover, what happened in the Emperor battle realm, even if you go out and make a heart demon blood oath, no one will take it seriously. Speaking of this, Fang Yiming's sneer deepened. The middle-aged man, Wang Liuan, heard this. His face was slightly gloomy. "No wonder you dared to attack me in the Divine Emperor battlefield. It turns out that you have already thought of a way out. However, even if it is as you say, so what? Fang Yiming, do you have the ability to kill me? If I give you a few hundred years, you may have the ability to kill me. But at that time I, Wang Liuan, may not even be in the Greater One sect. You want to avenge your master, but it is destined to be a dream." The corners of Wang Liuan's mouth were full of mockery. At this time, Fang Yiming's face was full of despair. "Impossible, impossible! You are a disciple of the Tianlong clan. How can you have such a divine weapon? How can you master two of the four Daos of heaven and earth? Impossible!" After roaring in fear for a moment, Fang Yiming calmed down and looked at Duan Ling Tian with an ugly expression. "Who are you?" "External aid invited by the Tianlong clan. Even the lower divine emperors of the top divine emperors in Tungleng province can't be as heaven-defying as you." However, in the face of Fang Yiming's confusion, Duan Ling Tian only responded to him with a sword, cutting the Gordian knot. Now, not only did Duan Ling Tian reveal his sword Dao and Dao of control, but he also revealed the seven orifices exquisite sword in order to kill Fang Yiming. He did not want to delay time and wait for a third person to appear on the scene. With Fang Yiming's death, no one would know the secret that he revealed. Perhaps the strongest person who made the array disc of the Emperor battle plane would know. But would the strongest person care about this? Whoosh! After the sword, Fang Yiming died. Before he died, his eyes were still wide open. Obviously, he died with a grievance. Until his death, he still could not figure out how the Tianlong clan could produce such a heaven-defying character. Until his death, he still could not figure out why he found the name familiar. Finally, it's a good start. A good start, a good omen. After Duan Ling Tian put away Fang Yiming's identity badge and storage ring, a bright smile appeared on his face. At the same time, he took out the storage ring of the Greater One Sect Inner Sect Elder Wang Liuan. After claiming ownership of their spatial rings, Duan Ling Tian, who was originally filled with anticipation, instantly had a disappointed expression when he took a glance at their contents. Really two poor ghosts. Especially this Fang Yiming. There are so few divine stones and divine crystals in his storage ring. Now, Duan Lingtian had completely forgotten. Although he had just broken through to the Divine Emperor realm, the resources he enjoyed in the Tianlong clan were not something that even an ordinary Black Dragon Elder could enjoy. Not to mention anything else, just the amount of contribution points that the Sky Dragon Sect Master had given him was something that not even the elders of the Black Dragon Sect had. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian's vision was much higher. How could the wealth of two greater one sect inner sect elders enter his eyes? Perhaps, even if a greater one sect elder was killed by Duan Lingtian would still curse the other party for being poor. Greater One City. At the entrance of the Divine Emperor battlefield. Pa! When the first shattering sound was heard, the faces of the three greater one sect inner sect elders on duty all changed. Especially when they saw the shattered soul bead. Their faces were very ugly. It's Elder Wang Liuan. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Another Divine Emperor has died. Now, the advantage we have is getting smaller and smaller. Elder Wang Liuan has died. Was it the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan? Even if it was not the White Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan, it must have been two or more Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together. Moreover, if it was just two ordinary Tianlong clan inner sect elders working together, even if Elder Wang Liuan was not their match, he may still be able to escape. Just as the three of them passed on the news to the person in Tai City with an ugly expression, asking him to spread the news. Pa! Another crisp sound was heard, and suddenly the expressions of the three people froze. A moment later, the three people looked at each other in dismay, seeing the disbelief in each other's eyes. In such a short time, another person has died? Since the start of the Emperor battle with the Tianlong clan, it was not that Greater One Sect had not lost a Divine Emperor disciple. But they had not lost two Divine Emperor disciples in succession. The two people who had died closest to them had died nearly 10 days apart. When their eyes fell on the shattered soul bead, their faces changed again. It's Elder Fang Yiming. Another inner sect elder has died. Two inner sect elders have died in succession. What did they encounter? Oh! In Peace City, the group of people of the Greater One Sect, who were originally arrogant, were no longer as arrogant as before, because the Greater One Sect had not gained any advantage on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. It's Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, breaking the silence in Peace City. A purple figure was coming from the direction of Sky Dragon City. After arriving in Peace City, he headed straight to the place where he could exchange battle merits. He's going to exchange battle merits? Isn't he not allowed to enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? I heard that he entered the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Didn't he just break through to the Divine Emperor realm? Could it be that he gained something in the 2 months he spent on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors? Under the questioning gaze of many people of the Greater One Sect, Duan Lingtian, who had just come out of the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, once again came to the place where he could exchange battle merits. The last time he came, he took out 100 identity badges of the Greater One Sect's Divine Emperors and exchanged them for less than 1,000 battle merits. Back then, on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, I killed 100 people and spent a lot of effort to get less than 1,000 battle merits. This time, I didn't do much, only killed 2 people, but I got 4,000 battle merits. Duan Lingtian completely turned a blind eye to the gazes that swept over him, as well as the people of the Tianlong clan and the Greater One Sect who were following him all the way. He was deep in thought. After killing Fang Yiming on the battlefield of the Divine Emperors, Duan Lingtian went all the way back and did not go any further. He intended to leave the battlefield of the Divine Emperors for the time being. 4,000 battle merits were enough for him to exchange for something useful for his cultivation. Next, he was going to cultivate for a period of time, and when his strength had further improved, he would enter the battlefield of the Divine Emperors. Of course, before he was ready to come out, he also thought that he might encounter the Divine Emperors of the Greater One Sect on the way back, But it turned out that imagination was beautiful and reality was cruel. Until he came out, he had not encountered a single divine emperor disciple of the Greater One sect. But he did encounter 2 divine emperor disciples of the Tianlong clan. This Duan Lingtian, has he really broken through to the divine emperor realm? Duan Lingtian walked into the main hall where he could exchange battle merits. Whether it was the people inside or outside the hall, they all looked at him with a questioning look. If he didn't break through, how could he enter the battlefield of the divine emperors? Many people of the Tianlong clan have witnessed him enter the battlefield of the divine emperors. Let's see if he came here again. Did he not have time to exchange for battle merits? Or did he gain something from the battlefield of the divine emperors? Now, I'm still a middle divine emperor, a white dragon elder of the Tianlong clan, but you already have strength that is close to a middle divine emperor. Faced with Xue Haichuan's sigh, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, "Yes, perhaps it won't be long before I can catch up with you, brother Xue Haichuan. At that time, I'll also become a white dragon elder." "You're asking for a beating now." Xue Haichuan shook his head helplessly. Then, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Little Tian, last time when you were ambushed by Kuang Tunjing, it was on purpose, right?" Xue Haichuan had come out from the Emperor Battle Realm a month ago. As soon as he came out, he heard that Duan Lingtian had been ambushed by Kuang Tianjing. At that time, he was worried for Duan Lingtian. He did not expect that Duan Lingtian would seek refuge with Sikong, and that Kuang Tianjing would find an opportunity to kill him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that Duan Lingtian was not an impulsive person. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had become a divine emperor, so he guessed that Duan Lingtian might have deliberately tricked Kuang Tianjing. Of course, it was on purpose. Duan Lingtian nodded. If I hadn't broken through to the divine emperor realm and gained some confidence in my strength, I wouldn't have dared to leave Sikong's place so easily. However, things went well. Kuang Tianjing is finished. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Kuang Tianjing had almost killed him back in the Linghu clan. If it wasn't for Linghu Renjia activating the Linghu clan's clan protecting Grand Array, Kuang Tianjing would have died back then. If he had the chance, he would not let this mortal enemy live for even a moment. "I told you you're not an impulsive person." Xue Haichuan nodded with a smile. "This time you managed to kill Kuang Tianjing and got rid of a big problem." However, suddenly, Xue Haichuan's expression turned serious. "You mustn't be careless because of this." This time, the sect made the decision to kill Kuang Tianjing's family and disciples. Can be considered as helping you eliminate the source of trouble. However, there's still one person who hasn't been executed. I'm sure you know who that person is even if I don't tell you, Xue Haichuan solemnly said. The reason he didn't die is because his father-in-law is vice-sect master Xue Mingji. This time, Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill you in the sect. He definitely didn't do it willingly. Our Hidden Fog sect and the 10,000 Demon sect have been fighting for many years. I understand this Kuang Tianjing very well. Although he isn't someone who fears death, he absolutely won't treat his own life as a joke. And the 10,000 Demon sect isn't enough to force him to risk his life to kill you in the sect. There's only one person who can force him to take action. Xue Mingji. As Xue Haichuan said this, Duan Lingtian's expression turned solemn. In truth, he hadn't thought too deeply about this before. Even if Kuang Tianjing risked his life to kill him, he would only think that Kuang Tianzheng wanted to kill him. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to grow. After all, if he grew, it was very likely that he would kill Kuang Tianzheng and Kuang Tianzheng's family and friends. But now, listening to Xue Haichuan's words, it was impossible for Kuang Tianzheng to willingly kill him in the sect. I don't know much about this vice sect master Xue Mingji, but I've heard of some of his deeds when he was young. This person's talent and perception aren't at the top, but he's a very scheming person. This time, Kuang Tianzheng died for nothing. He absolutely won't let this go. Even if you're in the sect, you must pay attention to your safety, Xue Haichuan said. Chapter 3883. Everyone in Tungleng province knew that the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had started the War of the Emperors. Of course, those who did not know were either too weak or had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Once the War of the Emperors began, countless god kings and god emperors died. This was a great burden for the Tianlong clan and Tai sect. Under such circumstances, the two sects began to recruit god king and god emperor disciples. Their purpose was to let them participate in the War of the Emperors and share the burden of their sections. In fact, joining the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time was a very dangerous thing to do. It could be described as 9 out of 10 chances of survival. Because of this, there were far fewer people who were willing to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time. Of course, it was only fewer than other times, but not none. Some people, who had been living a peaceful life for too long, found it difficult to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. Coupled with the recent 1,000-year heavenly tribulation, in order to seek a breakthrough, would choose to join the Tianlong clan and Tai sect at this time and devote themselves to the War of the Emperors. For some god emperors of the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, the War of the Emperors was a very good opportunity to become a god emperor. And for many god kings and god emperors, was it not a very good opportunity to make a breakthrough? Some people's talent and comprehension were worse. Even if they had cultivation methods, they would encounter an extremely difficult bottleneck to surmount. And at this time, if they were faced with a life-and-death crisis, it was very likely that they would be able to smoothly make a breakthrough on the line between life and death, profiting from a disaster. There were many similar examples. Many people, for this reason, even entered dangerous places where there was a 9 out of 10 chance of survival, fought powerful monsters, and even left behind by psychologically twisted experts. They either died or made a breakthrough. And compared to those dangerous places, although the War of the Emperors between the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had the same effect, it was not as dangerous. In addition, in the Tianlong clan and Tai sect, if you died in the War of the Emperors, you would be treated as a martyr, and your family would be taken care of by the sect. If you didn't die, you could use your battle merits to exchange for some treasures you wanted. In comparison, god kings and god emperors who wanted to make a breakthrough in the War of the Emperors would be more willing to join the Tianlong clan or Tai sect at this time. Because of the critical situation in the War of the Emperors, the disciples of the two sects had been fighting inside, without rest. Therefore, at this time, the Tianlong clan and Tai sect had simplified the War of the Gods. Since the start of the War of the Emperors, the Heavenly Dragon sect had set up a place to register disciples outside of the sect's encampment, in the void beyond the 9 mountain ranges. There was a small floating island with some tables and chairs on it. The Sky Dragon sect's elder, who was in charge of recruiting disciples, was sitting on top of it. 3 elders, the elders, and 3 Tai sect elders were sect, the elders. In fact, these elders' duties were not only to recruit disciples for the Heavenly Dragon sect, they were also in charge of patrolling the surrounding area and part-time recruitment. Because there weren't many people coming to join the Tianlong clan at this time, there weren't many sect elders left. There was also a White Dragon elder and 7 inner sect elders patrolling the area. Take this identity token and go in directly. Someone will receive you. A young man in blue received an identity token from an inner elder of the Sky Dragon sect. Chapter 3884. Although the Tianlong clan was wantonly recruiting, they weren't brainless. After all, everyone was worried that someone would come in and cause trouble. When the first few low-level god emperors joined the Tianlong clan would send an inner sect elder to lead them to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. One by one. The purpose was to prevent them from causing trouble on the way to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. As for the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect, the Golden Dragon Elder would be there. If anyone dared to cause trouble, the Golden Dragon Elder would be the first to notice. And now, a mid-level god emperor named Yen had just entered the Tianlong temple with his identity token when a white dragon elder appeared and led him to the cultivation grounds of the emperor battle sect. What a coincidence! And now, the one who had received the order to lead Yanjia was none other than Dongfang Yannian. Dongfang Yannian had just returned from outside 2 days ago. As soon as he returned, he wanted to find Xue Haichuan and Duanling Tian and hear them talk about the big things they had done recently. Although Dongfang Yannian had been outside for the past year, he had heard a lot about the things that had happened in the sect. For example, Xue Haichuan had entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm and killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. He had become the first person in the Tianlong clan to kill an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect since the start of the Emperor Battle Realm. He was also the only one who had killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect. Another example was that Duanling Tian had been ambushed by the inner sect Elder Kuang Tianjing. At that time, Duanling Tian had been alone. Kuang Tianjing had attacked 3 times but still failed. And the reason for this was that Duanling Tian had broken through and become a god emperor. Although he was only a low-level god emperor, it was said that his strength was comparable to a mid-level god emperor. I only went out for a trip and such a big thing happened in the sect? Little Tian became a god emperor, and Xue Haichuan killed an Earth Nether Elder of the Greater One sect the first time he entered the battlefield of the Emperor Battle Realm? When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he wanted to find Duanling Tian and Xue Haichuan and hear them tell him the details. And before he returned to the sect, he sent a message to confirm that they were both in the sect and had not entered Emperor Battle Realm. However, before he returned to the sect, he received another piece of news from somewhere else. The first time Duanling Tian entered the Emperor Battle Realm, he had killed 2 inner sect elders from the Tai sect. Moreover, the 2 inner sect elders had killed each other, causing both of them to be severely injured. Duanling Tian had become the Oriole. Why, Dongfang Yannian? Thinking about how he had only killed a lower god emperor from the Supreme sect when he entered the battlefield of the god emperors in the Emperor Battle Plain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice. Why was his luck so bad? Moreover, that lower god emperor of the Greater One sect had been with him and his wife. His wife was too lazy to fight and gave him the opportunity. Hello? I am Elder White Dragon of the Tianlong clan, Dongfang Yannian. When Dongfang Yannian returned to the sect, he received a message from his superior, the Black Dragon Elder, telling him to bring a person to the cultivation grounds of the Emperor Battle sect. The reason he was sent was because the Black Dragon Elder had not stopped communicating with him when he received a message from the Black Dragon Elder outside who was in charge of recruiting people. With the supreme divinity, I can comprehend the law of space with just a nap. In addition, I bought a floating image pearl in the Emperor Battle Realm and Ping City that recorded the battles between experts who were proficient in the law of space. With the floating image pearls in there, I'll be able to deduce many things from one instance. My comprehension of the law of space will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. When he thought of this, Duanling Tian no longer bothered about the slow progress of his cultivation. Instead, he shifted his attention to the law of space. Based on the current situation, It was more cost-effective to spend more time on the law of space. Lord Heavenly Emperor, Lord Heavenly Emperor. When the group of heavenly emperors from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven arrived, Meng Luo and Hualao led them to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. At this moment, some celestial emperors who were foolish enough to reprimand Meng Luo and the others were killed by Meng Luo's punch as soon as they finished speaking. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Welcome back, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Meng Luo and the others cried out in unison. Their voices were as loud as thunder, and their auras soared into the sky. The two of them glanced at him, then looked at Dongfang Yannian. The youth was talking to the other middle-aged man as if they were discussing Dongfang Yannian. You should know those two, said Dongfang Yannian with a smile. Dongfang Yannian said with a smile, do you still remember what happened 2 years ago when I just returned from outside? 2 years ago? Hearing Dongfang Yannian's words, Duan Lingtian pondered for a while, then his eyes flashed. Big brother Yannian, you're saying, those two were the medium god emperors you received and the other medium god emperor who came in on the same day. Yes, it's them. Dongfang Yannian nodded. Speaking of which, they've already been in the Tianlong clan for a while. During that time, they also entered the Emperor battle plane, but they only walked around Tianlong City and Heping City for a while before leaving. Many people are wondering if they're afraid of death and don't dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Towards the end, Dongfang Yannian frowned slightly. That Yanjia, to think I had a good impression of him when I heard him say he had enmity with Greater One sect. Now, he doesn't even dare to enter the battlefield of divine emperors. Even if he has enmity with Greater One sect, what's the point? Dongfang Yannian's tone was filled with disdain. Could it be that the sect doesn't have a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle must enter the Emperor battle plane within a certain period of time? Asked Duan Lingtian. Of course. Xue Haichuan, who had been silent all this while, finally spoke. The sect has a rule that those who join the sect during the Emperor battle and are disciples of God Kings must enter the battlefield of God Kings within 2 years. As for disciples of divine emperors, they must enter the battlefield of divine emperors within 5 years. If they don't enter by then, they'll be expelled from the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan doesn't accept those who don't dare to enter the Emperor battle plane during the Emperor battle. At the same time, they must also hand over a certain amount of divine stones and divine crystals as compensation for violating the agreement. After all, before they join the sect has already told them that they must enter the Emperor Battleplaner battlefield upon entering. If they don't, they'll have to abide by the rules. Hearing this rule, Duan Ling Tian nodded. At least by doing this, no one would waste their time. This time, with 2 white dragon elders by his side entering the battlefield of divine emperors, Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease and didn't feel the slightest pressure. With 2 white dragon elders roaming the battlefield of divine emperors with him, unless they encountered a group of 3 or more elders of Greater One sect, it would be impossible for them to stay. Chapter 3892. As the person involved, Duan Ling Tian naturally did not know what was happening outside. Currently, he was leisurely flying, running, and sightseeing with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian in the battlefield of divine emperors. That's right, sightseeing. I don't feel nervous at all when I'm with the 2 of you, Duan Ling Tian said with a bitter smile. I'm starting to regret coming in with the 2 of you. How can I train myself like this? In truth, the main characters of the War of Emperors should be the higher divine emperors who wanted to break through and become god emperors. However, if it were that simple, there would be no need for a War of Emperors. 2 higher divine emperors could have just agreed to a battle to the death. Why did no one do that? This was because no one knew how many trump cards their opponent had up his sleeves. Usually, the opponent's strength might be on par with yours. However, in a battle to the death, the opponent could very well reveal their trump cards and kill you. In the history of the Plains of Gods, similar things had happened everywhere. It was just that it had rarely happened in recent years. No one was stupid. The existence of the War of Emperors, War of Supremes, and War of Sovereigns, to a certain extent, prevented a battle to the death. In the Emperor battle plane, the Supremacy battle plane, and even the Supremacy battle plane in the Quasi-Emperor battlefield, the Quasi-Supremacy battlefield, and the Quasi-Supremacy battlefield, if you couldn't defeat your opponent, you could still escape, or if you weren't confident enough, you could find someone to enter with you. For example, the Black Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. Anyone who entered the War of Sovereigns would generally form a group. No one dared to enter alone. This was because if someone entered alone and encountered the Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect, they would be dead without a doubt. The Supreme Elder of the Greater One sect was so strong that he was not weaker than the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. The Profound Sky Elders of the Greater One sect were in a similar situation. They would generally find someone to enter with them and form a small group. They were all worried that they would encounter the Golden Dragon Elder of the Tianlong clan. In the War of Sovereigns, if you could not defeat your opponent, you could escape if you had the ability. However, in a normal battle to the death, it was impossible to stop until the victor was decided. In other words, the Monarch Horoscope contest was inevitable. Since this was a plane that had been specially opened for the Emperor's War, it was naturally impossible for only higher god emperors to enter. In addition, such an environment could be used to train the other members of the 2 forces who were participating in the Emperor's War. Thus, the second-tier and second-tier battlefields had been created. In the Emperor battle plane, the battlefield of divine emperors was a level lower than the battlefield of quasi-emperors. As for the God King battlefield, it was a second-grade battlefield. Don't worry, Xue Haichuan smiled and said, if we really meet someone, we'll hold the fort and you'll go. If you're no match for them and are in danger, we'll take action. This way, it won't affect your training. Hearing Xue Haichuan's words, Duan Ling Tian felt helpless. With the 2 of you on the side, who can focus on fighting me? He has no chance to kill me. Under such circumstances, do you think he could still focus on fighting me? I'm afraid he's only thinking about how to escape. Duan Ling Tian said. That's true. Hearing this, Xue Haichuan thought for a moment, then nodded. Since that's the case, the 2 of us won't travel with you. We'll hide in the shadows and follow you. And the person who can discover us will definitely be the Greater One Sect's Earth Nether Elder. At that time, even if we hide, it'll be meaningless. Even if it was me, if that attack was blocked by him without being injured, and if my divine sense did not observe the surroundings and did not discover that his body had left, even if I did not die, I would have been seriously injured. Xue Haichuan put himself in the shoes of the greater one-sect inner sect elder who had just died, and finally came to such a conclusion. This time, my luck is better than last time. Duan Lingtian weighed the storage ring, identity badge, and divine tool in his hand, a faint smile on his face. According to the agreement with Xue Haichuan and Dongfang Yannian, the battle merits represented by the identity badge would be divided equally between the three of them, but the spoils of war such as the storage ring and divine tool would belong to whoever contributed the most.